Hey, David here. Welcome back to Week in Review. Lambie, good to see you. Dave, good to see you as always. Um, that link didn't work for whatever reason. That link you sent me didn't work, Dave. So, yeah, I took a few weeks off, Passover. So, we had Passover, and then last week I had a little bit of a headache. So, try to be back with it. Regular Week in Review. Um, Anyone who tunes in, always a pleasure. But it's tough to keep it going. And last week I just had a little bit of a headache, so I decided not to stream. The week before was the last days of Passover, but hopefully moving from here on forward I will be back to regular. God forbid the war rages on, so we'll talk a little bit about that, and we'll get back into research. So you have to put my head together, and I haven't done a metaphysics stream in a while too. Maybe this Wednesday. So Ilan Pappé, the Israeli new historian, is doing a tour in Detroit. He's doing events Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And I'm not sure if they're interesting. I might go to all of them. But if not, I'll go to the one Monday, maybe Monday and Tuesday. And then I'll do my metaphysics on Vedic and Chinese metaphysics. So that was a lot of research. It's going to be a long one, probably like 7 or 8 hours. A lot of interesting things, and then hopefully get back to the biography series. I've been doing a lot of research, a lot of different things, and also, anyone joins, the links in the chat. Anyone wants to have a conversation. So with that, let me jump straight into screen share. So Charles Moskowitz reached out over Passover, and we streamed this week. So you check my YouTube or on his Rumble, and we talked about the war, and even some interesting conversation. But I'll talk about some insights when I cover Israel. So a handful. Yeah, last week maybe I was a little bit depressed, or just doing some soul searching. On Sunday, Gopal Krishna Goswami, left his body, and Duvid met Gopal Krishna Goswami and almost considered becoming a disciple of his. And he came to Detroit multiple times. Many of the local people in the Hare Krishna movement in Detroit are disciples of Gopal Krishna Goswami. And during the worst periods of ISKCON in Detroit, Gopal Krishna Goswami was like one of the only people that came here regularly. And also very educated man, engineer, had studied at the Paris University of Sorbonne, same place as the Lubavitch Rebbe, many disciples, and became very big. So you see Narendra Modi sent out a condolences to Gopal Krishna Goswami. So through the Gopal Krishna Goswami, Maharaja was a revered spiritual icon, globally respected for his unwavering devotion to Bhagavan Sri Krishna and his tireless service through ISKCON. His teachings emphasized the importance of devotion, kindness, and service to others. He also played a significant role in expanding the community service efforts of ISKCON, particularly in areas like education, health, and serving the needy. My thoughts are with all the devotees at this tragic hour. Om Shanti. So that was from Narendra Modi. Here is ISKCON news on the passing of Gopal Krishna Goswami. And I'm going to put that in the title. Okay, that didn't appear to work, so I'll edit that later. Okay, so His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami has departed this world. The governing body commission's executive committee released the following announcements regarding the departure of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami. Dear friends, well-wishers, and devotees of ISKCON, please accept our humble obeisance. All glories to Sri Prabhupada. This morning at 7:20 a.m., Indian Standard Time. Amidst loving devotees, sincere chanting in the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami, one of the senior-most disciples of His Grace, Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, departed from this world. Maharaj is a pillar of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, has served tirelessly in practically every leadership capacity to support and expand the mission of his spiritual master. Even before his first meeting with Srila Prabhupada in Montreal, Canada, in 1968, Maharaj, known as Gopal Krishna, from his very birth, was given the service of cleaning and preparing Sri Prabhupada's room for his arrival. Since then, Maharaj has literally and figuratively dedicated his life to keeping Sri Prabhupada's house in order. Sri Prabhupada immediately took great interest in the thoughtful young Indian man who sat attentively through every lecture, and they soon began regular correspondence. Soon thereafter, Sri Prabhupada initiated Maharaj as Gopal Krishna Das, and thus began a lifetime of service beyond compare. Maharaj served for years as Sri Prabhupada's personal secretary and was appointed by Sri Prabhupada as a governing body commissioner in 1975 with responsibility to oversee all of ISKCON India. Sri Prabhupada therefore entrusted Maharaj with the task so dear to his heart, the printing of his transcendental books. From this time, Maharaj had been an emblem of book distribution, sharing of Krishna consciousness, building beautiful temples, and managing the international affairs of Sri Prabhupada's mission, all the while remaining a humble, gentle Vaishnava who always had a moment to encourage others with his genuine care and affection. In addition, Maharaj Sadhana is impeccable, often on the temple altar, offering Mangala Arti to the deities before completing the morning program, taking a japa walk, and then worshiping his own deities prior to commencing a full day of dynamic service. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj personifies all that is the heart of ISKCON and remain eternally revered and loved for his matchless service, dedication, and expertise in knowing and serving Sri Prabhupada's will. We can only pray that we may each be blessed with but a drop of such courage, focus, and sincerity to serve, though never with the void of his physical presence be filled in our hearts and our society. Our hearts and heads remain at the feet of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaja, a most exemplary disciple, devotee, God brother, spiritual master, and friend. Maharaj has always encouraged us to work together cooperatively to support and assist each other in Sri Prabhupada's service. In the mood of service, we offer our affectionate prayer and support to Maharaj's disciple and all those bereft in Maharaj's absence. We encourage you to take shelter of Maharaj's instruction and example of focused sadhana and service in the association of our ISKCON family. Okay, so Gopal Krishna Goswami had a very big effect on Duvid. Mali, God bless, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, very good. So Gopal Krishna Goswami had a very good impact on Duvid, teaching me about Krishna consciousness, and in Detroit, kind of like a beacon of righteousness, carefulness in action, compassion, the full gamut of good character traits compounded with scholarship. So blessings to Gopal Krishna Goswami, best wishes to all his disciples, many here in Metro Detroit. The Detroit ISKCON Temple has many of the senior management, probably a plurality of the disciples at Detroit ISKCON are, of the devotees, are disciples of Gopal Krishna Goswami. So best wishes to them. Okay, God forbid the Samantha Woll murder trial is scheduled for June. Michael Jackson Bolanos. There was some sort of pre-trial hearing that was dismissed. And, oh, sorry, Molly, your cousin died in Israel this week. Sorry to hear that. God bless. Hope you feel better. Everything's all right. If you want to pop on and chat, feel free. So the trial for Samantha Woll will be coming up next month. It'll be interesting to see the evidence. I heard possibly the new claim is going to be that Bolanos did see her body on the ground and maybe touched her to explain the blood. But as discussed in the past, I tend to I tend to think that it wasn't him, but we'll see the evidence as that comes out. So here's real engineering, just something random. Airport security. I haven't flown for a long time. I went to oh God forbid, because of the war. I'm not sure if we've spoken in the past, Molly. Yeah, God forbid the situation. I'm going to cover the war and situation. And obviously you follow my channel. I've seen some of your videos and your music. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I'm going to talk about the war and God forbid, but let me just get through a few of these links. So real engineering, airport security suddenly got better. Technology of the scanner. So the scanning equipment has drastically gotten better. And part of that is the ability to determine materials from, some of it is the use of AI and various technologies. So I thought it was a little bit interesting. So, God forbid the long lines and opening up the bags. AKL, good, God bless, good to see you. So a little interesting, give that a watch. I haven't seen you post. It's been like a year since you posted last, Molly. Yeah, the war is a horrible situation. I'm going to cover it. Wendover Productions. I've mentioned this many times in the past on how private equity consumed America. And I haven't done an engineering ramble. I haven't went to a convention to do an engineering show for a long time. But, God forbid, the nature of private equity has definitely changed America. And so this is a good, Wendover has good productions in general, and relatively good overview on the situation of how private equity has consumed America and the implications. The St. Louis is having a chess conference, including Gary Kasparov, Maurice Ashley, and Judith Polgar. It's very unlikely I'm going to go to this, but a little bit interesting. It looks like they're still raising money and looking for speakers of the conference. And it's unclear if they're going to cover any of the psychology or cognitive science, mostly probably education, coaching, various things. So, specifically designed on chess and education, says research, but the focus maybe on various things. I found that interesting. So so I'll move into the war coverage. So we'll move right into the war coverage. And God forbid, I haven't streamed for 3 weeks, and the disaster of the current situation, the war. Thanks, Molly. Appreciate you coming in the chat. Positive feedback. So here was a little overview from Fox News about Israel's AI bombing and kind of the it's been an element of controversy, but so here's just a little Fox News special on how Israel's using AI technology to help determine targets. I have a few quick articles I'll look at and maybe give a little insight on what's happening, because God forbid this is really just a complete disaster, and it appears to be getting worse. So many people I'm following. So I was talking with Charles Moskowitz. I was trying to tell him that Israel's not really winning the war. Um, yeah, I mean, God forbid, like, if someone dies, their passion. So, like, I'm pro peace, I'm pro one state solution, I lean anti Zionist. But you have to have compassion. You're saying, okay, if your cousin was a soldier and died in battle, God forbid, and yeah, I'm not really political like that. So I mean, God forbid, um, it's a disastrous situation, and I would like to see it end. And I think the only way it ends is a one state solution giving full citizenship. And so I was talking with Charles Moskowitz, and he was mentioning that Israel's not really winning the war. Like they're just bombing. They're certainly they're getting some victories against some Hamas, but they're not really doing an effective job of eliminating Hamas. Besides, we're killing a handful of people here and there, and mostly inflicting civilian casualties. And the problem is that they didn't do the ground campaign. So I mentioned, God forbid your cousin passed away, if he was in the battle, that for a full victory, Israel needed to do a ground campaign. And in order to do that ground campaign, it probably would have cost the life of like 10,000 Israeli soldiers. So Israel just did like special missions, bombing, few targets here and there, but they didn't actually conquer any of the territory in northern Gaza. And therefore, Hamas still largely controls northern Gaza, although Israel's still operating there, doing a few operations here or there. If they come out, Israel might try to eliminate a target. Oh, God forbid it was a she and she was only 22. Yeah, God forbid, it's just a disaster situation. Um, I mean, from the original plan, going back when Israel started the ground campaign in Gaza, I think it was October 21st. The original plan was a full ground campaign, and they were going to completely sweep northern Gaza. And they first do, everyone in northern Gaza move south, and then they could completely sweep northern Gaza, and then see what happens from there. But um, Israel was casualty adverse. So the original estimates, even from Israel, was that, God forbid, just to clear northern Gaza of Hamas might cost upwards of 10,000 Israeli soldiers. And you're thinking it'd be urban battle, tunnels, the train would have benefited Hamas. And Israel, in order to clear out any military encampment in the tunnels, would have had to go building to building, street to street, and it would have been a disaster. And so obviously Israel didn't want to lose thousands of soldiers, so they didn't go about it that way, and they just did some strategic bombings, a few strategic raids, and they didn't really conquer northern Gaza. And then you had this 6-week ceasefire. I don't even know if it was 6 weeks. Maybe it was, that you had a temporary ceasefire for a brief period of time around Thanksgiving, and then after that, Israel just went for Khan Yunis, and they did the same thing as in northern Gaza, Gaza City, where mostly bombing, having people evacuate, occasional special raids, destroying Hamas infrastructure, but they didn't actually eliminate Hamas's military infrastructure. Oh, Purple Pimpkin, God bless. Okay, yeah, Mazel Tov, Mali, and your sister. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. Like, the war is likely to go on and on. It's just a disaster, and there's really no end. This local Jew came into who actually served in the IDF, was thinking of moving back to Israel to the chess club, and I was talking with him, and I was saying, like, I believe in peace and a one-state solution. I would just immediately give all the Gazans, Palestinians, full Israeli citizenship, and he's claiming that I'm trying to be, like inciting more violence. I said, no, I want peace. I don't see this war ending. And this disaster, like, God forbid, is Israel's going to be in a worse position. Like, God forbid, I mean, it's hard to, like, have sympathy for, because Israel, like, God forbid, 300 people have died, as where like 30,000 Palestinians have died. And so if you're a Jew, God forbid, you probably know people, relatives who have died in combat, because Israel's a small country, or people are distantly related, but relatively Israel probably did not make their situation any better. It's likely in this forever war they're unlikely to eliminate Hamas, and they've completely destroyed their international reputation. And it's kind of like, okay, we're going to destroy Hamas, then we're going to move on to Hezbollah. There's no sign at all that Israel is going to defeat Hamas. And even like going into Rafah, like they might kill a handful of people, they might destroy from infrastructure, but if they didn't do the ground campaign in northern Gaza, they're not going to do it in Rafah. So they might do a campaign here and there. They took over the Rafah crossing, but unfortunately, God forbid, I told Charles Moskowitz, I think it's just incompetence. And, this kind of like, okay, we're going to win. We're going to win in the end. And it's like, no, it's unclear. Israel does not look like they're going to win in the end. And it's unclear how they're going to entangle from this. Like, Israel would have been in a better situation if they never went into Gaza, because now it's almost certain it's just going to be like an extreme measure, God forbid, like the mowing the lawn exercise. And at some point, Hamas is going to take back over Gaza. And it'll be unclear what Israel accomplished, how their situation is any better than before going into Gaza. And their international reputation has completely been ruined, besides the humanitarian catastrophe. And in the humanitarian catastrophe of the Gazans is likely to continue and get worse and worse, because there's 1.5 million civilians, 2 million civilians. They're going to be in this perpetual state of catastrophe, of starving, of not having anywhere to live, perpetual refugees. And like, what's the hope? That the international community is going to perpetually, forever provide humanitarian aid? And so even if Israel tried to extract itself from the situation and just completely pulled out of Gaza, they're going to perpetually have to give humanitarian aid. And I don't think the international focus on Israel is unlikely to change until after the Palestinians have been given a state or full citizenship to Israel. So there's just the complete disaster. And then it's saying like, well, I mean, God forbid, Israelis are very cautious about losing soldiers and casualties. But the unfortunate aspect is, if Israel actually wants to win the war, they have to eventually put boots on the ground in Gaza. They eventually have to go street by street, building by building, tunnel by tunnel, and it's going to cost thousands and thousands of Israeli lives. And so the likelihood that Israel is going to do that is very small. So what exactly is Israel going to do if they're not going to do the ground? And the second thing, if now 6 months after the war has been going on, if they're going to do the ground invasion now, like, why'd they wait 6 months? What was the benefit of waiting 6 months? It's not going to stop. I mean, unfortunately, the wars, it's just disaster, poor decisions, rash decisions, and Israel's put itself in a place where they're not going to be able to get out of this war. And so, the war will probably carry on for years. And I think it's going to lead to the destruction of Israel, personally. Samish, I'm not sure if you're going to Ilan Pap to show Ilan Pape in Dearborn, Detroit, and Ferndale. So I'm going to go to Dearborn playing tomorrow. I'm not sure Ferndale. I'm not sure if you saw this, but you're registered, so I haven't seen you in a while, Samish. You're welcome to hop on and talk. But Ilan Pape is touring Metro Detroit, starting tomorrow night in Dearborn, Tuesday in Detroit at the Universal Unitarian, and Wednesday at Congregation Takia. Yeah, I mean, we've discussed this in the past. I mean, saying Israel could just grant them citizenship, whether they reject it or not. Some of them would take it. So that would be what I would recommend. And it's saying some might. And it's saying just because you give them immediate citizenship, um, you could create an immediate path to citizenship and then immediate path to reintegrate into Israel. And yeah, I mean, it'd be very difficult. But I'm saying just because that's difficult, you're saying, what's the other option? And at this point, like I was talking to Charles Moskowitz, and yeah, I said there's basically four options. The one state solution, giving Palestinians, Gazans full Israeli citizenship. That could be, like the Emirate solution, where they're automatically just made Israeli citizens, and Emirate, style where they can't necessarily travel freely to any area of Israel or some sort of path to doing that. There could be a two-state solution, or Israel is, basically has to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians out of Israel through pushing them out or, God forbid, genocide. So I mean, it looks like those are the four main options. And the other option is the status quo. The most likely thing that's going to happen is just the return to the status quo, and that means that they're just going to put the wall back up, and it's going to be the same humanitarian disaster that is. So you're saying, like, yeah, a one-state solution is going to be extremely difficult. Like that, not saying there's not going to be any issues. Certainly, there's going to be a lot of resistance and violence, but just some sort of path to citizenship, immediately granting of some citizenship. But that's not even on the table. So I mean, I could hypothesize how a one-state solution would look, but I mean that's just my opinion. So like most people don't care about my opinion. Samish maybe cares a little bit about my opinion. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Molly. I mean, God forbid. I mean, it's just a disaster, and that's why I favor one state solution. Like humanitarian. Um, you just saying we got to end the fighting, and the only way I see the fighting ending is in a one state solution. Most people think a two state solution. No, I do think it's viable. I mean, Sam is saying stop making the suggestion. That is my suggestion, and I do think it's viable. And I'm not sure. I'm not trying to make anyone feel good. Um, I just think long term, like the only end to the conflict will be when they're living in peace and harmony. I think it's much more likely to live in peace and harmony under one state than two states, and that's my suggestion. Um, I mean, just because it's not popular, like I'm streaming, I'm talking about it, that's my idea. Uh, saying if instead, so God forbid, like instead of Samish, saying like let's talk out and hypothesize how that might happen. People like that can never work. That's a ridiculous idea. Why are you even talking about it? Or even like somehow claiming I'm the one who wants to incite violence, like somehow inversion, like the moral inversion, like I'm the bad guy, somehow like I'm the nefarious bad guy because I want a one state solution. But like no, I mean like almost no one will talk about what's happening and how it's going to get better. And you'd have to, like Sula Adder Weinraub talks about the Emirate solution, Dr. Mordecai Kadar. There are a handful of people that are talking about the one state solution. And yeah, I would be happy to talk to them or just someone else knowledgeable on the subject. But yeah, I'm not going to go long into detail about my vision of a one state solution. But that is what I support. And I don't see how Israel unwinds from this war. I don't see how they win the war. I think Israel's not going to do the ground invasion, and it's just going to be this perpetual war situation. And they're going to have this huge refugee crisis, humanitarian crisis, and God forbid, just a complete disaster. So let's look at a few articles. So here are these counter protests. The New York Times finally does an expose on the violence at UCLA. So these protests are probably going to continue all summer. So, we'll see what happens with that. Here is Netanyahu. So, here's Netanyahu's plan. Yeah, I mean, it's saying I'm not sure the Palestinians want it either, but Israel could just give them citizenship. It could be Israel could unilaterally give them citizenship. So you could negotiate some sort of settlement or something. But I think Israel and Adar Weinreb Sula is really the only person that I know that talks about this stuff. And I think if there's not even a proposal on the board. There's no Israeli diplomats, senior officials, party platform that has a proposal. Like Dr. Mordecai Kedar is the most advanced with his Emirate solution. And I'm not sure, how Israel could, what Israel could unilaterally do. So it's like the two-state solution, you need like a partner for peace. To say like a one-state solution, Israel might be able to make some of the original moves unilaterally. So, okay, so let's look at Netanyahu's idea from crisis to prosperity. Netanyahu's vision for Gaza 2035 revealed online. The plan lays out a three-step program for returning Gaza to self-governance and eventually reintegrating Gaza into the regional economy. There's been much debate about exactly what Israel's plan for a post-war Gaza would look like. Documents from the Prime Minister's office were published online on Friday, showing Israel's plan to revitalize the Gazan economy. The document published online showed Prime Minister Netanyahu's attempt to bring about a lasting peace and reintegrate Gaza into the regional economy through large infrastructure and economic investment. The plan laid out the goal of rebuilding Gaza in order to moderate its politics. It called Gaza an Iranian outpost that sabotages emerging supply chains and thwarts any future hope for the Palestinian people. The plan also highlighted the historically central place that Gaza held in the east-west trade routes, being on both the Baghdad-Egypt trade routes and on the Yemen-Europe trade routes. 3 steps to success. And okay, I mean, Samish, come to Ilan Pape in Dearborn. Like, God forbid, the Palestinian population in Metro Detroit keeps on increasing, and the Jewish community population in Metro Detroit keeps on decreasing. So I'm going to go to, if it's productive, I'll go all 3 nights, see who shows up. But, at least the first night, probably the first 2 nights I plan on going. And the first nights in Dearborn, there'll probably be quite a few Palestinians there. So I hope to see you there tomorrow night. And I'm not even an Israeli citizen. So, there's just hypothetically a solution. So, like to negotiate, man, what I have a right, God forbid, to, even if it's a bad idea, I'm talking about, it's my show. That's what I think. 3 steps to success. According to the documents, there are 3 steps for returning Gaza to self-governance. The first step, titled humanitarian aid, is planned to last 12 months. Israel will create safe areas free of Hamas control, starting in the north and slowly spreading south. So this is the problem. Israel has not actually done this. So in order, the first step, Israel to create safe areas free of Hamas control, it's unlikely that Israel's actually going to be able to do that, because in order to do that, they actually have to do a street-by-street, building-by-building ground campaign that will cost a lot of troops. And so, the problem is that how does Israel actually get the first steps? I mean, we'll look at the other steps too, but that's the main problem, is that the first step, like all these, like after we defeat Hamas, and saying it doesn't look like Israel's going to defeat Hamas. A coalition of Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Bahrain, Jordan, and Morocco will apportion and supervise humanitarian aid in the safe areas, even though all of those nations said they wouldn't do it. Gazan Palestinians will run the safe zones under the supervision of the Arab states. Stage 2 will occur in the next 5 to 10 years. The plan is to move Israeli security responsibility to Israel, while the Arab coalition will create a multilateral body called the Gaza Rehabilitation Authority to oversee the reconstruction efforts and manage the Strip's finances. The GRA is to be run by Gazan Palestinians and will take responsibility for managing the safe areas. This will be done in coordination with the implementation of a Marshall Plan and a de-radicalization program. Stage 3, term self-governance, would see Israel retain the right to act against security threats. Power would slowly be transferred to either a local Gaza government or a unified Palestinian government, including the West Bank. However, this is contingent on the successful de-radicalization and demilitarization of the Gaza Strip and would be subject to agreements by all parties. The final step will be for the Palestinians to fully manage Gaza independently and join the Abraham Accords. Part of the rebuilding effort will involve rebuilding from nothing and designing new cities from scratch, which will feature modern designs and plannings. The plan presented several advantages for the countries involved. For Israel, the major advantage So I lost my place there. Major advantages for the part of the rebuilding effort will involve rebuilding for nothing and designing new cities from scratch, which will feature modern designs and planning. The plan presented several advantages for the countries involved. For Israel, the major advantage, other than security in the south, is normalization with Saudi Arabia. Major advantages for the Gulf states that take part would include defensive pacts with the U.S. and unfettered access to Gaza's Mediterranean ports through railways and pipelines. The plan also says that if such an intervention is successful in Gaza, it can be repeated in Yemen, Syria, and Lebanon. For the Gazan population, the biggest advantage is the end of the Hamas control would be massive investment in the Strip and huge employment opportunities, as well as a pathway to reunify with the West Bank and achieving self-governance. The wider regional plan would ramp up the mega projects such as the Neom in Saudi Arabia and implement them in the Sinai. This would enable Gaza to function as a significant industrial port on the Mediterranean, which would be the main entry pot for the export of Gazan goods, but also Saudi oil and other raw materials from the Gulf. The plan also calls for creation of a massive free trade zone covering Sderot, Gaza, El Arish, which would allow Israel, Gaza, and Egypt to take advantage of the location cooperatively. Combining the new infrastructural investments and integration of the region, the newly discovered gas fields just north of Gaza would help support the burgeoning industry. Solar energy fields would also be built in the Sinai along with desalination plants that will help to offset climate change. One idea put forward by the plan is to turn Gaza into a key hub for electric vehicle manufacturing. The hope is that all of this integration can turn not just Gaza, but the El Arish and Sderot into a competitor with cheap Chinese manufacturing. Okay, so Netanyahu finally put forward a plan. So Samish, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow night in Dearborn, and it'll be a good program. I don't want to victim blame them and say it's a horrible situation. It doesn't appear to be getting better, and God forbid, it's tough to know even what to say. And saying just because I'm saying something that's not popular among most Israelis or Jews that are concerned about Israel, it's like, okay, well, should I not say anything at all? And saying, well, just go on with my life and give up on this, give up on my Judaism. And he can't anyways because these protests, because this is the biggest concern. This is the biggest issue in America basically right now. So, God forbid, there's no turning your back on it and just looking at it and say, I don't think Israel is doing right for itself or by the Palestinians. And you'd be like Charles Moskowitz, where you want to like moralize who the good guys or the bad guys. You just want to kind of defend Israel and be like, well, we're the good guys. that's not my role in that. As people know in general, like I'm not a judge of morality. I'm just largely trying to avert this disaster, and God forbid. But most of it isn't even, I'm not spending most of the time saying what I think. I'm kind of just giving a little report on some of the news. So here was the big thing in the Financial Times. Their big essay about the U.S. saying Saudi U.S. normalization is dependent on U.S. Um, on Saudi Israel. So I don't know why this was like an exclusive to the Financial Times, but it was in the Financial Times, Jake Sullivan's interview. U.S. says defense pact with Saudi Arabia not possible without Israel deal. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan tells FT Weekend Festival three-way pact necessary for Middle East peace. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said that the Biden administration would not sign a defense agreement with Saudi Arabia if the kingdom and Israel did not agree to normalize relations, insisting you can't disentangle one piece from the others. So you look at what is Saudi Arabia's incentive to normalize with Israel, and basically there is none. The only reason why Saudi Arabia is trying to normalize with Israel is because the U.S. has made that dependent on normalizing with the U.S. So the U.S. has basically said, we'll normalize with Saudi Arabia if you normalize with Israel. And, kind of like, okay, the human rights, whatever, all the various things, that the one contingent factor, the U.S. is like, okay, we'll normalize Saudi Arabia, but you have to normalize with Israel. And it kind of creates this impossible situation. And then Saudi Arabia is saying, like, we're not going to normalize with Israel until the Palestinian issue, problem, question has been solved. So, why? So, the interview with FT Weekend Festival Monday, Sullivan dismissed recent suggestions that a bilateral deal between the Biden administration and the kingdom was being considered if Israel refused to make concessions to the Palestinians. The Biden administration had begun pushing a three-way deal to encourage Riyadh to formalize diplomatic ties with Israel as part of plans to ensure a sustainable peace in the Middle East after Hamas's October 7th attack triggered the near 7-month war in Gaza. It hopes to use the prospects of the kingdom's long Israel's grand prize and other Muslim states normalizing relations to convince Israel to agree to significant concessions to the Palestinians. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reportedly rejected any move towards a two-state solution to the protracted Israel-Palestinian conflict. The integrated vision is a bilateral understanding between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia, combined with a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, combined with meaningful steps on behalf of the Palestinian people. Sullivan said, all of that has come together. You can't disentangle one piece from the others. Sullivan said to President Joe Biden is intended to publicly detail the path to a more peaceful region. I do expect in the months ahead that you will hear from the president and others of us more of the path that we believe could produce a more secure Israel and a more peaceful region. He added, all we can do is work out what we think makes sense and try to get as many countries in the region on board with it and then present it. And it will ultimately be up to the Israeli leadership and frankly, ultimately to the Israeli people can decide whether that's a path that they want to take or not. The Biden administration was edging towards a deal for Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel before October 7th, which would have led to Washington agreeing to defense pact with Riyadh and supporting its civilian nuclear ambitions in return for Israel making concessions to the Palestinians. Hamas's attack and Israel's retaliatory offensive in Gaza upended that process, but the U.S. and Saudi Arabia have continued to discuss a potential deal as part of the wider post-war plans to secure peace in the region. But Saudi Arabia has made it clear that after October 7th, it would require Israel to make far more significant concessions to Palestinians, insisting it would need to see irreversible steps towards the establishment of a Palestinian state. Some analysts believe that the media reports this week that the U.S. and Saudi Arabia were considering moving ahead with a bilateral deal if Israel refused to take concrete steps towards a Palestinian state were designed to put pressure on Netanyahu's government. Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan said this week that Riyadh and Washington were very close to a bilateral agreement on the U.S. element of a deal, but reiterated that there also needs to be truly a pathway to a Palestinian state that is credible and irreversible. Yet Netanyahu faces intense pressure from far-right members of his governing coalition to make no concessions to the Palestinians, boast that he has for years successfully thwarted any progress towards a two-state solution. Sullivan was speaking as CAA chief Bill Burns was in Cairo, where mediators are seeking to convince Hamas to accept a proposal for a deal that would lead to a ceasefire and the release of hostages held in Gaza. Mediators hope to broker an initial 6-week pause in fighting that would then be used to negotiate a sustainable ceasefire. UN officials have praised Israel for making concessions on the terms of a deal, but Netanyahu still insists that he will launch an offensive in Rafah, the southern Gaza city where more than 1 million people have sought sanctuary. Arab states have for months been discussing with Washington their vision for a post-war plan, which includes the U.S. and other Western powers recognizing a Palestinian state and supporting its full membership in the UN and a reformed Palestinian leadership administering Gaza and the occupied West Bank. You saw in the UN today there was a further move towards recognizing Palestinian statehood. And I mean, just my personal perspective, I don't even know, like President Trump would disagree. Like, if it makes sense for the U.S. to normalize with Saudi Arabia, I don't see what Israel has to do with it. So I don't know why they have to have some sort of three-way pact. I mean, the conspiracy theory, and you say, like, it's nonsensical. God forbid the U.S. is not acting in our interest, and this kind of nonsensical farce of foreign policy, say Jewish influence, AIPAC, or Christian Zionism, the various factors. But, God forbid, if it makes sense for the U.S. to normalize with Saudi, they should just do a bilateral deal. What possible reason could there be? Oh, we're only going to normalize with Saudi Arabia if they normalize with Israel. And, so it just seems the complete disaster. So, yeah, man, I don't see an immediate, because this is just the hypothetical. Me saying I favor a one-state solution, that's just my preference. Okay, you vote and this is your opinion, but practically, no, my opinion is extremely unpopular among Israelis, and it's extremely unpopular among American Jews. Among Israelis, only a few percent of Israelis support the idea, and maybe 10-20% of American Jews support the idea. So, I talk about it, I mention it. So path forward, that's why I keep on mentioning it. So, as more American Jews possibly support the idea, maybe eventually more Israeli Jews would support the idea, then you could start actually having talks about a path forward to that actually happening. Okay, so let's look at one last article on Israel, and then we'll get back to the research, because, there's not many major updates on what's happening in Israel. Survey finds asymmetry in feelings of hatred between Jewish and Arab students. Teachers. A survey of Jewish and Arab students and teachers' perceptions showed asymmetrical views, but interaction fosters positivity and empathy. Last month, the Abraham Initiatives conducted an internet and in-person survey to examine the views Jewish and Arab students and teachers have towards other cultural groups, according to the letter sent to Education Minister Yoav Kish on Thursday. The letter noted that based on the survey done through the Geocartography Institute, the situation is dire. The results showed an asymmetrical situation where Jewish students and teachers harbor more negative feelings towards their Arab counterparts. This came with greater belief among Jewish students and teachers that coexistence is not likely. So, against what Samish is saying, that far more Arabs support a one-state solution than Israeli Jews. However, the letter also claimed that there was an encouraging result. Exposing the two cultural groups to one another significantly mitigates the views of each group regarding their counterparts. The letter further claimed that this result strengthens the belief in peaceful coexistence. So when you see the survey, it's not necessarily the problem is that the Arabs wouldn't agree to it. The problem is that it's basically a non-starter with Israeli Jews. Summary of the results. The first subject of the initiative's letter raised concern regarding hatred between the two groups. According to the survey, nearly half of the Jewish students reported high levels of hatred, 40%. In contrast with the Arab population, less than a sixth, 11%, reported high levels of hatred, and a third, 30%, reported medium levels of hate towards their Jewish counterparts. Among teachers, the figures were lower, with a little less than a quarter, 23% of the Jewish teachers, and less than a tenth, 9% of the Arab teachers reporting high levels of hatred. When asked about the levels of exposure each group has to members of the other group, most 81% of Jewish students reported that they do not interact with their same age Arab peers. Less than a tenth, 9%, reported that they frequently interact with Arab students. Among Arab students, half the participants reported frequent interactions with Jewish students. Among teachers, there is a similar gap between levels of interaction, where most 82% of the Arab teachers interact with Jewish teachers frequently, as opposed to only half the participating Jewish teachers. In addition to examining levels of negative feelings and interactions with others, the survey also tested for levels of knowledge and understanding on their cultural counterparts. According to the survey, compared to Jewish teachers, more Arab teachers report familiarity with the challenges and culture of the Jewish people. Moreover, a little over a quarter, 26% of the Arab teachers reported empathy towards Jews, while only a little over a tenth, 14% of the Jewish teachers could report the same thing concerning Arabs. God forbid, think that, the survey is showing that, God forbid, there's a bigger problem, at least in terms of one state solution or normalization. It's actually a bigger problem with the Israeli Jews than the Arabs. I'll send you the link on Facebook, Samish. Let me just finish this article. Cross-cultural perceptions. According to the Geocartographical Institute survey, participants who met with people from the other cultural groups were more inclined to believe in the possibility of peaceful life in Israel. The survey further shows that, similar to previous categories, Arab teachers and students were more open to mixed living and wanted to meet members of the other group. Regarding the desire to learn about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the gap between Jewish participants' answers and those of the Arab counterparts was considerably smaller. In both cases, a little over half the participants reported a desire to learn about the conflict. However, when asked about learning Arabic or Hebrew, a little less than half, 42% of the Jewish participants expressed interest in learning Arabic, compared to most 70% Arab participants who reported an inclination to learn Hebrew. The Institute's letter presented data showing that half the teachers, both Arab and Jewish, who participated in the survey expressed a need for additional tools to teach about the other cultural group. Furthermore, the same number of teachers also expressed an interest in interacting with teachers from the other cultural group. Positive effects of interacting. Additionally, an encouraging result of the survey is a significant positive correlation between interaction and views, the letter stated. According to the letter, the percentage of students and teachers who reported that they would feel fine had a family of the other cultural group live near them was nearly 3 times higher after they met and interacted with members from the other cultural group. Participants' views on the levels of hate became considerably lower post-interaction, while levels of affection rose. The letter summarized the present data, stating the significant positive effects of interaction between the two cultural groups clearly raised the need to dramatically expand interaction between Jews and Arabs that are in the education system. The letter further adds that the initiative has worked to create such interactions, including teaching Arabic and Hebrew, mixed studies in chosen subjects, and training teachers against racism. However, according to the letter in the Education Minister Yoav Kish, the Abraham Initiative work was limited. Though today, in light of the escalation, the ministry might expand these programs and implement them throughout the education system to stop any further escalation. Okay, so let me try to send Samish okay, so put in the link. I don't have you on Facebook. Let me I'll put my Facebook, so if you want to add me in if you want to add me on Facebook, you could add me there. So and let me send this to Samish on Facebook real quick, and then maybe I'll make some concluding comments. And okay, so I sent Samish the link on Facebook, so you could register for the Elon Pape event tomorrow through Wednesday. And I mean, it probably doesn't make sense to carpool. I mean, we could if you needed to, but I don't even know how close we live to each other. But so hopefully I'll see you there tomorrow. And I put my Facebook profile in the chat if you want to add me on Facebook, Molly. And actually, I rarely see you in my chat. I'll even give you a wrench. So give Molly a wrench. I don't know if I've ever seen you in my chat before. Like, I saw you followed me. I've seen your content on YouTube, but I'm not sure I've actually seen you in my chat. So I appreciate you coming in the chat. Sorry about your family. And I mean, God forbid the situation of the war where, God forbid, I just want to end the war, end the suffering. But the contention, because I'm saying an unpopular position, most people in Israel think that I'm actually heightening the tensions with my idea, make things worse because, people are that skeptical of, some sort of peace in that manner with Palestinians. So, this war is just a disaster. I've, been making comments for months. I don't see any way out of this. I mean, I think, if Israel was actually going to do the ground invasion, they probably would have done it already. So it's just likely to be this trickle of humanitarian catastrophe that benefits nobody. And, so that's all I got to say about it. So let me get back to my research, read some articles. Dave, Dave, the Lyndon Rouge, Netanyahu, that like the monorail, the train, like the what do they call it? Like the line, the Saudi Arabia like line is going to go through Gaza. But like, obviously first they have to defeat Hamas, and it doesn't look like Israel's going to defeat Hamas. And so, just these like post all these type things that, what are they going to do after they defeat Hamas? It's been 6 months now, and it's saying it looks extremely unlikely. I'm not sure why. Well, that's my profile, so I mean, you should be able to add me. I don't know if it's a fault on your end, but I gave you my Facebook link if you figure that out. But I don't think Israel's going to defeat Hamas, and I don't mean public opinion. I just read that to just say that, from the polling, it would appear that Israel is a bigger hindrance to a one-state solution than Palestinians. I don't have followers on Facebook, but you should be able to add me as a friend. Let me just look quickly if I could find you, if your name is. I'm not sure. Are you Molly Allison? Molly Allison S? So I'm looking Molly Allison, and I don't see you. I see like 5 Molly Allisons, and none of them appear to be you. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let me see. Let me just try to add Molly Stoll. Is that you, the URJ? Okay, I think I found you. So it doesn't give me an option to add you. I don't know. I'm going to message you. So we'll figure it out later. So let me just do the stream. I messaged you, and we'll try to figure it out later. I'm not sure. You should be able to add me. Like, people add me as friends all the time. Your profile didn't have an option for me to add you, so it's probably an error on your end. But try to figure it out later. So RG. Yeah, I mean, if you just okay, like, God forbid, you want the end of the suffering, you want the end of your side suffering, or the suffering in totality. So, like, the Ahimsa principle, so I let the Ahimsa principle be my guiding principle. So, God forbid, that's all suffering. And right now, the Palestinians, the Gazans, are suffering far more than the Israelis. So, just from if the Ahimsa principle is my guiding principle, so I'm looking at this through the Ahimsa principle. So I'm more concerned with the Gazans because they're suffering more. But like, obviously the hostages, they're suffering, Israelis are suffering, and just like, well, can't y'all just get along? And it's like, well, it's difficult to just get along, but the path towards the universal brotherhood of man, the universal brotherhood of man includes Jews and Arabs, Israelis and Palestinians and Gazans. And if you have the just war theory that in order for peace you have to destroy the enemy, and or that some people are really the Amalek theory, some people are really bad, and by killing the bad guy that actually decreases pain. Like, the Ahimsa principle is not necessarily pure pacifism. You could have a just war theory and say, okay, pain, suffering will be reduced with the destruction of Hamas. And theoretically, I mean, I could see that as a possibility, although I don't think that's the case. I see I see Carolyn Glick, so I got Molly's message. I don't know why you can't add me. I can't add you, and I think it's on your end. I don't think it's on my end, because I could add people, and so I think it's on your end. But we're in contact, so you figure it out. Yeah, I mean, Carolyn Glick, I mean, she's on the JNS TV. I occasionally watch the JNS TV. She streams all the time. I'm not sure about what her one state solution. I mean, if she's favoring some form of depopulation, I mean, I would assume she's pretty right wing. So I would assume she's forming some form. She's supporting some form of depopulation. Called ethnic cleansing. Well, I mean, you could say the Gazans, but I mean, saying there are Israeli hostages, but saying the suffering of the hostages themselves, that's a big deal. But he's saying, is that a legitimate concern of Israelis? So he's saying, oh, well, you're suffering because the hostages are suffering. Well, how much is your suffering because the hostages are suffering? Okay, like, God forbid, the hostages might be dying, the hostages might be suffering. And then if you're going to say, well, is there something worse than death? So you say, okay, like, since Israel invaded Gaza, 25,000, like 100 to 1. Since the war has started, it's been 100 Gazan deaths for every Israeli killed. And so, you say, okay, like, you're going to make some sort of calculation that the hostage suffering, that's worth 100 Palestinian deaths. Because, like, God forbid, okay, after October 7th, when the war started, Israel's had like 280 casualties in the war in Gaza. And, the numbers, most estimates are well into the 30,000s. So you're talking over 100 Gazan deaths for every Israeli death. And even the hostages, even if all the hostages die, God forbid, it's still going to, be like the 100 to 1. So, just from that, like, Ahimsa level, I'm more concerned with the Palestinian Gazan suffering than the Israeli suffering. Okay, like Mali, God forbid, that's someone, that's your family member, that's someone you know, that's close to you. So I'm not close to any of the Gazans. I don't know any of the Gazans that have died or suffering. Even here in Metro Detroit, like there's a lot of Palestinians in Metro Detroit. Um, and the protest, the disruption. I don't buy into the just war theory. It's saying like, God forbid, like okay, like 1,200 people died October 7th. In the next few days, maybe another 100 October 7th, and maybe another like 50 to 100 Israelis died in the week after October 7th in the battles capturing back the land. And that includes like so the 300. So like as of now, like no, it's the opposite. Still close to like 100 Palestinians, Gazans are dying every day. So yeah, I just try to be objective. Like you only care about your suffering or your side suffering. So I mean, if you're just like, I only care about myself, even saying like, okay, I don't even care about my, God forbid, saying I don't even care about my fellow Jews. I only care about myself, and so I'm not suffering. And you're saying, well, okay, like no, I care about my fellow Jews. I don't care about Palestinians. And you're saying like, well, I'm trying to be, the universal brotherhood of man. I care about everybody, and I don't want to see anybody suffering, but objectively, the Gazans are suffering way worse than the Israelis. So, like even if the numbers are wrong, like, certainly it's the numbers are like, it's somewhere like 100 to 1. Like, God forbid, like 100 Gazans have been killed for every one Israeli killed since Israel started the Gaza campaign. I mean, even the numbers are off, like it was 50 to 1. God forbid. So it just seems like inhumane to be overly concerned with Israeli suffering. And then you say, because I'm a universal humanist. It's that, well, I only care about my people. I don't care about the other side. And if you care about everybody, the amount of pain and suffering is just substantially more on the other side. So that's why I'm overly concerned, and we're the ones inflicting it. So I'm concerned, not, just generically that Palestinians and Gazans are suffering, but the blood is on our hands. We're the ones doing it. And then just logistically, in my opinion, for no benefit to ourselves. So you just say, you don't care about, God forbid, you don't care about Palestinians. You don't care about Gazans and their suffering. You only care about Israel. You only care about your own people. Even from that perspective, I don't think Israel's doing itself any favors. I think Israel's putting itself into a worse situation, and not just the international backlash, but in a military situation, that Israel is not getting rid of Hamas. They're not even really making serious advances. I mean, they're killing some Hamas people, but like relatively, Hamas is going to remain intact. They're going to be controlling Gaza, and Israel will have nothing to show for the war, but the devastation that it caused, and um, some form of like revenge fantasy that they inflicted a certain amount of pain and suffering on their enemy. Um, and there's no end game, because like any end game, you're looking at it. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters who started or how it blamed. I mean, if you look like, God forbid, after the Mumbai terror attack 2006, India never retaliated. So Israel did not have to invade Gaza. You say the reason they invaded Gaza, they had, a good reason. But if you're just looking at it to say, was it a good idea to invade Gaza? And then you're saying like, not just because of the humanitarian, not just because of the pain, even if you, God forbid, even if you could care less about Palestinian suffering, God forbid, and just saying from Israel's own benefit, that Israel did not benefit itself anything from 6 months of war. And this perception that after they destroy Hamas, that Israel is not going to destroy Hamas. And it should have been obvious in October when they started that they weren't going to be able to destroy Hamas. I'd say it's academic. No, it's not academic. I'm saying like we will be punished for our sins. Like, no, the status of Jews, just like me as a pro-peace, anti-Zionist Jew in America, my status has been drastically reduced. My status has been drastically reduced in the Jewish community, where a substantial people in the Jewish community don't want anything to do with me. They think I'm a traitor. They think I'm on the side of the enemy. And just generally, not relative like rising anti-Semitism, but it's like an embarrassment to be a Jew in the current status of the war. So, it's not academic. God forbid. Like, our standing as Jews has been diminished. God forbid, I won't say permanently diminished, but it will probably take decades to rehabilitate the status of Jews after this war. And saying, for no benefit. And saying, like, the damage just reputationally to me personally as a Jew is been diminished irreparably, probably for decades. And I would say for absolutely no benefit to Israel. They were like, okay, take the hit, take the reputational hit. It's important for Israel, but Israel's not safer. It's not secure. It's less secure now. And that's why speaking of Charles Moskowitz, his like fantasy where he's still like, after we defeat Hamas. And if you go back to the plan, if Israel was going to defeat Hamas, they would have done it already. And even like the Rafah invasion, like what happened to the original plan? And like, people have a short memory. Like, people are pro-Israel. Israel's original plan was to defeat Hamas in northern Gaza. And it's 6 months now. Israel still hasn't defeated Hamas just in northern Gaza. And I would say they're never going to do it. And so I'm just analyzing. That's my assumption I'm working with. Israel is never going to defeat Hamas. And God forbid. Well, I don't know what they want. I'm not sure that. I'm a universal humanist. I don't look at Palestinians or Gazans as nefarious, evil people. That because I know you could give a biblical Judeo interpretation. I let universal humanism be my guiding light to interpret it, and I'm sympathetic to the Gazans. I think they're just defending their home. They're defending their land. I'm sure there's some nefarious, there's some revenge, there's some hatred, but generally, I'm letting universal humanism. I think the same thing that drives all humans, Jews, Israelis, is the same thing that's driving Gazans. And so I don't know what they want, like that their victory is that we lose. That's not how I see it. You could see it that way. I just see that they want a better life for themselves. And if we're in a situation, it's natural to want to defeat your enemy. And like, okay, I would say I don't have any enemies right now. Like, I don't have any hatred to anybody. I'm not in dispute with anybody right now. I'm thinking about it openly right now. I'm not in dispute with anybody on this planet right now. I'm not carrying a dispute, an argument. A disagreement. Like, I'm in disagreement on things with people, but I don't have a dispute with anybody right now on the whole planet. And, saying the natural order, I don't consider myself in dispute with Palestinians or Gazans. And I don't want to be in dispute with them. I say my people are, like, God forbid, like, yeah, I am complicit. I feel that I'm complicit in what's happening in Gaza, and I hate that. But I don't have any animosity towards them. I don't consider them my enemy. I would be willing to live in peace with them. I'm I just thought Karen Glick is very right wing. So I know she's on JNS. I haven't heard her solution. So maybe she's saying the same thing as Mordecai Kadar in the federated one state solution. So like, no, I mean, if I'm incorrect on that, I don't know her position. I just assuming she was like very right wing from the few times I've heard her. And yeah, I mean, the world sits by and idly allows it. Like, yeah, I mean, generally, like, I mean, generally no one does anything. I mean, I remember when I lived in Manhattan and occasionally out the window you would see fights in the street or like hang out in the park and there would be a fight and people would be like, well, where's the cops? And like, the cops aren't coming. Like, okay, I went to public school. I've seen a lot of fights. You know, like I live in Detroit. Like the cops aren't coming. No one's coming to save you. So I mean, the world's sitting idly by. Like, yeah, that's just why I say no one's going to do anything about it. I mean, there's protests, and the main reason there's protests is because we're complicit in it. And so, like, the main reason there's protests is because the Palestinian students and because Americans don't want to be complicit in it. And if Americans weren't complicit in this, there probably wouldn't be that much. But I mean, there's really nothing we could do about it. Like, you're just talking about it, complaining. I'm going to get off my butt tomorrow and go to Dearborn. And, you know, hopefully Samish will join me. And I don't think I'm going to stream it. I mean, maybe I'll take like a few pictures, post on Facebook or something. But I'm going to do my best to go to Dearborn and try to speak with some Muslims and Arabs and liberal-minded Jews. I don't think there's going to be any right-wing Jews. There might be like one or two right-wing Jews that show up. I doubt it. It's probably, you know, going to be, you know, it's hosted by Jewish Voice for Peace, so it's going to be left-wing Jews, and it might be a big crowd. You know, not just the left-wing Jews and Arabs. In the past, like the Jewish Voice for Peace events were mostly just left-wing Jews and Arabs. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a wide array of concerned people at the event. Well, no, I don't think the Israelis are defending their land unless you consider Gaza Israeli land. That's why I say I do not approve of the invasion of Gaza. I would say I don't think the invasion of Gaza was a just morally right or just. Not that my opinion, you know, saying like I'm not a moral judge. Like my opinion on the moral or judgment, God will be the judge of that. But you know, if I had to assess, I don't think the invasion of Gaza was morally just. You know, international law or whatever. And just talking utilitarian. Most of it, I'm talking pure utilitarian. And just saying, I don't think it was in the best interest as a Muslim apologist. You're welcome to pop on. The link is in the chat. If you know, we were supposed to talk. I don't know if you're feeling better. You didn't reach out to reschedule, but if you want to pop on and chat a few minutes, introduce yourself. Okay, here you are. So,
hi, David.
Hey.
Yeah. I'm actually getting prepared for work, so I don't have much time with you, but I think I can spare about 5 minutes. Yeah, I know that we're supposed to have our, you know, discussion, but perhaps we could arrange it at another time. I will contact you on that soon. All right. So yeah, so I saw that you have been speaking about what's going on you know, in Israel and what's happening now in Gaza. So it's very interesting to hear your perspective because I don't usually come across religious Jews like yourself who, you know, are opposed to Zionism and, you know, opposed to what Israel has done. So maybe just a quick question: what do you think of the current, you know, protests that are currently happening in universities across the U.S. and what's your position about that?
I mean, I support the protests, even some level of passive resistance. I'm not really a disruptive type person, so I mean, I'm not really a protester myself. So like if someone asks me, should I protest? But like I support the protest. I think it's important to voice opposition. And, you know, it's a disaster that the U.S. is supporting this. So I would say I support the protest, but not disruptions, although I'm not actively opposed to the disruption. I understand the gravity of the issue.
Yeah. And I can respect the position, yes. I understand that you might not like the way on how the protest has been ongoing, but perhaps you support the spirit of the protest, I presume.
Well, I the urgency. I was even saying like of all like we call like the woke coalition, from Black Lives Matters, like the George Floyd, um, LGBT stuff, or the various like leftist protests over the last few years. I think the Palestinian human rights is the most legitimate of these causes. So, like relatively to the protests we've seen in America, um, I think this is the most legitimate of the causes, the most important, and because the U.S. is complicit in it, so it's not just Israel doing it. Israel's doing it. The U.S. is completely complicit with what's happening. So all the more urgency in terms of the human rights. Like, okay, I'm sympathetic to African Americans and minorities, and even though I'm conservative on social issues, I'm even be libertarian things like abortion, gay rights, or things people protest about. But in terms of like I was saying, like the Ahimsa principle, the non-harm principle, I think the biggest harm right now is what's happening to the Palestinian people. So if that's the most legitimate thing to protest about.
That's right. Yeah, I respect your position, and I do respect that the fact that you are probably one of the more vocal anti-Zionist Jews I've met, apart from the Nutrat Kata, I think.
Well, I'm not an activist. I'm more an independent scholar. So like
Yeah.
I know the JVP. Samish is in the chat. So I'm not an activist. I'm not political. So like I'm just on YouTube giving my academic opinion. So like I'm not an activist in those.
It's good to know. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I have to leave now because I'm actually running late for work. So
Okay.
I hope that we can continue this conversation later once we can get a date for our our discussion.
Okay, yeah, reach out, you message on Twitter, any method. And like I don't know what you want to talk about. If you wanted to talk about Israel, Palestine, you just wanted to talk.
Obviously, I will be touching on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but at the same time, I will want to talk to you about Judaism as well, your position on Judaism, your view of Islam, and etc. You get the idea, I think.
Yeah, so very interesting. And people watching think, what's your name? Sorry, I don't even know your name.
Just I mean, on for online purposes, I don't usually reveal my name because this is
Okay,
secret.
that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry,
That's fine.
but I will reveal my name to you in private, of course. But
Okay,
I think
that's fine.
I think someone in the chat asked where I'm from. I'm from Malaysia, just to clarify. Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully, he saw my conversation with Daniel and reached out to have a conversation. I said yes.
That's right.
It was going to be last Saturday night, but he had to postpone it. So
I had a God flare.
Yeah, we should figure
my right. Yeah. Yeah. Gout. Having a gout flare is a really nasty thing. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, not even on Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like more theology than politics. Like, I mean, God forbid, because it's just such a pressing situation. I talk about it every week. But like, yeah, I've been doing Muslim Jewish interfaith for over a decade. I've read the Quran multiple times. So
awesome. I'm into that as well. But I haven't met anyone who would be willing to talk about such issues until I saw you with Daniel.
What, you mean met online?
Met online, yes. Yeah.
Are there even any Jews in Malaysia? I mean, just a handful.
I mean, Jews from the US. And I mean, several decades ago, I met this rabbi. His name was Joseph. We had a good conversation about Judaism and so on. But I don't know what happened to him. He probably has passed on because it was so long ago. But I think you are like the second person I met online who's willing to talk about such issues, you see.
Yeah, I've always had good experience. Like, University of Michigan, I know some Malaysians. Claire Kaw, God forbids them. Do you know Claire Kaw?
Oh yeah, I know her. I know her. She's
all over the place. She happens to be Malaysian.
She's in the UK, yeah, but she's Malaysian, yeah. Yes, I know.
But I mean, and she's at least she's smart, well-read academic.
Yes.
But I was like, generally, I've always had good experience with Malaysians. In universities, the main place where I've met Malaysians. Yeah.
I'm sorry, David, but I have to go now.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
All right, I'll see you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know where Samish is saying, like, how do you get that I support Hamas? I don't even know where you're getting this from. Like, what did I say that make you think I support Hamas? That's the current inversion. You're just because I'm sympathetic to Palestinian suffering, support like you're anti-Zion. All of a sudden, I support Hamas, and I mean, it's just nonsensical. I mean, it's ironic too because like Samish, like we met through Jewish Voice for Peace, so like Samish is supposed to be on like the peacenik liberal Jewish left. And even he's like here saying like, I support Hamas. Like, okay, like I could go like almost all the Jews I know are right wing. Like if I go to Young Israel, like I go specifically to like Jewish Voice for Peace. And so like, so it's ironic. Even Samish, you're supposed to be like a a left wing peace favoring person, is claiming that I support Hamas, but it's the inversion of the situation where it's just like somehow I'm the bad guy because I'm supporting peace because I'm not supporting the war, and I mean it's just it's the general rhetoric, and it's saying like, well, if you're against the war is to destroy Hamas, so you must support Hamas. And just saying like, no, I mean, I think that Hamas, and saying like, no, I'm a universal humanist. And so even Hamas, even the most radical people, even the worst criminals, I still use universal humanism to understand things. Yeah, so the Muslim skeptic, he's been on Modern Day Debate a few times also. So he's also academic. So if you go to his channel, his webpage, he's written some papers on theology. So that should be an interesting conversation. I'll make a point to try to read his literature before we talk. So The Last Australian. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of going in a circle because I mean, there's not really much more to update. Israel's kind of got like this tit for tat, not even tit for tat. Israel, this claim that they're going to defeat Hamas, and then what they're going to do post Hamas. And my analysis of the situation, I went over it again and again. I don't think Israel's going to defeat Hamas, and I don't approve of the war. I said it October 8th. I was streaming the day after, and I was like, do not bomb Gaza, do not go in. And I gave the analysis, like that was just my view. So I try to give some analysis. I'm not just here to say what I think. I'm trying to give some objective analysis of what various people think. And yeah, I mean, it's just a disastrous situation. And unfortunately, I don't see any way out. And yeah, I don't know, going to see Elon Pape. He's a big name. It might be a big crowd tomorrow. I don't know. And like, I don't know when I'm going to speak with protests. I support the protests. And they say like, yeah, I mean, it's like I was watching Zeb Brenner. Okay, RG, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was watching Zeb Brenner, Alan Dershowitz, all these things. I haven't been to any of the protests. It's been 6 months. I haven't went to a protest once. But yeah, I mean, saying like they're not pro-Palestinian, they're not anti-war, they're pro-Hamas protests. So I mean, that's just the rhetoric, and it was like that Vietnam. Like Muhammad Ali was put in prison, for not accepting the draft. Chavos Avos, like Yemen, like Chavos Avos was written in Arabic. The unity of God, even just to derive the universal humanism, Chavos Avos, the first chapter, the unity of God, and saying like, you think that Hamas is purely driven by, I mean, ironically, Hamas is like a biblical word, and like take like the Amalek violence, but you think Hamas is purely driven by some sort of nefarious desire to end the Jewish people, and like saying like the rhetoric like they're a death cult, like we worship life, you worship death. Like the common like Hasbara talking points. I reject all of that. I don't think anyone buys that. I mean, I think like a handful of Jews believe their own propaganda. I don't even think many Jews believe that own propaganda. So there's just like a small fraction of people that believe their own propaganda. Even like Fox News, like talking points, but you like and just the practical scenario. But yeah, I'm just kind of going in circles here. It's unclear, what's going to happen, and I would say it's just an unending situation where it's not going to end, and Israel's not going to benefit itself. So let's do some research. I didn't prepare specifically so much. So I have a few papers. Next week, I hope to look at. So I saw this related to Nathan Kaufman's. This is pretty long. This is a recent. This one's from 2000, but related to Nathan Kaufman's. This is a pretty interesting article, and hopefully I'll read through this. The Mythical Taboo on Race and Intelligence. Recent discussions have revived old claims that hereditary research on race differences in intelligence has been subject to long and effective taboo. We argue that given the extensive publications, citations, and discussions of such work since 1969, claims of taboo and suppression are a myth. So I'm going to read this article, God willing. I'm going to read this article on the epistemological theory of argument that I've had for a while, I've wanted to read. And then I got a few things on Wikipedia, just a few ideas that I'm going to read through. So let's get back to the research. I've been doing a lot of research and reading. I feel like writing, and I didn't have my thoughts together. God forbid the endless war in Israel is, I would say it's a distraction. It's part of the material realm, part of the constant state of struggle. So, but I need to clear my mind to forward my research. But, so I just have some kind of random things. So here was an interesting book I was skimming through. I forget why I was even looking this. The Accursed Share by George Bataille. The Accursed Share, an essay on general economy, is a 1949 book about political economy by the French intellectual Georges Bataille, in which the author presents a new economic theory which he calls general economy. The work comprises Volume 1, Consumption, Volume 2, The History of Eroticism, and Volume 3, Sovereignty. It was first published in France in less editions in the United States by Zone Books. It is considered one of the most important of Bataille's books. Summary: The Accursed Share comprises Volume 1, Consumption, Volume 2, The History of Eroticism, Volume 3, Sovereignty. The work's subject is political economy. Bataille presents a new economic theory which he calls general economy, as distinct from the restricted economic perspective of most economic theory. According to Bataille's theory of consumption, the Accursed Share is that excessive and non-recuperable part of any economy which must either be spent luxuriously and knowingly in the arts, in non-procreative sexuality, it's in spectacles and sumptuous monuments. It is obviously destined to be an outrageous and catastrophic outpouring in the contemporary age, most often in war, or in former ages as destructive and ruinous acts of giving and sacrifice, but always in a manner that threatens the prevailing system. The notion of excess energy is central to Bataille's thinking. Bataille's inquiry takes the superabundance of energy, beginning from the outpouring of solar energy or the surpluses produced by life's basic chemical reactions, as the norm for organisms. In other words, an organism in Bataille's general economy, unlike the rational actors of classical economy who are motivated by scarcity, normally has an excess of energy available to it. This energy can be used productively for the organism's growth or can be lavishly expanded. Bataille insists that an organism's growth or expansion always runs up against the limits and becomes impossible. The wasting of the energy is luxury. The form of the role luxury assumes in a society are characteristics of that society. The Accursed Share refers to the excess destined for waste. Crucial to the formulation of the theory was Bataille's reflection upon the phenomenon of potlatch. It is influenced by the sociologist Marcel Mauss' The Gift, as well as the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morality. In Volume 1, Bataille introduced a theory that provides the historical examples of the functioning of general economy, human sacrifice, and Aztec society, the monastic institutions, Tibetan Lamism, the Marshall Plan, and many others. In Volume 2 and 3, Bataille extends the argument to eroticism and sovereignty, respectively. Reception: The Accursed Share influenced French philosophers and intellectuals such as Jean-Paul Sartre, Gilles Deleuze, Felix Guattari, and Rene Girard. The first volume, The Critique of Dialectical Reason, Sartre credited Bataille with interesting insight into the way extravagance can become and economic function. Deleuze and Guattari drew on the Accursed share and anti-Oedipus. Bataille's idea also influenced Girard's Violence in the Sacred. The Accursed share received a positive review from Keith Thompson, Putney Reader, and mixed reviews from David Gordon in Library Journal. The philosopher Alexander Nahamas in the New Republic. Gordon wrote that Bataille offered a new theory of civilization, but one that appears more valuable as a framework for his dazzling literary skills than a contribution to knowledge. Gordon concluded that Accursed share was probably of greater interest to students of French literature than to economists or historians. Nahamas found much of the book profound and scintillating, and described Bataille's prose as always elegant, even at its most abstract and theoretical, but nevertheless concluded that Bataille's views were too obscure and speculative, and that the work was worth reading only if the reading is skeptical. The classicist Norman Brown credited Bataille with providing a first sketch of a necessary post-Marxist science of political economy and showing that growth was not the self-evident destiny of all economic activity. He found Bataille's ideas about economics to have particular relevance following the collapse of communism in 1989. The biologist Bruce Bagmeal described the Accursed share as brilliant. The author Paul Hegarty argued that Bataille became an apologist for Stalinism in the book, doing so despite Bataille's awareness of the brutalities of the Soviet Union. The philosopher Michael Surya described the Accursed share as one of Bataille's most important books, arguing that its ideas were consistent with those Bataille's expressed in inner experience, despite the apparent mystical character of the latter work. According to Surya, Bataille wanted to profoundly modify or even rewrite the book. Surya argued that this showed the extreme interest and importance Bataille attached during his whole life to critical reflection about sociology and the economy in a way so essential and so central that one can, without risk of error, describe this reflection as political. The philosopher Zhu Hong Li noted that Bataille considered the Accursed share his most important work. Li described the book as Bataille's most systematic account of the social and economic implications of expenditure. So I was randomly, just reading this. I streamed with Kevin McCarran a week and a half ago and thinking like about group identity. So I guess Sammy's saying that he's a neocon. And he only went to that JVP event because the guy who spoke was Moroccan. So yeah, I guess you're kind of like Charles Moskowitz. So even like the modern Orthodox people who go to synagogue, so you kind of have like the neocon attitude. So okay, it is what it is. That's how people feel, and the war goes on. I'm not sure if you're familiar with George Bataille. I was thinking about this of group identity. I reached out to Kevin McCarran just to say hi, and we ended up talking like a week and a half ago, and it kind of deteriorated into argumentative stuff, like kind of like counter-Semitism. I've been playing chess on chess.com for Israel. Like, I play under the Israeli flag, and I occasionally, like, people will just like message me like, F you and say horrible things, which occasionally happen. Like, I played chess for Israel for over 5 years now. But like, it's definitely at the worst things. Like, people will actively just like message me, like, say I'm playing chess for Israel, and will just like message me to curse me. And so, some of like the Twitter spaces and conversation, things are definitely deteriorating. But these questions like the we and group identity. So I was thinking Bataille in this kind of like excess energy leading to excess that could lead to sexual depravity and eventually war. So it was just interesting. I'm not sure if Samus, if you're still watching, if you had read that. So Samus not sure he's going to go to Ilan Pape. I read 3 of Ilan Pape's books this last week. So yeah, he's definitely considered like a traitor to Israel. So but he's a big name, so it might draw a big crowd. You're saying like, okay, I think peace is possible. I'm going to go into Dearborn, into a largely Arab audience. It's at an Arab center. The speaker's Israeli, a leftist, and we'll see. So Simon shows up, we'll meet there. If not, but I'll be going to that. And so I'm not sure if if Samish is French speaking, and Bataille originally wrote in French, and it's sociology related. Here's another book, another French book. So, Rene Girard is a pretty famous person. A lot of, I think Kevin Barrett was a Girard fan. That's how he got into Islam. And on my channel, first he was reading Rene Girard and also John Morgan. So, Things Hidden Since the Foundation of the World is a 1978 book by French critic Rene Girard. It presents a dialogue between Girard and the psychiatrist Jean-Michel Augilarian and Guy Lafort. Summary: Things Hidden Since the Foundation of the World contains a comprehensive overview of Girard's work up to the point and a reflection on the Judeo-Christian text. The book presents a dialogue between Girard and the psychiatrist Augilarian and Lafort. The dialogue interrogates and develops Girard's central thesis. Girard explicates three core mechanisms that govern widespread and social interactions: mimesis, the process by which individuals copy one another in escalation leading to conflict; scapegoating, a process by which collective guilt is transferred onto victims, then purged violence. Mimetic theory posits that human behavior is based upon mimesis, and that imitation can engender pointless conflict. Girard notes that productive potential of competition, it is because of these unprecedented capacity to promote competition within limits that always remain socially, if not individually, acceptable, that we have all the amazing achievements of the modern world, but states that competition stifles progress once it becomes an end in itself. Rivals are more apt to forget about whatever objects are the cause of the rivalry and instead become more fascinated with one another. Publication history: Things Hidden Since the Foundation of the World was first published in French in 1978. English translation was published in the Athlone Press and Stanford University. Reception: the book became a national bestseller in France. According to Chris Fleming, offers very substantial reflection on the Judeo-Christian text and provoked intense and often heated discussion in the upper echelons of the French Academy. Theorists such as Michael Serres, Paul Ricoeur, and Philip Solers were all admirers of the work, and later other theorists such as the renowned Italian philosopher Gianni Vattimo and the Canadian social and political theorist Charles Taylor expressed, and indeed continue to express, more than a token admiration for Girard's project. Okay, so I guess related to the war and escalation and various things, let's look at mimesis. And I've covered some of these ideas before in related topics, but if you're thinking about escalation, the nature of group identity, mimesis is an important concept, and it might be the most important concept of Rene Girard. Rene Girard wrote a whole bunch of books, and it's pretty popular. So I'm not sure if Samish left, if he's familiar with these French authors or not. Mimesis is a term used in literary criticism and philosophy that carries a wide range of meanings, including imitatio, imitation, non-sensuous similarity, receptivity, representation, mimicry, and the act of expression, and the act of resembling of the presentation of the self. The original ancient Greek term mimesis derives from mimisthai, to imitate, itself coming from mimos, imitator, actor. In ancient Greece, mimesis was the idea that governed the creation of the works of art, in particular with correspondence to the physical world, understood as a model for beauty, truth, and the good. Plato contrasts mimesis or imitation with diegesis or narrative. After Plato, the meaning of mimesis eventually shifted towards specifically literary function in ancient Greek society. One of the best-known modern studies of mimesis, understood as literature as a form of realism, is Eric Auerbach's Mimesis, the Representation of Reality in Western Literature, which opens with a comparison between the way the world is represented in Homer's Odyssey and the way it appears in the Bible. In addition to Plato and Auerbach, mimesis has been theorized by thinkers as diverse as Aristotle, Philip Sidney, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, Adam Smith, Gabriel Tarde, Sigmund Freud, Walter Benjamin, Theodore Adorno, Paul Ricoeur, Luce Irigaray, Jacques Derrida, Rene Girard, Nicholas Compridides, Philip Lecoux Labarthe, Michael Taussig, Merlin Donald, Homi Bhabha, Roberto Colasso, and Lautu. During the 19th century, the racial politics of imitation towards African Americans influenced the term mimesis and its evolution. Classical definitions. Both Plato and Aristotle saw in mimesis the representation of nature, including human nature, as reflected in the dramas of the period. Plato wrote about mimesis in both Aeon and the Republic. In Aeon, he states that poetry is the art of divine madness or inspiration, because the poet is subject to this divine madness. Instead of possessing art or knowledge, techne, of the subject, the poet does not speak truth, as characterized by Plato's account of the forms. As Plato has it, truth is the concern of the philosopher, as culture in those days did not consist in the solitary reading of books, but in the listening to performances, the recitals of orators and poets, or the acting out of classical actors of tragedy. Plato maintained in his critique that theater was not sufficient in conveying the truth. He was concerned that actors or orators were thus able to persuade an audience by rhetoric rather than by telling the truth. In Book 2 of the Republic, Plato describes Socrates' dialogue with his pupils. Socrates warns that we should not seriously regard poetry as being capable of attaining the truth, and that we who listen to poetry should be on our guard against its seduction, since the poet has no place in our idea of God. Developing upon this in Book 10, Plato told of Socrates' metaphor of the three beds. One bed exists as an idea made by God, the Platonic ideal or form. One is made by a carpenter in imitation of God's idea, and one is made by the artist in imitation of the carpenter's. So the artist's bed is twice removed from the truth. Those who copy only touch on a small part of things as they really are, where a bed may appear differently from various points of view, looked at obliquely or directly, or differently again in the mirror. So painters or poets, though they may paint or describe a carpenter or any other maker of things, know nothing of the carpenter's, the craftsman's art, and though the better painters or poets they are, the more faithfully their works of art will resemble the reality of the carpenter's making a bed. Nonetheless, the imitators will still not attain the truth of God's creation. The poets, beginning with Homer, far from improving and educating humanity, do not possess the knowledge of the craftsmen, and are mere imitators who copy again and again images of virtue and rhapsodize about them, but never reach the truth in a way the superior philosophers do. Yeah, so let's add a little bit of scholarship to the discussion. Aristotle. Similar to Plato's writings about mimesis, Aristotle also defined mimesis as the perfection and imitation of nature. Art is not only imitation, but also the use of mathematical ideas and symmetry in the search of the perfect, the timeless, and contrasting being with becoming. Nature is full of change, decay, and cycles, but art can also search for what is everlasting and the first cause of natural phenomenon. Aristotle wrote about the idea of four causes in nature. The first cause, the formal cause, is like the blueprint or the immortal ideal. The second cause is the material cause, or what the thing is made of. The third cause is the efficient cause, that is the process and the agent by which the thing is made. And the fourth, the final cause, is the good, or the purpose, the end of the thing, known as telos. Aristotle's Poetics is often referred to as a counterpart to the Platonic concept of poetry. Poetics is his treatise on the subject of mimesis. Aristotle was not against literature as such. He stated that human beings are mimetic beings, feeling an urge to create things, create text, art that reflect and represent reality. Aristotle considered it important that there be a certain distance between the work of art on the one hand and life on the other. We draw knowledge and consolation from tragedies only because they do not happen to us. Without this distance, tragedy could not give rise to catharsis. However, it is equally important that the text causes the audience to identify with the characters and the events in the text. And unless this identification occurs, it does not touch us as an audience. Aristotle holds that it is through simulated representation, mimesis, that we respond to the acting on the stage, which is conveying to us what the character feels, so that we may emphasize with them in this way through the mimetic form of dramatic role play. It is the task of the dramatist to produce this tragic enactment, to accomplish this empathy by means of what is taking place on stage. In short, catharsis can be achieved only if we see something that is both recognizable and distant. Aristotle argued that literature is more interesting as a means of learning than history, because history deals with specific facts that have happened and which are contingent, whereas literature, although sometimes based on history, deals with events that could have taken place or ought to have taken place. Aristotle thought of drama as being an imitation of an action, and of tragedy as falling from a higher to a lower estate, and so being removed to a less ideal situation is more tragic circumstances than before. He posited the characters in tragedy as being better than the average human being, and those of comedy as being worse. Michael Davis, the translator and commentator on Aristotle, writes, at first glance, Mimesis seems to be stylizing of reality in which the ordinary features of our world are brought into focus by a certain exaggeration, the relationship of the imitation to the object it imitates being something like the relationship of dancing to walking. Imitation always involves selecting something from the continuum of experience, thus giving boundaries to what really has no beginning or end. Mimesis involves the framing of reality that announces that what is contained within the frame is not simply real. Thus, the more real the imitation, the more fraudulent it becomes. Contrast to diegesis. It was also Plato and Aristotle who contrasted mimesis with diegesis. Mimesis shows rather than tells by means of directly represented action that is enacted. Diegesis, however, is the telling of a story by narrator. The author narrates action indirectly and describes what it is in the character's mind and emotion. The narrator may speak as a particular character or may be the invisible narrator or even the all-knowing narrator who speaks from above in the form of commenting on the action of or the characters. In Book 3 of his Republic, Plato examines the style of poetry. The term includes comedy, tragedy, epic, and lyric poetry. All types narrate events, he argues, but by differing means. He distinguishes between narration or report, diegesis, and imitation or representation, mimesis. Tragedy and comedy, he goes on to explain, are wholly imitative types. The dithyramb is wholly narrative, and their combination is found in epic poetry. When reporting on or narrating, the poet is speaking in his own person. He never leads us to suppose that he is anyone else. When imitating, the poet produces an assimilation of himself to another, either by the use of voice or gesture. In dramatic text, the poet never speaks directly. In narrative text, the poet speaks as himself or herself. In his Poetics, Aristotle argues that kinds of poetry, the term including drama, flute music, and lyre music for Aristotle, may be differentiated in three ways according to their medium, according to their objects, and according to their mode or manner. For the medium being the same and the objects the same, the poet may imitate by narration, in which case he can either take another personality, as Homer does, or speak in his own person on change, or he may present all the characters as living and moving before us. Though they conceive of mimesis in quite different ways, its relations with diegesis is identical in Plato and Aristotle's formulations. In ludiology, mimesis is sometimes used to refer to self-consistency or a represented world and the availability of in-game rationalism for elements of the gameplay. In this context, mimesis has an associated grade, highly self-consistent worlds that provide explanations for their puzzles and game mechanics are said to display a higher degree of mimesis. This usage can be traced back to the essay Crime Against Mimesis. Dionysian imitatio. Dionysian imitatio is the influential literary method of imitation as formulated by Greek author Dionysius of Halicarnassus in the 1st century BC, who conceived it as a technique of rhetoric emulating, adapting, reworking, or enriching a source text by an earlier author. Dionysius' concept marked a significant departure from the concept of mimesis formulated by Aristotle in the 4th century BC, which was only concerned with imitation of nature rather than imitation of other authors. Latin orators and rhetoricians adopted the literary method of Dionysius' imitatio and discarded Aristotle's mimesis. Modern usage. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Referring to it as imitation, the concept of mimesis was crucial to Samuel Taylor Coleridge's theory of imagination. Coleridge begins his thoughts or imitation in poetry from Plato, Aristotle, and Philip Sidney, adopting their concept of imitation of nature instead of other writers. His departure from the earlier thinkers lies in his arguing that art does not reveal unity of essence through its ability to achieve sameness with nature, Coleridge claims. The composition of a poem is among the imitative arts, and that imitation as opposed to copying consists either of the interfusion of the same throughout the radically different, or the different throughout a base radically the same. Here Coleridge opposes imitation to copying, the latter referring to William Wordsworth's notion that poetry should duplicate nature by capturing actual speech. Coleridge instead argues that the unity of essence is revealed precisely through the different materialities in media. Imitation, therefore, reveals the sameness of process in nature. Eric Auerbach, One of the best-known modern studies of mimesis, understood in literature as a form of realism, is Eric Auerbach's Mimesis, The Representation of Reality in Western Literature, 1953, which opens with a famous comparison between the way the world is represented in Homer's Odyssey and the way it appears in the Bible. For these two seminal texts, Auerbach builds the foundation for a unified theory of representation that spans the entire history of Western literature, including modernist novels being written at the time Auerbach began his study. And I didn't have time to read this book, but this seems pretty interesting also. Maybe at some point I'll come back to Auerbach's book. Walter Benjamin, in his essay on the mimetic facility, 1933, Walter Benjamin outlines connections between mimesis and sympathetic magic, imagining a possible origin of astrology arising from the interpretation of human birth that assumes its correspondence with application of seasonally rising constellation augurs that new life will take on aspects of the myth connected to the star. Luce Irigaray, Belgian feminist, used the term to describe a form of resistance where women imperfectly imitate stereotypes about themselves to expose and undermine such stereotypes. Michael Taussig, in Mimesis and Alterity, 1993, anthropologist Michael Taussig examines the way that people from one culture adopt another's nature and culture, the process of mimesis, at the same time as distancing themselves from it, the process of alterity. He describes how a legendary tribe, the White Indians, the Guna people of Panama and Colombia, have adopted in various representation figures and images reminiscent of the white people they encountered in the past, without acknowledgingly doing so. Taussig, however, criticizes anthropology for reducing yet another culture, that of the Guna, for having been so impressed by the exotic technologies of the whites that they raised them to the status of gods. To Taussig, this reductionism is suspect, and he argues this from both sides in his Mimesis and Alterity to see values in the anthropologist's perspective while simultaneously defending the independence of a lived culture from the perspective of anthropological reductionism. Rene Girard, in Things Hidden Since the Foundation of the World, Rene Girard posits that human behavior is based upon mimesis and that imitation can engender pointless conflict. Girard notes that the productive potential of competition is because of the unprecedented capacity to promote competition within limits that always remain socially, if not individually, acceptable, that we have all the amazing achievements of the modern world, but states that competition stifles progress once it becomes an end in itself. Rivals are more apt to forget about whatever objects are the cause of the rivalry and instead become more fascinated with one another. Roberto Colasso, The Unnameable Present. Colasso outlines the way that mimesis, called mimicry by Joseph Goebbels, though it is a universal human ability, was interpreted by the Third Reich as being a sort of original sin attributed to the Jew, thus an objection to the tendency of human beings to mimic one another instead of just being themselves and complementary, fantasized desire to achieve a return to eternally static pattern of predation by means of will expressed by a systematic mass murder became the metaphysical argument, underlying circumstantial, temporary, contingent arguments deployed opportunistically for propaganda purposes, for perpetrating the Holocaust among the Nazi elite, insofar as the issue or the purpose was ever explicitly discussed in print by Hitler's inner circle. In other words, this was the justification appearing in the essay Mimicry, in a wartime book published by Goebbels. The text suggests that a radical failure to understand the nature of mimesis is an innate human trait or a violent aversion to the same, tends to be a diagnostic symptom of the totalitarian or fascist character if it is not, in fact, the original unspoken occult impulse that animated the production of totalitarian and fascist movements to begin with. Colasso's argument hears echoes, condenses, and introduces new evidence to reinforce one of the major themes of Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of the Enlightenment, 1944, which was itself in dialogue with earlier work hinting in this direction by Walter Benjamin, who died during an attempt to escape the Gestapo. Colasso insinuates and references this lineage throughout the text. The work can be read as a clarification of their earlier gestures in this direction, written while the Holocaust was still unfolding. Colasso's earlier book, The Celestial Hunter, written immediately prior to The Unnameable Present, is an informed and scholarly speculative cosmology depicting the possible origins and early prehistoric cultural evolution of the human mimetic faculty. In particular, the book's first and fifth chapter, In the Time of the Great Raven and Sages and Predators, focuses on the train of mimesis and the early origins though insights into this territory appear as a motive in every chapter of the book. Nidesh Lawtu, in Homo Mimeticus 2022, Swiss philosopher and critic Nidesh Lawtu develops a relational theory of mimetic subjectivity, arguing that not only desires but all effects are mimetic for good and ill. Lawtu opens up the transdisciplinary field of mimetic studies to account for the proliferation of hypermimetic effects in the digital age. Okay, so let's look at two things, all these similar to like this social psychology, somewhat inspired by interpreting the war and, identity theory and various topics that I've been researching. Lifeworld. Lifeworld, the German Lebenswelt, may be conceived as a universe of what is self-evident or given, a world that subjects may experience together. The concept was popularized by Edmund Husserl, who emphasized its role in the ground of all knowledge and lived experience. It has its origin in biology and cultural Protestantism. The life world concept is used in philosophy and some social sciences, particularly sociology and anthropology. The concept emphasizes a state of affairs in which the world is experienced, the world is lived. The life world is a pre-epistemological stepping stone for phenomenological analysis of the Husserlian tradition. Phenomenology. Edmund Husserl introduced the concept of the life world in his Crisis of European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology. In whatever we may be conscious of the world as a universal horizon, as coherent universe of existing objects, we each, I the man, and all of us together, belong to the world as living with one another in the world, and the world is our world, valid for our consciousness as existing precisely through this living together. We, as living in wakeful world consciousness, are constantly active in the basis of our passive having of the world. Obviously, this is true not only for me, the individual ego, rather we in living together have the world pre-given. In this together belong the world as world for all, pre-given with the ontic meaning, the we subjectivity constantly functioning. The collective intersubjective pool of perceiving, Husserl explains, is both universally present and, for humanity's purposes, capable of arriving at objective truth, or at least as close to objectivity as possible. This life world is a great theater of objects variously arranged in space and time, relative to perceiving subjects, is already always there, and is the ground for all shared human experience. Husserl's formulation of the life world was also influenced by Wilhelm Dilthey's Life Nexus and Martin Heidegger's Being in the World. The concept was further developed by students of Husserl such as Maurice Merleau-Ponty, John Pataka, and Alfred Schutz. The life world can be thought of as the horizon of all our experiences, in the sense that it is this background on which all things appear as themselves and meaningful. The life world cannot, however, be understood as a purely static manner. It isn't an unchangeable background, but rather a dynamic horizon in which we live, in which lives with us in the sense that nothing can appear in our life world except as lived. The concept represented a turning point in Husserl's phenomenology from the tradition of Descartes and Kant. Up until then, Husserl had been focused on finding, elucidating, and explaining an absolute foundation of philosophy and consciousness without any presuppositions except what can be found through the reflective analysis of consciousness and what is immediately present to it. Originally, all judgments of the real were to be bracketed or suspended, and then analyzed to bring light to the role of consciousness or constituting or constructing them. With the concept of this life role, however, Husserl embarked on a different path, which recognizes that even at its deepest level, consciousness is already embedded in the operating in a world of meanings and prejudgments that are socially, culturally, and historically constituted. Phenomenology thereby becomes the study not just the pure consciousness and meanings of a transcendental ego, as in Husserl's earlier work, but of consciousness and meaning in context. The life world is one of the more complicated concepts in phenomenology, mainly because of its status as both personal and intersubjective. Even a person's historicity is intimately tied up with his life world. For each person, thus, has a life world. This doesn't necessarily mean that the life world is a purely individual phenomenon. In keeping with the phenomenological notion of intersubjectivity, the life world can be intersubjective, even though each individual necessarily carries his own personal life world, meaning is intersubjectively accessible and can be communicated, shared by one's home comrades. However, a home world is also also always limited by an alien world. The internal meanings of this alien world can be communicated but can never be apprehended as alien. The alien can only be appropriated as or assimilated into the life world and only understood as the background of this life world. Sociology. The Husserlian, and from my metaphysics series, I will eventually cover Husserl and Heidegger, which we've talked about in the past. The Husserlian elucidation of the life world provided a starting point for the phenomenological sociology of Alfred Schutz, who tried to synthesize Husserl's phenomenology of consciousness, meaning, and the life world with Max Weber's sociology, and is focused on subjectively meaningful action. Jürgen Habermas has further developed the concept of the life world in his social theory. For Habermas, the life world is more or less the background environment of competencies, practices, and attitudes representable in terms of one's cognitive horizon. Compared to Husserl, with his focus on consciousness, however, Habermas, whose social theory is grounded in communication, focuses on life world as consisting of socially and culturally sedimented linguistic meanings. It is the lived realm of informally culturally grounded understandings and mutual accommodations, rationalization, and colonization of the life world by the instrumental rationality of bureaucracies and market forces is a primary concern for Habermas's two-volume theory of communicative action. For Habermas, communicative action is governed by practical rationality. Ideas of social importance are mediated through the process of linguistic communication according to the rules of practical rationality. By contrast, technical rationality governs systems of instrumentality like industries or a large scale, the capitalist economy or the democratic political government. Ideas of instrumental importance to a system are mediated according to the rules of the system. The most obvious example is the capitalist economy's use of currency. Self-deception, and thus systematically distorted communication, is possible only when the life world has been colonized by instrumental rationality. So some social norm comes into existence and enjoys legitimate power even though it is not justifiable. This occurs when means of mediating instrumental ideas gains communicative power, as when someone pays a group of people to stay quiet during a public debate, or financial or administrative resources are used to advertise some social viewpoint. When people take the resulting consensus as normatively relevant, the life world has been colonized and communication has been systematically distorted. The colonization metaphor is used because the use of the steering media to arrive at a social consensus is not native to the life world. The decision-making processes of the systems world must encroach on the life world in a way that is, in a sense, imperialistic. When stripped of the ideological veils, the imperatives of the autonomous subsystems make their way into the life world from the outside, like colonial masters coming into a tribal society, and force a process of assimilation upon it. The diffused perspectives of the local culture cannot be sufficiently coordinated to permit the play of the metropolis of the world market to be grasped from the periphery. The fragmentation of consciousness associated with two Marxist concepts of alienation and false consciousness illustrate why, in Habermas's perspective, they are merely special cases of the more general phenomenon of life world colonization. Social coordination and systemic regulation occur by means of shared practices, beliefs, values, and structures of communicative interaction, which may be institutionally based. We are inevitably life worldly, such that individuals and interactions draw from customs and cultural traditions to construct identities, define situations, coordinate action, and create social solidarity. Ideally, this occurs by communicatively coming to understand, but it occurs also through pragmatic negotiations. The life world is related to further concepts such as Pierre Bourdieu's notion of habitus and to the sociological notion of everyday life. Epistemology. In the course of recent constructivist discourses, a discussion about the life world took place as well. Bjorn Krause's relational constructivist version of the life world term considers its phenomenal roots in Husserl and Schutz, but expands it within the range of the epistemological constructivist theory building. In consequence, a new approach is created which is not only focusing on the individual perspective upon the life world term, but is also taking account of social and material environmental conditions and their relevance as emphasized, for example, by Habermas. Essential, therefore, is Krause's basic assumption that cognitive development depends on two determining factors. On the one hand, a person's own reality is her subjective construct. On the other hand, this construct, in spite of all subjectivity, is not random. Since a person is still linked to her environment, her own reality is influenced by the conditions of this environment. Building Up on this point of view, a separation of individual perceptions and the social, material, environmental conditions is made possible. Krauss accordingly picks up the Lifeworld term, adds the term life conditions, and opposes the two terms to each other. By this means, Lifeworld describes a person's subjectively experienced world, whereas life conditions describe the person's actual circumstances in life. Accordingly, it could be said that a person's life world is built depending upon the particular life condition. More precisely, the life conditions include the material and immaterial living circumstances, as, for example, employment situation, availability of material resources, housing conditions, social environment, friends, foes, acquaintances, relatives, etc., as well as the person's physical condition. The life world, in contrast, describes the subjective perception of these conditions. Krauss uses the epistemological distinction between subjective reality and objective reality. Thus, a person's life world correlates with a person's life conditions in the same way that subjective reality correlates with objective reality. The one is the insurmountable subjective construct built depending upon the other's one's conditions. Krauss defines life world and life conditions as follows. Life conditions means a person's material, immaterial circumstances of life. Life world means a person's subjective construction of reality, which he or she forms under the conditions of his or her life circumstances. The contrasting comparison provides a conceptual specification, enabling the first step the distinction between subjectively experienced world and its material and social conditions, and allowing in the second step to focus on these conditions' relevance for the subjective construction of reality. With this in mind, Manfred Ferdinand, who is reviewing the life world terms used by Alfred Schutz, Edmund Husserl, John Krauss, and Ludwig Wittgenstein, concludes Krauss's thoughts on a constructivist comprehension of life world contours the integration of micro, meso, and macroscopic approaches as determined by Inverness and Butterwedge. The integration is not only necessary in order to relate the subjective perspectives and the objective frame conditions to each other, but also because the objective frame conditions obtain their relevance for the subjective life world, not before they are perceived and assessed. And finally, let's look at generalized exchanged. And these are all kind of sociological concepts related to identity theory and stuff I was reading this week, but I think are pertinent to the war situation in Israel and my research on metaphysics for a more practical sociological perspective. Generalized exchange is a type of social exchange in which the desired outcome that is sought by an individual is not dependent on the resources provided by that individual. It is assumed to be a fundamental social mechanism that stabilizes relation in society by unilateral resource giving, in which one's giving is not necessarily reciprocated by the recipient, but by a third party. Thus, in contrast to a direct or restricted exchange of reciprocity, in which parties exchange resources with each other, generalized exchange naturally involves more than two parties. Examples of generalized exchange include matrilineal cross-cousin marriage and helping a stranded driver on a desolated road. Reciprocity norm. All forms of social exchange occur within structures of mutual dependence, that is, structures in which actors are mutually or reciprocally dependent on one another for valued outcomes. A structure of mutual or reciprocal dependence is defining characteristics of all social relations based on exchange. The mutual or reciprocal dependence can be either direct, restricted, or indirect, generalized. Both of them rest on a norm of reciprocity, which provides guidance to both parties. Takers are obliged to be givers. In direct dyadic exchange, the norm of reciprocity insists that takers give gifts to those who gave to them. Generalized exchange also insists that takers give, but to somebody else. The recipient is not defined and creates opportunities of exploitation if actors explicitly reject the guiding norm of reciprocity. The purest form of indirect generalized exchange is the chain generalized form first documented in the classical anthropologist Levi-Strauss, 1969, and Malinowski, 1922. In chain generalized exchange, benefits flow in one direction in a circle of giving that eventually returns benefits to the giver. In direct exchange, actors instead engage in individual actions that benefit another. Reciprocal exchanges evolve gradually as beneficial acts prompt reciprocal benefits in a series of sequential contingent individual acts. Indirect reciprocity. In indirect structures of reciprocity, each actor is dependent not on a single other as in direct forms of exchange, but on all actors who contribute to maintaining the collective system. Generalized exchange, according to this logic, is a common feature of business organization, neighborhoods, and the vast and growing network of online communities. In indirect exchanges, we observe reduced emotional tension between the partners, a credit mentality, collective orientation, and high levels of solidarity and trust. Indirect reciprocity occurs when an actor provides benefits to another, subsequently helped by a third party. Indirect reciprocity is deeply rooted in reputation processes. The indirect reciprocity requires information about the broader network. What has an actor A done for the others? When collective organizations are large, the greater informational complexity of indirect reciprocity processes may moderate its effects. Experimental evidence shows that people respond strategically to the presence of others, cooperating at much higher levels when reputational benefits and possibilities or indirect reciprocity exist. Individuals have a tendency to reward givers and penalize non-givers, which is often explained from the perspective of pro-social behavior and norm enforcement. But another explanation may lie in reputational concerns. In other words, because so much of human behavior is based on the reputational advantages and opportunities, evolutionary theorists posit that the foundations of human morality are rooted in indirect reciprocity and reputational processes. In generalized exchange, one actor gives benefits to another and receives from another, but not from the same actor. We give a context of a chain generalized system of exchange where A, B, and C are the connected parties. They may also be part of a larger, more diffuse network with no defined structure. According to Takahashi 2000, this is called pure generalized exchange. In this form, there's no fixed structure of giving. A might give to B on occasion and to C on a different occasion. The structure of indirect reciprocity affects the solidarity in comparison with forms of exchange and direct reciprocity. Direct restricted reciprocity. In forms of exchange with direct reciprocity, two actors exchange resources with one another. This means A provides value to B and B to A. B's reciprocation of A giving is direct, and each actor's outcome depends solely on the behavior of another actor or actors. Direct structures of reciprocity produce exchanges which have different consequences for trust and solidarity. Direct exchanges are characterized by high emotional tension and lack of trust, quid pro quo, self-interested actors who often engage in conflicts over fairness of exchanges and low levels of trust. An American sociologist, Richard Mark Emerson, further distinguished between two forms of transactions and direct relations, negotiated and reciprocal. There exists a clear distinction between negotiated and reciprocal forms of direct exchange. Along these lines, Yamagishi and Cook and Takahashi note that emphasis on collected aspects or generalized exchange neglects elements such as the high risk of the structure, the potential for those who fail to give to disrupt the entire system, and the difficulty of establishing a structure of stable giving without initial levels of high trust or established norms. Variations in direct reciprocity. Direct negotiated exchange. American sociologists Karen Cook, Richard Emerson, Toshio Yamagishi, Mary Gilmore, Samuel Barabach, and Edward Lauer all studied negotiated transactions. In such exchanges, actors together arrange and negotiate the terms of an agreement that benefit both parties either equally or unequally. This is a joint decision process and explicit bargaining. Both sides of the exchange are agreed upon at the same time, and the benefits for both exchange partners are easily identified and paired contributions that form a discrete transaction. These agreements are strictly binding and produce the benefits agreed upon. Most economic exchanges, excluding fixed price trades, are, as well as many other social exchanges, fall under this category. Direct reciprocal exchange. In such exchanges, actors engage in actions that benefit one another. Actors' contributions to the exchange are not ex ante negotiated. Actors initiate exchanges without knowing whether their actions will be reciprocated ex post. Such contributions are performed separately and are not known to the counterparties. Behaviors can be advice giving, assistance, help, and are not subject to negotiation. Moreover, there is no knowledge whether or when or to what extent the other will reciprocate. Reciprocal transactions are distinct from pure economical exchanges and are typical in many interpersonal relationships where norms curtail the extent of explicit bargaining. Structural relations. Negotiated and reciprocal exchanges create differential structural relations between actors' behaviors and between their outcomes. Both forms of transactions alter the risk inherent in the relations of mutual dependence, but in different ways. Reciprocal exchange decisions are made individually by actors. Flow of benefit is unilateral. Negotiated exchange decisions are made jointly and are strictly binding. They cannot be violated. Flow of benefits is bilateral. Generalized exchange flow of benefits is unilateral. In theory, all three forms of exchange, indirect, direct, negotiated, and direct reciprocal, differ from one another on a set of dimensions that potentially affect the development of social solidarity. These dimensions comprise the structure of reciprocity in social exchange. Theory argues that while all forms of exchange are characterized by some type of reciprocity, the structure of reciprocity varies on the two key dimensions that affect social solidarity or integrative bonds that develop between actors. Whether benefits are reciprocally directed or indirectly, two additional structural differences emerge. Corresponds to a basic distinction between direct, restricted, and indirect generalized forms of exchange discussed above. Direct versus indirect reciprocity also implies two related structural differences, whether exchange is didactic or collective, and whether or not actors are dependent on the actions of a single other actor or multiple actors for valued resources, whether benefits can flow unilaterally or only bilaterally. Unilateral, each actor's outcome are contingent solely on another's individual actions, and actors can initiate exchanges that are not reciprocated and vice versa. Timing of reciprocity can be delayed in both reciprocal and generalized exchange. When exchanges are negotiated, we have joint action effects, meaning flow of benefits are always bilateral, and each transaction produces an agreement that provides benefits equal or unequal for both actors. Incentives and motivation. Structure of reciprocity can affect exchange in a more fundamental way through its implications on actor incentives. Generalized reciprocity is a way of organizing an ongoing process of interlocked behaviors where one person's behavior depends on another who is also dependent on another, the process forming a chain reaction. For generalized exchange to emerge, individuals must overcome the temptation to receive without contributing and instead engage in sharing cooperative behavior. Once the sharing begins, the overall collective good can increase as more individuals contribute more good with high jointness of supply. As group size grows in an organization, individual information preferences are more likely to be met through diversity. Social psychological incentives. Individuals should be encouraged to make altruistic contributions to a collective good for generalized exchange to emerge. Empirical studies show that the altruistic behavior is a natural aspect of social interaction. Individuals donate blood and organs at some personal cost with no direct benefits. When contributions are also rewarded, then contributing and cooperating becomes more attractive regardless of the decisions of others. There are incentives to motivate sharing knowledge and helping others in organizations such as formal participation quotas, making helping and giving an enforceable requirement with guaranteed rewards. Such incentives do not specify who helps who. That is more discretionary. Individuals are free to choose who to help, and these choices can vary from helping only those who have helped an individual in the past, direct reciprocity, or to help those who have helped others and not helping those that have not helped. Incentives have been successful as an economic solution to free riding because they offer additional motivations that make cooperation rational. Social approval. Individuals may gain some intrinsic satisfaction from the popularity of their own contribution in the form of psychological efficacy, causing an individual to want to share more in the future. Additionally, individuals may participate in giving social approval by rating the popularity of others' contributions. This makes giving and receiving social approval to have an influence on behavior. Individuals may cooperate or share because they care about receiving social approval and or because they want to give social approval to others' contributions. Social approval is a combination of these two processes. Rewarding reputation. Reputation is regarded as an incentive in generalized reciprocity. Evolutionary theorists Nowak and Sigmund regard reputation as a person's image. This in organizations is named the professional image, namely offers perceptions of individuals within organizations, but with a focus on helpfulness. The same authors also show that in simulation study that strategy of rewarding reputation produces an evolutionary stable system of generalized reciprocity. Same idea is echoed by economic experiments where the rewarding of reputation is shown to yield generalized reciprocity. Individuals with reputations for helpfulness are more likely to get helped in contrast to those individuals without such a reputation. Real-life examples show that in situations where reputations for helpfulness are rewarded, individuals are prone to engaging in helping others so that they will in return be rewarded and helped in the future. Incentive here is to be helped in the future, which is why individuals engage in building reputation. Experimental research on rewarding reputation also shows that reputations organized in organizations too are built with such incentives and through consistent demonstration of distinctive and salient behaviors on repeated occasions or over time. Consequences for such actions are the following: good reputation results in more autonomy, power, and career success. Rewarding reputation is more time contingent. It is taxing for individuals to keep track of what everyone else does and monitor whose rate of helping is higher. This makes rewarding reputation tied to the recency of helpfulness. Individuals are found to make decisions based on recent reputation of others rather than the long-term reputation. The reward system or reciprocity is based on what have you done for us lately, and the less recent one's deeds are, the less likely it is for these individuals to receive help in return. To encourage reciprocity and incentivize individuals to engage in such pro-social behavior, organizations are shown to enforce norms of asking for help, giving help, and reciprocating help by organizing meetings and informal practices. Supervisors are also encouraged to use symbolic or financial rewards to incentivize helping. Google, for example, uses peer-to-peer bonus systems that empower employees to express gratitude and reward helpful behavior with token payments. Additionally, they use paying it forward incentive, meaning those individuals that receive such bonuses are given additional funds that may only be paid forward to recognize a third employee. To encourage knowledge exchange, large organizations employ knowledge sharing communities in which they post and respond to requests for help around work-related problems. Reputational concerns were found to be the driving force behind the effect of observability. Moreover, this effect was substantially stronger in settings where individuals were more likely to have future interactions with those who observed them and when participation was framed as a public good. Observational cooperation. Individuals will conditionally cooperate based on what they believe others are doing in public good situations. For the game theoretical perspective, there is a strategic advantage to matching one's cooperation level to the rest of the group when others are already cooperating at a relatively high level. Future-oriented behavior. Future-oriented behavior deals with the tendency for individuals to modify their behavior based on what they believe will happen in the future. Such behavior shares a similar logic to the game theoretical approach to conditional cooperation. Individuals plan strategically their actions in terms of looking forward to future interactions. Reactive behavior. In reactive behavior, individuals tend to orient themselves towards the average behavior of the other group members. Such behavior is closely tied to the principle of reciprocity. When individuals can see the overall cooperation level of the participants, they can stimulate a normative response to reciprocate by cooperating as well. In addition, when contributions are observable, individuals can also signal their commitment by making small contributions without taking too much risk at once. Observing cooperated behavior also imposes obligation on an individual to also cooperate. Decisions to cooperate become more impersonal. Individuals can experience at least a minimal amount of satisfaction from being a cooperator because they feel like they are part of a larger group and organization. Social mechanism. Exchange, generalized or otherwise, is inherently social, an inherently social construct. Social dynamics set the stage for an exchange to occur, between whom the exchange occurs and what will happen after the exchange occurs. For example, exchange has been shown to have effects on an individual's reputation and standing. Some have conceived of indirect reciprocity as being a result of direct reciprocity that is observed, as direct exchanges that are not observed by others cannot possibly increase the standing of an individual to an entire group except through piecemeal methods such as gossip. Through observation, it becomes clear to a group who gives or reciprocates and who does not. In this way, good actions can be rewarded and encouraged, and bad actions can be sanctioned through refusal to give. Exchange is also a human process in the sense that it is not always carried out or perceived correctly. Individuals and groups can hold faulty perceptions of other actors, which will lead them to take sanctioning action. This can also, in turn, lead to a lowering of the standing of that individual if the group perceives the receiving actor undeserving of sanction. In a similar way, sometimes individuals may intend on taking certain action and failing to do so either through human error, forgetfulness, or due to circumstances that prevent them from doing so. For these reasons, there will always be a certain degree of error in the way that exchange systems work. Social solidarity. One hypothesized outcome of exchange processes is social solidarity. Through continued exchange between many different members of a group and the continuous attempt to sanction and eliminate self-serving behavior, a group can become tightly connected to the point that an individual identifies with the group. This identification could then lead an individual to protect or aid the group even at one's own cost or without any promise of benefit in return. The idea of why society needs exchanges in the first place could date back both anthropologically and sociologically. Sociological perspective. Sociologists use the term solidarity to explain exchanges. Emil Durkheim differentiates solidarity into mechanical and organic solidarity according to the type of society. Mechanical solidarity is associated with pre-modern society, where individuals are homogeneous and the cohesion arises mainly from shared values, lifestyle, and work. Kinship connects individuals inside the society, hence the exchange exists solely for the survival purpose because of the low level of role specialization. This makes the solidarity mechanical, as the exchange appears only when someone needs others, which may fall into exchange theory, with reciprocity in the form of status or reputation, as well as the generalized exchange theory, where out of expectation for the homogeneous group, reciprocity starts from the recipient helping a third and ends as the cycle is closed. That is to say, exchange theory argues that a primitive society, reciprocity may be accompanied by an enhanced status of or reputation, while the sole intentionality for such exchange is survival. Generalized exchange theory believes that there is social consensus out of commonly shared value or lifestyle that exchange does not require an immediate reciprocity, but promises another activity, which after several iterations closes the cycle. Another important presumption is mechanical solidarity is the low level of role specialization, where an individual may ask a random one, not necessarily an expert, for help, and this random one is capable of providing expected service. Organic solidarity is in modern society differs from the above mentioned mechanical one. Modern society steps out of a small and kinship-based town and integrates heterogeneous individuals that vary in their education, social class, religions, nations, and races. Individuals stay distant from others psychologically and sociologically, but meanwhile depend on each other for their well-being. The generalized exchange is hence more complicated as a result of longer change in the cycle and perhaps temporal expansion. Different from the primitive society with a low level of role specialization, modern society is endowed with high specialization that emphasizes the searching process of the correct one when an exchange relation starts. When the searching fails finding a legitimate counterpart, this emerged exchange relation may die before birth. Therefore, the mechanisms of organic solidarity is more complicated, as the emergent transmission driving mechanism and the endpoint need careful reviews. Anthropological perspective. Anthropologists, quite different from sociologists, study the solidarity from the structural functionalism. While sociologists view individuals engaged in exchange through the social factors, anthropologists such as Levi-Strauss believe the exchange is more of the solidarity in maintaining a well-functioning society than that for socially constrained individuals' own need. The society is believed to be an organism, and all parts function together for the stability of the organism. Individuals work for society, and reciprocally they receive, say, philanthropic, materialistic, and social return from the society. Is similar to modern society described by sociologists above, but the point here is that the solidarity is the cause of individual activities, which mean individuals' activities are dominated by the idea of solidarity. While sociologists, modern society reaches solidarity as a result of individual self-oriented activities, where the solidarity is observed after selfish individuals focus on their own interest. However, Malinowski studies the Kula Ring exchange on some island and concludes that individuals participate in the ritual or ceremony out of their own needs, where they feel satisfied as part of the society. This could also be interpreted religiously as individuals hold the society above their social roles, hence they actively become involved in the ceremony and reciprocally benefit psychologically and socially from being a part of the holiness, which in a way agrees with the idea of solidarity as the cause. Social dilemmas. The unilateral character of generalized exchange that lacks one-to-one correspondence between what two parties directly give and take from one another distinguishes it from direct or restricted exchange. Ecke, 1974, pioneer scholar in exchange theory, argues that generalized exchange is more powerful than restricted forms of exchange in generating morality, promoting mutual trust and solidarity among the participants. This view, however, was found to be too optimistic and problematic by later scholars, given that it ignores the social dilemmas created by the exchange structure, because generalized exchange paves the way for exploitation by rational self-interested members, thus a free rider problem. The social dilemma needs to be resolved for a generalized exchange system to emerge and survive. Free rider problem. Despite the risk of free riding, early exchange theorists proposed several explanations to why such exchange systems exist. Among others, altruistic motivation of members, existence of collective norms and incentives that regulate the behavior of returning resources to any member are most discussed ideas. However, these approaches do not guarantee the maintenance of exchange systems since compliance is facilitated by monitoring, which does not exist in most cases. Subsequent social theorists propose more feasible solutions that prevent free rider problem in generalized exchange systems. These solutions are described below by using the terminology adapted from Takahashi. Downward tit-for-tat strategy. Tit-for-tat strategy was originally introduced in game theory in order to provide solution to the prisoner's dilemma by promoting mutual cooperation between two actors. This strategy has been adapted by bilateral network relations, and in both cases, the strategy works only in restricted rather than generalized exchange because it involves bilateral resource giving in either situation. In an effort to propose a strategy to solve the social dilemma aspect of generalized exchange, Yamagishi and Cook, 1993, analyzed the effect of network structures on group members' decisions. Relying on Eke's approach, they distinguished two forms of generalized exchange as group generalized and network generalized. In the first type, group members pool their resources and then receive benefits that are generated by pooling. In the second, each member provides resources to another member in the network who does not return benefits directly to the provider, but the provider receives benefit from some other member in the network. They basically claim that the group generalized exchange involves free rider problem. It is rational for any member to receive resources from pool without contributing. On the other hand, network generalized exchange limits the occurrence of this problem. It is easier to detect free riding members and punish them by withholding resources until they start to give. The laboratory experiments supported these predictions, and they showed that network generalized exchange promotes a higher level of participation or cooperation than group generalized exchange structure. They also show that trust is an important factor for the survival of both systems and has a stronger effect on cooperation in the network generalized structure than the group generalized structure. In another study, biologists Boyd and Richardson, 1989, presented a model of evolution of indirect reciprocity and supported the idea of downward tit-for-tat strategy helps sustain network generalized exchange structures. They also claimed that as the group size increases, positive effect of the strategy and the possibility of cooperation reduces. In summary, these studies show that a generalized exchange system to emerge and survive a fixed Mormon network that consists of unidirectional paths is required. When this is available, adapting downward tit-for-tat strategy is profitable for all members, and free riding is not possible. However, according to Takahashi, the requirement for a fixed network structure is a major limitation since many of the real-world generalized exchange systems do not represent a simple closed chain of resource giving. Pure generalized exchange. Takahashi and Yamagishi proposed pure generalized exchange as a situation where there's no fixed structure. It is regarded as more general, flexible, and less restricted compared to the previous models. In essence, a pure generalized exchange is a network of generalized exchange with a choice of recipients where each actor gives resources to a recipient that he chooses unilaterally. However, this model also comes with a limitation, the necessity of a criterion that represents a collective sense of fairness among the members. By easing the limitations caused by the models described above, Takahashi proposes a more general solution to the free rider problem. This new model is summarized below: fairness-based selective giving and pure generalized exchange. The new model proposed by Takahashi solved the free rider problem in generalized exchange by imposing particular social structures as little as possible. He adapted pure generalized exchange situation with a novel strategy, fairness based on selective giving. This strategy, actors select recipients whose behaviors satisfy their own criterion of fairness, which would make pure generalized exchange possible. He showed that this argument can hold in two evolutionary experiments. In particular, pure generalized exchange can emerge even in a society in which members have different standards of fairness. Thus, altruism and collective sense of fairness are no longer required in such a setting. Why self-interested actors give resources unilaterally has been interpreted with the possibility that this action increases profits by participation in exchange. Context. Exchange processes have been studied in a variety of empirical contexts. Much of the beginning of generalized exchange work revolved around tribal settings. For example, Malinowski's Trobriand Island research serves as a foundational work in the study of exchange. The classical example of the cooler ring showed the exchange system formed cyclically, where a giver would receive after a product given had gone through a first circle of receivers. Similar tribal researchers include the inhabitants of Groot Aylant and the matrilineal and cross-cousin marriages. These early studies have provoked the study of reciprocity and exchange in modern settings as well. For example, with technology comes exchange through information sharing in large anonymous online communities of software developers. Even in academia, exchange has been studied through pro-social behavior groups such as MBA students. Takahashi provides several places where generalized exchange can be observed in real life. Aiding a stranded driver alongside a road speaks to a societal level feeling of duty to help others based on past experience and future expectations of needing help. Such a duty may also serve as the motivation for donating blood to unknown or indiscriminate receivers. Academically, the reviewers of journal articles also do so without payment in order to contribute to the systems of publication and the knowledge that others will do so or have already done so for their papers. In addition to the qualitative and ethnographic research, scholars have also studied generalized exchange through targeted lab experiences as well as program simulations. Generalized exchange has further studied through real-life experiences such as participation in global and public good conservation programs where one is recognized for doing so as opposed to when one name remains anonymous. Generalized exchange structures can be statistically represented by block models, which is an effective method for characterizing the pattern of multiple type and asymmetric social interactions in complex networks. Okay, so that was pretty long. Hope to add a little bit of scholarship. So actually got a million of people watching, so appreciate people tuning in. Let me just say Kriya Shema, and then we're going to read 2 more papers. And, good to be back with the research. And you're talking about Israel a little bit, but try to add a little more social theory. Say universal humanism guides me. And, mostly sociological theories have somewhat as a basis, precursor axiom of universal humanism. Okay, so I've had this paper for a long time. I've been meaning to read it. Kind of like the art of debate in argumentation, epistemology, connecting together a lot of different things I've been talking about for a long time. So let's get to it. The epistemological theory of argument, how and why. Christopher Lumer. Abstract. This article outlines a general epistemological theory of argument, a theory that regards providing justified belief as the principal aim of argumentation and defends its instrumentalistically. After introducing some central terms of such a theory, answers to its central questions are proposed: the primary object and structure of the theory, the function of the arguments, which is to lead to justified belief, the way such arguments function, which is to guide the addressees cognizing objective versus objective aspects of argumentation, designing different types of argument. The notion of argumentatively valid argument is defined, and criteria for the adequate use of such arguments are introduced. Finally, this conception is justified as, among others, leading to more true beliefs than competing conceptions. Defining epistemological theory of argument and the structure of this paper. An epistemological theory of argument is characterized by 2 features. It takes the standard function of arguments to be to lead the argument's addressees to rationally justified belief, to guide them to realize the truth or acceptability of the argument's theses, where acceptability is intended to be a broader term, meaning truth, high probability of verisimilitude. It develops criteria for good arguments and argumentation on this basis. It designs them in such a way as to fulfill the epistemic function. This is not the broadest characterization of epistemological theory of argument, but it still leaves room for quite a wide range of specifications. In the following, I will be more restrictive and introduce more specific determinations which will be justified in subsequent sections. I use the label practical theory of argument to distinguish this more specific theory. The paper is structured as follows. In section 2, some central notions of the epistemological theory of argument are explained just in order to clarify their intended content without justificatory aims: argument, argumentation, justified belief, cognition, epistemology, standard function, etc. In sections 3 to 7, some of the central theoretical questions of epistemological theory of argument are discussed, and the respective determinations of the practical theory argument are introduced and defended. The primary object, argument, argumentation, or discussion, and the structure of the theory as well as the ontology of argument. The exact function of argument, their way of functioning, the problem of objectivity versus subjectivity of argumentation, and the basis for different types of argument. After these discussions, the concepts of argument, argumentatively valid argument, and the situation adequacy can be defined. Having thus completed a rather detailed picture of the practical theory of argument, finally, this theory and the epistemological approach to argumentation in general are justified in comparison to competing approaches, the rhetorical and the consensus theory of argumentation. Some central notions of the epistemological theory of argument. An argument here is intended to be a sequence of statements or judgments, propositions plus an assertive mode, one of which is the thesis or conclusion, while the others are the reasons or premises, and of the indicator of arguments, such as therefore indicating which proposition is the thesis and what are the reasons. Statements say that the enclosed proposition is true. Only propositions can be true or false, and logical implications hold only between propositions. But sometimes, in a loose way of speaking, I'll also say that a statement thesis is true, instead of saying the statement thesis is proposition is true. Argumentation here shall mean the mostly monological act of arguing, the presentation of argument. In addition, there are discussions, dialogues consisting mainly of argumentations by the participants. Epistemological approaches to argumentation take these arguments to conceptually and systematically proceed argumentation and discussion, which does not exclude that they also study the use of arguments in discussion. Their central task is to establish precise criteria for good arguments and their use. Other tasks of an epistemological theory of argument are self-reflection, fixing the aim and methods of the theory of argument, defining the basic concepts of the theory in particular, argument, determining the function of arguments and explaining their way of functioning, to develop a theory of interpretation of argumentative utterances, to develop a theory of fallacies, and a theory of argumentative discussions. The other central notion of the theory, justified belief, includes knowledge which roughly may be identified with surely justified true belief, but also justified beliefs that have been acquired by rational but uncertain means and therefore may be false. Justified beliefs that are not knowledge aim at truth too, but because of the limited means they are forced to rely on, they do not always achieve this goal. Justified beliefs is the result of rational cognition or cognizing, a process of acquiring beliefs that satisfies certain epistemological standards, and these standards require checking as to whether certain conditions of the truth or acceptability of the proposition in question are fulfilled. Justified belief then consists of two components: the belief resulting from a positive outcome of this check and the subjective justification, the memory of at least some traces of the cognition. The subjective justification is rationally necessary because there are false cognitions and because we use uncertain ways of adopting beliefs. As a consequence, this sometimes results in conflicting, inconsistent beliefs, and we have to revise at least one of them, namely the most weakly justified belief. And it comes to situations where a belief just revised had served for justifying another belief, so that this second belief now has to be revised as well. In such situations, now disposing of subjective justification enables the person to assess the strength of the evidence had for adopting the belief. In case of conflicting beliefs, to then relinquish the weaker justified belief and to identify beliefs that depend on revised belief. Epistemology here means a normative theory that, among others, provides criteria for rational justification. It provides the standards to be followed in rational cognition. This is a rather broad concept of epistemology, which includes, among others, also logic and probability theory. These standards have to be developed on the basis of truth definitions for certain types of propositions. The deductive epistemological principle, a proposition P is true if P is logically implied by the true premises, in the end relies on the truth definitions for complex propositions containing logical operators. The mechanics of logical operators guarantees what is expressed in the deductive epistemological principle. Justifying epistemological principles on the basis of truth definitions is important because only this guarantees fulfilling the criteria given by epistemological principle for the truth or acceptability of the proposition really implies the truth or at least acceptability of that proposition. Acceptability of a proposition here always is intended to be epistemically rational acceptability, truth, high probability, and verisimilitude. Finally, when speaking the standard function of arguments, function is meant in the system theoretical sense relation between input and output. There is a structure, the expression of argument, that if fed with some input, such as being presented to an addressee who does not sufficiently know the thesis to be true under certain conditions, produces a certain output, the addressee's justified belief. Arguments have many functions. They can impress, bore, amuse people, etc. The standard function of argument shall be the function for which good arguments have been designed in the theory of argument, namely to lead to a justified belief. The primary object, scope, and structure of the theory. Above, argument, reason, argumentation, and discussion have been distinguished. Some theories of argumentation have argumentation or discussion or reasons as their primary objects of study. Of course, there are arguments, argumentations, as well as discussions, and we need concepts, expressions, and theories for all of them. However, as already stated, epistemological approaches to argumentation primarily deal with arguments and their use, and this is necessarily so. Or more precisely, argument is taken as the systematically primary concept in terms of which concepts, argumentative reasons, and argumentation are defined. Subsequently, argumentative discussion is defined with latter terms. In addition, the epistemological theory of argument deals with the respective objects in the same systematic order, which, apart from reasons, which is only an auxiliary term, reflects their increasing complexity. Argument, argumentation, argumentative discussion. This does not imply that argument is taken as a primitive notion. Of course, it shall and will be defined, but in terms of concepts like statement, which are not specific to argumentation theory, the various parts of this claim shall now be justified. Argument systematically precedes reason. At first glance, just as contrary may seem to be true because arguments are mere logically composed of a thesis, an indicator and argument for reasons for the thesis, so that the straightforward strategy to define argument seems to be an argument is a statement plus reasons for it, but contrary to the first appearance, the term good reason can sensibly be defined only by using the term argument. First, argumentative reasons are always reasons for a thesis. A one-digit concept of reason would make every statement a reason, so it would be a useless concept. Thus, the thesis is always to be added to the reason. Second, whether a reason is the sense of a single statement is a good reason for a given thesis depends sustainably on the other reason of the argument, so in the end, on the whole argument. This is because if a person does not in itself imply the thesis, it is not clear what the relation could of the person to the thesis for making the reason. So the other reasons have to be taken into consideration too, and the best way to define argumentative reason is to equate them with statements of an argument that are different from the thesis. Argument and argumentation systematically precede also discussion or argumentative discourse. The kernel of rational cognition, acquisition of justified belief, is essentially an internal mental process. The subject examines whether criteria for the acceptability of a proposition are fulfilled, and ideally the reasons part of an argument consists of statements asserting that these criteria are fulfilled. Of course, cognition can be furthered or even hindered by other people's comments, hence arguments, pieces of dialogue. However, proper cognition takes place internally and consists in checking and fulfilling of the criteria for the acceptability of the thesis. Other people's talk here has only the role of prompting or preventing certain checkups. It does not make these checkups. In principle, the whole cognitive process can be, and often really is, executed independently of other people's intervention. Observing, preparing observation, conducting experiments, getting information from other people about their experiences and reflections go far beyond the mental processes. But to acquire the respective justified belief, all this has to be internally represented, and the proper decision about what to do with this information, if and how to transform it into what kind of justified belief, is a mental process. All this means that a linguistic device that mirrors cognition and its epistemic result in a monologic, namely some sort of sequence of assertions that sufficient criteria for the acceptability of the thesis are fulfilled. And because cognition is at the center of the epistemological approach, this excludes discussions as its primary object of study. In a second step, though, arguments and argumentations can be integrated in discussions. The kernel of a rational discussion is argumentation, the presentation of argument, but discussions are then enlarged by questions, criticisms, counterclaims, retractions, etc. The most difficult part of the present justification is to show the conceptual and systematic precedence of arguments over argumentation. Argumentations, in a certain sense, are more fine-grained than arguments. This can be seen from the fact that a complete description of an argumentation has to include some descriptions of the argument, but it also has to specify some further variable for the situation, the expression, and perhaps for the addressees and for the purpose. Person S at time T expressed the argument A in language L, uttered U which has the meaning A for convincing H. The main reasons for taking arguments as the central notion and primary object of study in epistemological approach to argumentation are these. 1. Argument is the most primitive notion. One can easily define argumentation in terms of argument and vice versa. An argumentation is a complex of speech acts in which an argument is presented, versus an argument is the meaning of an actual or possible argumentation. But if one then tries to define argument without making use of the notion of argumentation or vice versa, it turns out that such a definition of argumentation must in an oblique way use the defining conditions of argument, whereas such a definition of argument need not recur to the defining conditions of the argumentation. The definition of deductive argumentation would have to go along these lines: sequence of speech acts uttered by somebody. One of the speech acts expressed the thesis and assertions whose proposition the arguer wants to show to be true. The other speech acts express assertions whose propositions are true and logically imply the truth of the thesis proposition. The definition of argument would go along these lines: sequence of assertions. One is the thesis, the other assertions, propositions are true and logically imply the thesis proposition. So trying to use argumentation as the more primitive notion is awkward at the least. 2. There are uses of arguments independent of argumentation. The typical or standard use of arguments is their presentation in argumentation, mostly for convincing. However, this is not their only use, and some of their uses are independent of argumentation, but not vice versa. Arguments are ideals, forms of subjective justification. They list the conditions that make the thesis acceptable and have been checked with a positive result by the subject. The additional information that is implied in describing argumentation, who uttered the argument and at what time, is irrelevant for subject justification. Cognition is limited by situational constraints. In particular, the epistemic subject must have cognized the reasons as acceptable, and he must understand the argumentative relation. But first, the original arguer and the time of argumentation are not parts of these situational constraints. Second, it is not even necessary that there is such an arguer. The epistemic subject may have found the argument by himself. Third, statements that situational constraints are fulfilled and not parts of the subjective justification. Such constraints shall mainly guarantee that the cognition in question is accessible to the epistemic subject. If he has cognized the thesis along the line of the argument, the respective constraints obviously were fulfilled. He must not additionally check that they were fulfilled, and there is no need to include the statements about their fulfillment in the subjective justification. Another use of the argument without argumentation is inquiry. An epistemic subject tries to develop a valid and sound argument that could prove a certain conjecture. In such cases, there is no arguer who presents the argument to somebody else, and even in a very broad sense of the subject does not present the argument to himself. He constructs the hypothetical argument instead and examines its validity and soundness. The general gist of these arguments in favor of the claim presented above, that arguments conceptually and systematically precede reasons. Argumentation and discussions in this. An epistemological approach to argumentation constructs arguments in favor of the epistemic function as the statements that formulate what has to be and later has been checked for cognizing the thesis. This epistemic kernel in principle does not depend on argumentation or discussion, but the other way around, the epistemic kernel is also the kernel of what happens in successful argumentation and discussion. Instrumentality and the function of argument. Arguments are abstract entities which exist independently of a subject who has designed them and brought them into being. Therefore, arguments as such cannot have aims or have been designed as means. There are many arguments that will never be thought by anybody, and there are many arguments expressed by several people with perhaps quite different aims. Argumentations, being acts of course, can have aims. They are produced by a subject for a certain purpose, and their aim resides in the subject. Nevertheless, arguments as such are functional entities, instruments that shall be useful for some aim. The way here to conceptualize this is to say that there has been a standard or proper function. To have a function does not mean that the function must have been performed. It is sufficient in case the inputs were fed in the respective structure, the appertaining output would be produced. Arguments have a lot of functions, input-output relations, but the criteria for good arguments in the epistemological theory of argument have been designed in such a way to fulfill a very specific function, namely the standard function, or more precisely, they're designed to fulfill several closely related functions. The standard input of arguments is that one of their linguistic expressions is presented to a linguistically proficient, open-minded, attentive, and discriminated addressee who does not yet have sufficient justified belief in the thesis. The standard output of the argument is that the addressee justifiedly believes that the thesis is true or acceptable. or that he has better justified belief in the thesis. The standard function relationship between standard input and standard output may be termed leading to justified belief or to rationally convince. Some further functions closely related to the standard function and still specific to arguments are these. Arguments can represent justified beliefs in the sense of being the ideally formed content of justified beliefs. In section 2, I said that justified belief is acquired by cognition and that it consists in believing in the thesis and remembering at least traces of the cognition, and at best remembering the results of a single checkups of the thesis conditions of acceptability. In case of the inferred beliefs, the content of the justified belief, thesis, and ideal justification is identical to an argument. The input of the function to represent justified belief then is to cognize the thesis, and its output is to believe in the argument, which is a certain form of justified belief. An argument may combine the standard function and the function just explained by convincing an addressee with the help of an argument that makes up the content of her own justified belief. This function may be called transfer or justified belief. What is important about transfer or justified belief is that the arguer does not communicate what she believes to or induce the addressee to believe the same, but that she transfers justified belief as such. The addressee acquires the same justified belief that the arguer already has. Arguments can be used for autonomous argumentative cognition. A person tentatively constructs an argument for some hypothesis she does not yet justifiably believe to a sufficient degree to be acceptable, and then examines whether this argument is a good one. If it turns out to be a good one, she has already cognized the thesis acceptability. Why this is so will be explained in section 6. Reconsider one's justified belief for securing the... It presupposes that a person already has some justified belief of the thesis, or at least believes in the thesis, and she then uses an argument found somewhere to recheck criteria for the thesis acceptability. In case of a positive outcome, she has secured her justified belief, making it more certain. Intersubjective securing of a justified belief begins with disclosing one's justified belief by presenting the respective argument to some audience for intersubjective critique. In this way, the primitive subjective justification is made public and thus can be scrutinized by others who may reveal errors or other insufficiencies. If one's justified belief has passed this test, one can be more certain about it. An instrument that fulfills its standard function is called functioning or in working order as a more specific expression for the functioning of arguments. It will here be said that the argument is argumentatively valid. This is not the same as logically valid. In cases of deductive arguments, argumentative validity includes logical validity but goes beyond it. In cases of non-deductive arguments, argumentative validity does not even include logical validity. The conditions that have to be fulfilled for argumentative validity will be specified below. Functioning instruments can be used in various situations. To fulfill their standard function, they have to be used in an adequate manner. In particular, the standard input has to be provided. A functioning instrument that is not used in an adequate way may be as good as possible, but still not provide the desired output. If you drill into concrete using a bit made for drilling into wood, you will not produce the desired result, but ruin your drill bit. Instructions for use should describe the appropriate manner for using the instrument to fulfill its standard function. The same holds for good, argumentatively valid arguments. In order to fulfill their standard function for rationally convincing, they have to be used in an adequate manner. If the addressee does not justifiedly believes some premises to be true, he will not be convinced by the argument, even if the arguments argumentatively valid sound deductively valid with true premises. Therefore, the conditions for argumentative validity for good arguments have to be supplemented by conditions for an adequate use of arguments in certain situations, conditions for good use. So there will be two sets of conditions for good argumentation, conditions for good argumentatively valid arguments, and conditions for their good situationally adequate use. The latter conditions are instructions for using arguments. Arguments' way of functioning. In the foregoing section, the standard function of arguments leading to justified belief, rationally convincing, has been explained, and their standard input and output have been specified. What still has to be explained, and what is very important from an epistemological point of view, is their way of functioning. How do arguments fed with the standard input produce the standard output? How does rational convincing work? The way arguments function can be explained most easily for deductive arguments. To fulfill their standard functional arguments have to be argumentatively valid, and they must be used adequately. The following are abridged versions of the two respective sets of criteria. Argumentative validity of deductive arguments. Domain. The argument consists of a single statement, the thesis, an indicator of argument like therefore for this reason, and a set of further statements, the premises. Indicator. The indicator indicates that the whole sequence is an argument. which statement is the thesis and which statement is the premises. Guarantee of truth. The premises propositions are true, and they logically imply the thesis is proposition. Adequacy in principle. This is at least one person who justifiably believes that the premises are acceptable, but who's not justifiably believe this about the thesis. Situational adequacy of deductive arguments. Situational adequacy, an argumentatively valid deductive argument is adequate for rational convincing and addressee for the theses if the following conditions are fulfilled. The addressee is linguistically proficient, open-minded, attentive, and discriminating, knows that the premises are true, but does not know if the thesis is likewise. The relation of implications between the premises, propositions, and the propositions of the theses is sufficiently direct so that it can easily be grasped by the addressees. How to adequately use valid arguments defined by the above conditions lead to justified beliefs. The most concise answer is they guide the addressee in this process of cognizing the thesis more comprehensively and precisely. What happens in this? The indicator of argument informs the addressee that this is an argument and what its thesis is. In addition, the indicator calls his attention to the fact that with the help of this argument, he, at least in the arguer's opinion, can cognize the thesis acceptability. The addressee now may accept this invitation and begin to examine the thesis and the premises. If the argument is clear, the systematically first step of the examination is to find out the epistemological principle upon which the argument is based. All argumentatively valid arguments rely on an efficient epistemological principle, such as the deductive epistemological principle. A proposition is true if it is logically implied by true premises, or the genesis of justified belief principle. A proposition is true if it has been correctly verified. Such epistemological principles are generally criteria for the truth or acceptability of a wide range of proposition. An epistemological principle is efficient if fulfillment of its conditions really guarantees the truth or acceptability of the respective positions. If the principle mostly leads to true or truth-like conclusions, the revelation principle proposition is true if it is stated in the Bible, is not efficient. The efficiency of the epistemological principles relies on their relation to the truth definitions for the proposition in question. In the case of the genesis of justified belief principle, the relation is established by verification. To verify just means to check whether the truth conditions of some propositions are fulfilled and to find that they are. Different types of arguments have to be distinguished according to the epistemological principle they rely on. Deductive arguments, genesis of justified belief arguments, various kinds of probabilistic arguments, practical arguments, etc. Most people are not able to formulate epistemological principles. Nevertheless, if trained a bit, they have an intuitive understanding of such principles in the sense that they know which conditions have to be fulfilled by a given type of argument. To find out which epistemological principles the arguments rely on is the key for using the argument as a guide to cognition. Without recognizing, at least in the weak intuitive sense just explained, the underlying epistemological principle, one cannot make sense of the argument. One does not know which kind of standard the argument is supposed to show to be fulfilled. The indicator of the argument sometimes also indicates the respective epistemological principle and the type of argument. From this follows may be such an indicator, though is not unequivocal, indicating deductive inferences as well as deductive arguments. Unfortunately, this is a rare case, and usually the addressees has to find out the epistemological principle from semantic use of the thesis and the reasons. Incomplete deductive arguments, the thesis notions already appear in the reasons. Incomplete practical arguments, the thesis of the value, judgment, and reasons consist of statements about the values, objects, implications, and their respective values. Once it is found, the underlying epistemological principle can be used as a checklist for cognizing the truth or acceptability of the thesis. The addressee now has to check whether all the conditions for the truth or acceptability of the thesis listed in the principle are fulfilled. In the case of deductive arguments, this means that checking whether certain premises are true and whether they logically imply the thesis. But which premises? The premises specified in the argument's reasons. Of course, if the argument is argumentatively valid and adequate, the addressee can immediately check whether the two conditions are fulfilled, and the result of this checkup will be positive. The premises are true, and the addressee knows them to be true, so when confronted with the premises, the addressee will in each case immediately recognize them as true. The premises logically imply the thesis. The addressee is linguistically proficient, which includes linguistic proficiency with respect to logical operators and thus also logical implications, and the relation of implication to the argument is sufficiently direct so that he can easily grasp them. All this enables the addressee to immediately check that the premises imply that the thesis and to come up with a positive result. The last step's of cognition. That is rather simple. Because the addressee knows about the epistemological principle, he can infer that the two conditions for the thesis' acceptability are fulfilled, so that the thesis must be acceptable. It has been said that argumentatively valid and adequate arguments guide the addressee in his process of cognizing the thesis. This guidance consists of several things: specifying the thesis that will be examined, informing that these theses can be proved, specifying the epistemological principle that may be used for cognizing the thesis' acceptability, and specifying the premises for which this thesis can be inferred. The epistemological principle in itself, being completely general, does not yet do this. By specifying all these things, the argument invites the addressee to examine what has to be examined for cognizing the thesis acceptability, and in an argumentatively valid and adequate argument, the specifications are chosen in such a way that what has to be examined can immediately be checked for a positive result. This is the point of good argumentation, formulated in an overly subtle and somewhat exaggerated way. Guidance of cognizing by good argumentation works like this. Do you want to cognize the acceptability of thesis T? Yes. Okay. The cognition I have to offer is based on the deductive epistemological principle, so please take this as your checklist. The first condition on this list should be the premises are true. So here are the premises. Please check whether they're true. Because these premises are chosen in the right way, the addressee does so with a positive result. The second condition on your checklist should be the logical implication. So please check whether the premises imply the thesis. Because the implication is sufficiently direct and the addressee does so with a positive result, now you have ascertained that all the conditions of your checklist for the acceptability of the thesis are fulfilled. So now please accept the thesis. Of course, argumentation usually does not take this explicit and slightly exaggerated form, but the point of my explanation of the wave functions is that the usual good argument contains all the information needed to inflate it to this form. Another crucial point of this conception of arguments way of functioning is this: even if the addressee is guided in cognizing the acceptability of the thesis, he himself takes the essential steps in the cognitive process. He uses the epistemological principle as a checklist, and he checks whether its conditions are fulfilled. So he convinces himself of the thesis acceptability in the epistemological approach to argumentation, explains the rationality of convincing somebody by argumentation in this way. The arguer convinces the addressee by guiding him in a process of convincing himself by using epistemological standards. Oh, Molly, I see you're back in the chat. I studied in yeshiva. I'm not officially a rabbi. I don't have ordination, but like I've learned through Talmud. Like I studied Daf Yomi. I study Torah constantly. I studied under very big rabbis, but I don't have any ordination. I don't. So, I've discussed that in the past, but let me continue with this article. Truth definitions imply rather specific ways of directly verifying the defined proposition. For directly verifying a proposition, one has to verify that the P and to verify that Q. Epistemological principles, though being based on truth definitions, often are much less specific and allow many, perhaps infinite, indirect forms of cognition for one proposition. The deductive epistemological principle, for example, contains an existential quantification. If there's a set of true propositions that imply a proposition, then it is true. If the thesis is true, there is an infinite set of such sets, but most of them are not epistemically accessible. We do not justify believe their elements to be true if we do not already justify believe the thesis to be true. So what good, in this case, deductive argumentation does it to choose one of these sets that is epistemically accessible to the addressee? An epistemological approach to deductive argumentation is sometimes criticized because deductive argumentation allegedly cannot provide new knowledge because all the information to be learned is yet implied in the premises, which have already to be accepted. Of course, this thesis is implied by the premises. The latter are true. Otherwise, the deductive argument would not be argumentatively valid, and the addressee has already accepted the premises. Otherwise, using this argument would not be adequate for convincing. Nonetheless, adequate deductive argumentation provides new knowledge about the thesis. Before the argumentation, the addressee did not justifiably believe the thesis to be acceptable, but afterwards he does. The reason for this is that we cannot know all the implications of the justified beliefs already acquired, or our justified beliefs are not deductively closed. First, there is an infinity of such implications, so that for a finite brain it is physically impossible to know them all. Second, most of them are irrelevant. An adequate deductive argumentation in this situation is informative in a secondary sense. It tells the addressee that by starting From this set of premises, he can cognize the acceptability of the thesis. This secondary information saves the addressees the work of finding an adequate set of premises on his own from which the thesis can be inferred. This secondary information does the above-mentioned work of transferring justified beliefs as such from the arguer to the addressee. Argumentative validity and adequacy. A synthesis of the objectivist and subjectivist account. Of epistemologically good argumentation. One of the major problems an epistemological approach to argumentation has to resolve is the relationship between the objectivity and subjectivity of argumentation. On the one hand, the epistemological approach aims at objective knowledge and true beliefs. Good argumentation has to be designed in such a way that if everything goes smoothly, the result is that the addressee knows a true proposition to be true or justified beliefs an acceptable proposition to be acceptable. Good arguments have to guarantee the truth or acceptability of the thesis, and this distinguishes the epistemological approach from a rhetorical approach. An argument can be good in the specific sense of the epistemological approach, even if it did not convince, for instance, because the addressee was stubborn or not sufficiently attentive or did not believe some premise. It can be bad in the sense even though it did not convince because it was persuasive. On the other hand, according to the epistemological approach, argumentation will lead to justified belief, guide cognition, which is an epistemic task, but cognition is an activity of the subject and depends on the subject's epistemic situation. There are several subjective aspects in good argumentation. Epistemic accessibility of reasons and inferences. First, the premises of an argument can be true, but this addressee does not justifiably believe this, or the inference may be too difficult for the addressee. Then this is not a good argument for convincing the addressee, but it could be a good argument for convincing another addressee who justifiably believes the premises to be true, is more trained in logic, so being good for convincing cannot be solely a quality of the argument itself. It also depends on the addressee, on his epistemic state. The argument must be epistemically accessible to the addressee. On certain epistemological principles. Second, if we only use certain ways of cognizing, our knowledge would be utterly restricted. We could not make predictions or empirical generalizations. We cannot explain on a theoretical level or interpret text or circumstantial evidence or praise our actions. So uncertain ways of cognizing are inefficient, but uncertain epistemological principles have been invented and are used in argumentation. This is by itself already means giving up an ideal of alethic objectivity, but this kind of cognition no longer guarantees truth. In addition, such uncertain epistemological principles differs in probative force. Therefore, an uncertain argument may be sufficiently strong in one situation when addressing laymen, but too weak in another situation, such as addressing an audience of experts with a scientific claim. So even this kind of sufficiency is not a feature of the argument itself, but of its use in a given situation. Finally, uncertain epistemological principles cannot guarantee the thesis truth, and they are non-metonic. They may be different pieces of evidence or in a large set of evidence that lead to an incompatible thesis. Of course, epistemology provides means for deciding such conflicts. The relevant point of these solutions for our questions is that uncertain cognitions has to take into considerations all the available relevant justified beliefs. However, which justified beliefs are available does not depend on the argument, but again on the epistemic situation. Uncertain reason. Third, once uncertain epistemological principles have gotten the epistemological placet, we also have to reckon with uncertain justified beliefs as a starting point of argumentation. We have to reckon with uncertain, in particular, probabilistic premises or reasons whose probabilities enter into calculation of the thesis probability. From an objective point of view, however, there are tendencies, propensities, and relative frequencies, but no probabilities. Propositions are either true or false, even if we do not know what they are. On the other hand, for objectivity's sake, to require of probabilistic arguments that premises with a probability above 50% have to be true, and those with a probability of maximally 50% must be false, would distort the sense of such arguments. Such arguments are designed precisely for addressees who do not have sufficient justification for such 100% belief, and the probability calculation of such argument just starts with a premise probabilities unequal to 1 or 0. So an epistemological theory of argument should also allow for good arguments and not only their use, that are not objective in the respect that they contain probabilistic premises. These two conflicting requirements of epistemologically conceived argumentation have led to competing conceptions of good argumentation among champions of the epistemological approach, to objectivist conceptions and to subjectivist conceptions of good argumentation. Similar divisions also exist among exponents of other approaches. The conflict is clearly evident in what the various theories require for premises, ranging from truth to mere acceptance by the addressees, or in the requirements for the relation between the argument's reasons, and its theses. Here the requirements range from inductive implication, again acceptance by the addressees. The solution to this tension proposed by the practical theory of argument has already been intimated above. It consists of distinguishing argumentative validity and situational adequacy. Argumentative validity is a property of the argument itself. It guarantees that the requirements of objectivity are fulfilled. Argumentative validity must imply that the thesis is objectively true or acceptable, which does not depend on the subject. Situational adequacy, on the other hand, is a relation between the argument and a situation characterized mainly by the addressee's justified beliefs at a given time. Situation adequacy has to guarantee that the requirements of subjective epistemic accessibility are fulfilled. The argument's reasons must already be justified believed by the addressee. He must know the epistemological principle. The complexity of inferential relations has to be adapted to his inferential abilities. In relational convincing, the two sets of criteria have a logical order. Only argumentatively valid arguments can be situationally adequate. First of all, the thesis truth or acceptability has to be guaranteed, and then epistemic accessibility has to be secured. This has been explained instrumentally. We first have to look for instruments that in principle are suited to fulfill the required function, for which there is a situation in that they would fulfill the function, and among these we have to choose the one suited to the particular situation. According to the problem of criteria for good argumentation, we'll try to get along with only one set of criteria, that they do not do justice to the two different functional roles of the two sorts of requirements. Guarantee of acceptability and epistemic accessibility. Acceptability does not depend on subjects. Recognizing it in epistemic accessibility is by no means guaranteed by acceptability. This is the principal area. By the way argumentation functions and the interplay of the two sets of criteria have so far only been explained for deductive arguments. Deduction is a certain way of cognizing. Therefore, criteria for good deductive argumentation only have to deal with the first subjective challenge, epistemic accessibility of reasons and inferences, but not with the other two, the problem caused by uncertain epistemological principles and uncertain reasons. If one wants to admit uncertain epistemological principles and arguments, and above I've argued that this is urgently required, one cannot uphold the original strong objectivity requirement for argumentative validity, namely that it has to guarantee the thesis truth, that the premises have to be true, and that they certainly imply the thesis. For uncertain types of arguments, these requirements have to be replaced by weaker ones in such a way that the argumentative validity guarantees only the thesis acceptability, namely at least probability or verisimilitude. A very important feature of these weaker requirements is that because of the non-monotonicity of certain arguments, even argumentative validity not only depends on the acceptability of certain reasons, but also on the relative to some presupposed database. The most important singular conditions for argumentative validity, then, are as follows. The argument's underlying epistemological principle must be efficient, mostly leading to acceptable conclusions. A given database may allow applying several epistemological principles or several inferences that lead to different conclusions inconsistent with each other. The database may contain the information. Epistemology provides hierarchies of strengths of epistemological principles and rules for dealing with such situations. In cases of conflicts, argumentative validity requires using the strongest epistemological principle or inference. The set of premises taken from the database for the inference must be stable in sense of including all and only the information from the database relevant to the thesis in question. Adding further premises from the database would not lead to different conclusions. Prior probabilities of the argument's premises must be correct with respect to the presupposed database. In addition, for rational convincing, situational adequacy requires that the argument's database is identical with that of the addressee, that the addressee be linguistically proficient, open-minded, attentive, and discriminating, and more. Though argumentative validity of uncertain arguments is not objective in the sense of guaranteed truth, it is not subjective in the sense of making argumentative validity relative to an addressee. For less, is it rhetorical in the sense of requiring mere acceptance by the addressee? One kind of relativity to the addressee here has been replaced by relativity to the database. This makes clear that the argumentative validity does not depend on the addressee's subjective features, but only on the database, and that the reason's probabilities do not depend on the addressee's arbitrariness, but are justified by the respective databases as well as epistemological rules. The underlying ideal is to approximate argumentative validity of uncertain arguments to objectivity in the strict sense as much as possible. Having explained the practical theory of argument's proposal on how to conceive the relation between the objectivity and subjectivity of argumentation, this proposal can be defended in a more substantial way by comparing it with competing conceptions. An entirely objective account of epistemologically conceived good arguments would have to do without any reference to an addressee's epistemic situation. Such an account would perhaps work if the only way of cognizing were direct verification, which implies that for every proposition there is only one way of cognizing it, hence the same way for everybody, so there would not be much adjustment to the specific addressees. However, even in such a situation, knowledge would differ intersubjectively, and the problem of epistemic accessibility would still have to be resolved. Some people would know the premises to be true, others not, but above all, we have many more ways of cognizing than direct verification, indirect and uncertain cognition, and this makes some form of adjustment to the addressee's epistemic situation much more indispensable. Therefore, an entirely objective account of argumentation is a non-starter, and the existing objective account always contains some consideration of subjective requirements. To conceive argumentative validity, as has been done here, preserves as much as possible of the objectivist idea of guaranteeing truth or acceptability, but this kind of validity has to be supplemented by situational adequacy. If the particular epistemic situation in any case has to be taken into consideration, the subjectivist conception just from the outset is in a better position, and prima facie it seems to be obvious to define good argumentation completely in subjective terms without any objective element. Feldman has followed this line, defining good argument this way: an argument is a good argument for a person S if and only if S is justified in believing the conjunction of all the premises of the argument. S is justified in believing that the premises are properly connected to the conclusion, and that the argument is not defeated. Condition is a formula for resolving the problem of non-monotonic reasoning, that there may be justified inferences to a contradictory thesis that have precedence over the one in question. Feldman's definition is subjective in the sense that the goodness of an argument is defined relative to a person. The prima facie advantage of pure subjective account notwithstanding, I want to show that it has several disadvantages which originate with the fact that it does not separate argumentative validity and the situational adequacy of arguments. In the case of an argument with an unrestricted, without probabilistic qualification premise that S at the time being was justified to believe in, but that later turns out to be false. Note that according to Feldman's definition, one cannot say that the argument was and is bad or fallacious, though we usually do say so. We say that the argument is fallacious, though we do not recognize this, and it is fallacious because P is false. Our criticism is not that it is no longer justified to believe in P, but that P is false. So why not include truth of premise P in the conditions of a good argument? However, this per se is not a strong point. Perhaps we should just change our way of speaking. Feldman's definition is short and elegant, but with the help of a trick, it strongly refers back to epistemology, which has to tell us when S is justified in believing in some premise and in proper connections between premises and a conclusion. To begin with the last point, S is justified in believing in such a proper connection if there is such a connection, and if S has recognized it, and then epistemology has to spell out what a proper connection is. The logical implication is a proper connection, but this is exactly the same as what is spelled out in the respective condition of argumentative validity. So the more or less objective criteria has to be provided somewhere, even if it's not made explicit in Feldman's definition. S is justified in believing a probabilistic premise if the premises probabilities on the respective databases are specified in these premises, where epistemology, or more precisely probability theory, has to tell how such probabilities have to be calculated, and S has recognized this condition, though is exactly what is said to be the condition of argumentative validity of probabilistic arguments, whereas condition 2 is part of a respective condition for the situational adequacy. So again, the objective criteria show up. There are too many possible ways to justify believing in unrestricted premises to list them all. Objective criteria of argumentative validity here can only specify the target of these ways. The premise is truth. This again is what is said in the criteria of argumentative validity, but already this provides a criteria for criticism if the target has been missed, independently of the question whether the addressee was justified in believing the premise. As is characteristic of the pure subjective account, Feldman provides only unique criterion which does not distinguish argumentative validity from situational adequacy. In the best case, his definition is extensionally equivalent to the conjunction of argumentative validity and situational adequacy. Actually, Feldman's definition has a larger extension because it includes arguments with justified but false unrestricted premises, but in any case, intentionally, it does not distinguish two levels of argumentative goodness. The first guaranteed acceptability, truth, high probability of verisimilitude. The second guaranteeing epistemic accessibility. These are quite different matters. Objective acceptability does not depend on cognizability and their respective situation. Only by distinguishing these things it is made clear why a good argumentation is good. It guarantees acceptability, and it does so in an epistemically accessible way. As a further aspect of the missing distinction, there's no distinction among quite different kinds of fallacies. Is the argument good, but it was only used in the wrong situation and could be adequately used in another situation, or is the argument bad in itself? As a consequence, one may be seduced into some crude form of relativism according to which knowledge is relative to subjects. Differentiating validity and adequacy knocks the bottom out of this relativism by providing that argumentative validity does not depend on the subject and by explaining the necessary subjective parts as epistemic accessibility. But the biggest problem with Feldman's definition is that it does not tell us what the addressee has to check for to find out whether the thesis is true or acceptable, or whether the argument shows what it's supposed to show. His criterion does not provide any assistance for assessing arguments and theses, and it cannot do so because the objective part of the goodness of an argument is not worked out in the definition. The last point has to be examined a bit further because it entails what makes up the central advantage of the proposal given by the practical theory of argument, namely to develop a synthesis of the objective and subjective account of the epistemologically conceived goodness of argumentation. The central advantage is that the objective part of the criteria for argumentative goodness, the conditions for argumentative validity, specifies the conditions for the thesis objective truth or acceptability, and by this it also specifies what the addressee has to check in order to cognize the thesis truth or acceptability. This means this part explains why the argument is good. It provides an aid for cognizing thesis truth or acceptability, and it says what the subjective justification of one's belief ideally should consist in. This coincidence of these things also explains why checking an argument's argumentative validity with a positive result implies cognizing thesis acceptability. An argumentatively valid argument is defined by the respective validity conditions in such a way that it consists of statements that the thesis condition of acceptability are fulfilled. If the addressee has positively checked that these statements are true, he has cognized the thesis acceptability. To make these points clear by example, take again conditions for the argumentative validity of the deductive arguments, which require that the premises must logically imply the thesis. This is exactly part of what the addressee has to check to cognize the thesis truth. Compare this with Feldman's condition. S is justified in believing that the premises are probably connected to the conclusion. First, to cognize the thesis acceptability is not necessarily for the addressee to check whether he is justified in believing that the premise logically implies the thesis. He only has to check whether the premises imply the thesis. Second, to find out if he is justified in believing in the logical implication, the addressee has to check whether the premises imply the thesis. Third, because the target of asking oneself if one is justified in believing it in the logical implication is different from that of asking oneself if the alleged implication holds. There might even be some difference in the respective outcomes, even if with the last question one retrieves an already acquired justified belief, which in deductive argumentation is a rare case. This question invites more than the former to recheck whether the implication really holds. These advantages are those for the addressees. In addition, there is an essential advantage for the arguer. The conditions of argumentative validity describe the argument structure and thus are an aid, a manual for constructing good arguments. The conditions of adequacy have quite a different role. They mostly have to guarantee the epistemic accessibility of the argument. They only specify the prerequisites for cognition. When the cognizing can be executed, if argument is adequate for convincing an addressee, then he is in the position to carry out the cognition aimed at the arguer to check whether the reason statement are fulfilled. If the argument is not adequate, he simply cannot carry out the desired cognition. But to cognize the thesis' acceptability, an addressee does not have to examine whether or not the conditions of adequacy are fulfilled, so he has to check whether the premises imply the thesis, part of the argument of validity, but there is no need to check whether the implication is sufficiently direct to be grasped by himself, part of the situational adequacy. Either he grasps the implication, in which case he has already cognized this part of the thesis acceptability, conditions, and no further work has to be done, or he does not grasp it, in which case he's not able to verify the objective implication, and stating that he does not grasp it does not help him to find out whether the implication holds. A mere subjective account of the epistemologically conceived arguments blurs the distinction between these completely different requirements of good argumentation, between objective argumentation validity and subjective situational adequacy. Different types of arguments. Deductive arguments are only form the certain arguments. They've been reconstructed from an epistemological point of view. As has already been stated, certain knowledge would be much too small a basis for orienting ourselves in the world. Uncertain forms of justified beliefs and arguments are needed. They are based on epistemological principles other than the deductive, and they have to be differentiated according to underlying epistemological principles. Genesis of justified belief arguments are based on genesis of justified belief principle. A proposition is true if it has been correctly verified. The epistemological principle states in a general form the conditions under which a certain type of thesis is true or acceptable if the appertaining arguments, the conditions of concretizing of such a general principle for a specific thesis are stated to be fulfilled. For example, the traffic lights are still red when the car C started. This has been testified to by S, who herself waited in her car beside C for green. Or in the 1st century after Christ, some of the Italic slaves used as simple farmhands had only 30 free days per year. Genesis of justified belief arguments also include arguments for testimony or from authority. Their essences describe or mention in a more or less incomplete way how the thesis has been cognized by somebody and how this justified belief has been transmitted to the arguer with respect to the last example. So the addressee gets at least some piece of information about the original cognition and about the transfer so they can check them and see if they're correct. Well, he has to make probabilistic assumptions about the missing pieces. The multitude of such assumptions makes genesis of justified belief arguments a rather weak sort of argument. Genesis of justified belief arguments are only a first type of probabilistic argument, the argumentative form, including criteria of argumentative validity and or situation adequacy, and epistemological force have been studied. Another special form of probabilistic argument has been reconstructed from an epistemological point of view and interpretive arguments, which try to establish the causes for known facts and circumstantial evidence by inference to the best explanation based on Bayes' theorem. In these and other cases of probabilistic arguments, the underlying epistemological principles are those of probability theory. Some statistical types of arguments whose epistemological principles are obviously those of statistics, as well as causal arguments, have to be reconstructed by Feldman. Practical arguments about the desirability of states of affairs and about optimum course of action, which lists the object's pros and cons and tries to assess and weigh them, have also been reconstructed from an epistemological point of view. The latter arguments are based, among others, on utility theory and the theory of practical rationality as their epistemological principles. Pascal arguments, which are based on rational decision theory and are arguments under complete uncertainty in favor of treating a thesis as true, have been reconstructed epistemologically. Deductive, probabilistic, and practical arguments are basic forms of arguments and are not reducible to each other. Interpretive and genesis of justified belief arguments are special types of probabilistic arguments, whereas Pascal's arguments are a special type of practical arguments. This is not intended to be exhaustive. The important points for the present discussion are these. First, all argumentatively valid arguments are based on and appeal to some efficient epistemological principle, which is justified in epistemology, and which guarantees the thesis' truth or acceptability by its relation to the thesis' truth condition. Second, different types of arguments can be distinguished according to their underlying epistemological principle. Third, the epistemological principles used in non-deductive arguments are more complicated than the deductive principles and thus lead to more complex forms of argument, which cannot be reduced to deductive arguments. A first structural enlargement is that Criteria for the argumentative validity of all uncertain forms of argument include a reference to some database, which according to the adequacy condition then has to be that of the addressee. This means that the argument's validity is relative to the database and does not depend on the argument's premises. This feature has already been dealt with in the last section. A further structural enlargement is specific to practical arguments. Practical arguments, like other arguments, are to guide the addressee to cognize the epistemic acceptability of the thesis. The epistemic part of the practical arguments already leads to the new complications because the object of the value judgment may have huge numbers of possible relevant consequences and implications, which even in principle we cannot all justifiably believe and survey. However, the practical part of the practical argument is still more fundamental enlargement. What does this practical part consist in? It has to do with the practice finally believing in the thesis. Value judgment has to motivate the addressee to some degree with respect to the value object, to materialize the value object, to protect it, or to destroy it, or to flee from it, to abandon it. The addressee may believe as strongly and justifiably as one wants in the thesis, and he does not have such a kind of motivation. The argument is failed as a practical argument. If practical arguments can guide cognition only like the other arguments, namely to guide checking whether the thesis acceptability conditions are fulfilled, then the practical part of practical arguments must be a question of thesis selection. There may be countless true theses about the object or action in question, all well defined and many of them cognizable so that argumentatively valid and adequate argument for them exist. The important feature that makes one or only a small number of these arguments into practical arguments is that these theses have such a content that believing in them generates the respective motivation. Arguments and reasons fulfilling this motivational requirement in practical philosophy have been called internal. However, motivation is an empirical causal effect. This implies that being a good practical argument depends on the addressees, or more generally on human motivational makeup, and criteria for the argument of validity and adequacy of practical arguments has to be based on the respective psychological findings. This point cannot be worked out further in this article. What is important here is the constructing validity and adequate criteria for various types of arguments does not only require basing them on epistemologically, but eventually, when it comes to practical argument, transcends even this base and additionally requires foundation in theories of practical rationality and in the psychologies of motivating and decision making. General criteria for argumentatively valid and adequate arguments. With the elucidations given so far, the general definition of argumentatively valid argument, and with the general criteria for good arguments, first in rough form, then extended in precise form, should be understandable. An argument X is argumentatively valid if and only if there is a general epistemological principle E and a criterion C that is concretization of E for the thesis Q of X. So C says Q is acceptable if conditions C are fulfilled, and the reasons of the argument are identical with the conditions of C, or with part of them E is efficient. The conditions of C are fulfilled. There is at least one person who does not yet justifiably believe the thesis, and who, if confronted with X, would be guided by X to cognize the acceptability of the argument's thesis. The central point of the definition is that the reasons of valid argument truthfully state some propositions to be true that are identical to all or part of the concretized conditions of an efficient epistemological principle, concretized for the thesis of the infinite concretizations of the deductive epistemological principle. Socrates is mortal is true. Both all humans are mortal and Socrates is human are true. These two propositions imply Socrates is mortal. Everyday arguments would admit two of these possible reasons, thus being condensed. Socrates is mortal since he is human. An argument in a broad sense is a valid argument, or an argument believed or stated by someone to be valid. A valid argument is adequate for rationally convincing a listener. Here, H, if H is not yet sufficiently convinced of the argument's thesis, if H knows at least implicitly the underlying epistemological principle, if H justifiably believes, which includes that in this very moment H cognizes the conditions of the concretization C to be true, if H is able to add the most important missing conditions of acceptability, if the argument is sufficiently strong for H purposes, and if H has no relevant knowledge about the thesis above the database presumed in the argument. For the various types of arguments, more specifically, definitions should be developed that rely on their respective epistemological principles. Such definitions are much more helpful for argumentative practices. Developing them here, however, would exceed the limits of this paper. The rest of the section provides more exact versions of the general conditions just introduced. X is a valid argument in the narrow sense. Okay, so skip this technical part. We're almost finished with this. Justification of the epistemical approach to argumentation. The epistemological approach to argumentation in the specific form of the practical theory of argument so far has been sufficiently expounded as now to be justified. The epistemological approach here has been characterized by a certain conception of the standard function of arguments to lead the argument's addressee to justified beliefs. The most important competing determinations are rhetorical. The aim of the function of argumentation is persuasion, to cause or to increase acceptance of the thesis. Consensualistic. The aim of the function of argumentation is consensus, produce a shared belief. Or in Van Emerson and Grutendorf's term, to solve conflicts of opinion. Consequentialistic approaches mainly take discussions as their principal object of study. If one concentrates on the argumentative aspects of such discussion, the main differences between the consequentialistic and the rhetorical conceptions of argumentation is that according to the former, in good argumentation, the arguer must believe what she says. She must accept the whole argument for herself, which is not required in the rhetorical theories. The epistemological approach to argumentation now is justified by its various advantages. More truths. It designs good arguments as instruments that guide people to acquire justified belief. If such arguments are used in the proper way, the output is not only that the addressee believes something new, but that he justifiably believes it. This implies that this belief is acceptable, true, or at least truth-like or probably true. This is guaranteed by relying on epistemological principles that are justified by their particular relation to the truth definitions of the respective theses. And true, and often also truth-like, beliefs are helpful in orienting ourselves in the world for choosing the best course of action. They're much more helpful than false beliefs. We can reach our ends because we justifiably believe what the consequences of our actions are, and we can choose the best end and option because we justifiably believe their implications and to what degree these fulfill our criteria for good ends and actions. In addition, admitting uncertain arguments extends the set of knowable propositions to a degree that is necessary and sufficient for practical matters. It doesn't so with the help of risky procedures, which however are still efficient. Of course, as a consequence, even with the output of epistemologically good argumentation may be a false belief, but because of being based on epistemological principles, the rate of truth or truth-like beliefs among all practically important beliefs resulting from epistemologically designed argumentation is the highest obtainable for humans. In any case, it is much higher than the rates of argumentation designed accordingly to the rhetorical or consensualistic approach because these approaches lack any direct connection to truth conditions. Accumulation of knowledge. Beliefs acquired by epistemologically designed argumentation are supplemented by their respective justification. This makes the sources of beliefs retrievable and implies information about the strength of justification. As a consequence, in the cases of conflicting beliefs, the one with the weaker justification can be given up, and with it further beliefs depending on the corrected belief. All this amounts to a process of replacing false beliefs with true ones, or at least statistically increasing the rate of true beliefs. This holds because uncertain epistemological principles have to integrate the person's complete database into one coherent picture, which, because of the growth of this database, excludes more and more simplistic interpretations that were compatible only with the smaller database. This means that the epistemologically organized process of belief acquisition is cumulative. Nothing of this holds for rhetorically or consensualistically designed argumentation, because neither is bound to a cumulative system of knowledge change. Even if it allows belief changes, these changes not related to truth. So occasionally false beliefs will be replaced by true ones, but much more frequently false or true beliefs will be replaced by false ones. Usability is subjective justification. Epistemologically conceived arguments represent the ideal form of propositional subjective justification, so subjects may directly store the argument as the justificatory part of their justified belief. Transfer of justified beliefs. Epistemologically designed argumentation of an arguer addressed to another person transfers justified belief as such. Perspective of a truth-seeking person. The epistemological approach designs arguments from the perspective of an addressee who wants to examine the thesis acceptability. He checks the reasons to ascertain whether they are sufficiently strong for rational accepting the thesis. Epistemological argumentation theory provides criteria for such examination. It thus supports the rational and anticipated subject. Rhetorical approaches, on the other hand, tend to instrumentalize the addressee by inducing beliefs that do not have the advantage of being bound to truth and that are chosen by the arguer for his personal reasons. And consensus theories tie each subject to the other people's opinions without offering any epistemic advantage. A side effect of taking the addressee's perspective is that the respective arguments are also suited for monological use for finding out truth, inventing hypothetical arguments. Precise criteria for assessing arguments. The epistemological approach provides, or at least aims at providing, precise criteria for assessing arguments according to their epistemological value. These criteria can be used to design arguments as well as to decide on them. Consensus theories, on the other hand, do not have anything to offer with this respect. In this respect, they stop after having provided procedural rules, and rhetorical approaches either provide only classifications or arguments without precise prescriptions, or they propose recipes that instrumentalize the addressee. This justification is not linguistic, but practical, or more precisely, instrumentalist, and this is the reason for the name practical theory of argument. It does not appeal to the common or true sense of the argument or argumentation, but lists instrumental advantages of objects defined before. The justification does not rule out that we also may develop a rhetorical theory of persuasive speech, and that in certain situations it would be instrumentally better and morally legitimate to use instruments designed by such a theory. Well-designed rhetorical persuasive speech. Think of someone who tries to convince some terrorist to surrender, but who thinks that the most effective premises he could use, which comes from the terrorist's confused beliefs, are all false. However, although these rhetorical instruments will have other advantages, they will not have those listed above. This liberal view about these different types of instruments and approaches notwithstanding, some priorities should be clear. First, epistemologically conceived arguments do and should prevail in most domains of our life, of course in science, but also in political decisions, courts of law, and daily life, because here we are interested in truth and finding out the best solutions, and such arguments provide this much better than mere rhetorical. Second, even if someone simply intends to make an addressee believe some proposition, of course, epistemologically conceived arguments could do this work too. Sometimes, though, mere rhetoric could be the better instrument for achieving this goal, but even in this case, rhetorical success often is parasitic upon valid argumentation because the addressee has the vague impression of having been rationally convinced. Third, historically, the terms argument and argumentation have been used for the kinds of speech and meaning that are bound to truth. An epistemological approach to argumentation elaborates this more or less vague understanding, so the concepts finally defined by this approach should be the concepts of argumentation, and not the objects defined in rhetorical or consensualistic approaches. Of course, one could invert the meaning of these terms without much detriment because this is a secondary question that does not change the concepts and the value of the objects, but it would be a break with the linguistic tradition. Okay, so that was pretty long, pretty intense. So yeah, elemental. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, monotonicity. Okay. So I got one last article. This one's also pretty long on the mythical taboo of race and intelligence. And this one's got a lot of information. Okay, let's grab some coconut water here. And we'll do this last article. Okay, so yeah, a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I appreciate the coming in the chat, Elemental. A lot of that stuff relates to the multiple truth hypothesis. I've had that paper for a while. It's just really long, and argumentation, debate, the art of debate. I might go more into detail in some of that stuff in the future, and a lot of this reduces to to logic, and as the metaphysics theories goes on, we'll go more in depth into many of these topics. So, the mythical taboo on race and intelligence. So, this is a pretty good article. This one's not quite as long as the last one, so we'll do this and wrap it up. It's good to be back, and then hopefully get back in my research, and hopefully Wednesday I will do my metaphysics, Indian and Chinese metaphysics. The Mythical Taboo on Race and Intelligence by Jackson Winston. It's from 2020. Recent discussions have revived old claims that hereditarian research on race differences and intelligence has been subject to a long and effective taboo. We argue that given the extensive publications, citations, and discussions of such work since 1969, claims of taboo and suppression are a myth. We critically examine claims that self-described hereditarians currently and exclusively experience major misrepresentation in the media, regular physical threats, denouncements, and academic job loss. We document substantial exaggeration and distortion of such claims, the repeated assertion that the negative reception of research asserting average black inferiority is due to total ideological control over the academy by environmentalists, leftists, Marxists, or thugs is unwarranted character assassination on those engaged in legitimate and valuable scholarly criticism. For several decades, hereditarian research who focus on race have claimed that they face special hurdles in conducting, publishing, and publicizing their research. Many claim that the work supporting hereditarianism can be much more difficult to publish and disseminate, and research testing the possible genetic basis of race differences is rarely funded. Even when they publish in scientific journals, hereditarians maintain that the mainstream media ignore or distort their work when presenting it to the public. In the media coverage of hereditarian research, we are told there is a clear pattern whereby innovative intelligence research on controversial topics is often subjected to biased and sensational media reporting. High-profile researchers in the area assure us that the topic is so controversial it is rarely taught. There are almost no courses on intelligence and psychology departments in America. When I ask staff why, they give the same answer. What if a student raised a hand and said, "What do you think about the race and IQ debate?" The topic is so taboo that is one of the few topics that some scholars declare a priori off limits to empirical investigation and which is subject to regular censorship in the scientific community. Worst of all, hereditarians claim that they labor under almost constant physical, emotional, and financial threat. Prominent researchers who publicly endorse hereditarianism about group differences in intelligence have been condemned as immoral, fired from their positions, and physically threatened. The beliefs that stifling debate around race, genes, and IQ is necessarily to prevent harm has led scholars to being mischaracterized, censored, and even physically attacked. Rushton and Jensen concluded that the taboo on race will surely become a major topic of investigation by sociologists of knowledge. There is no parallel to it in the history of science. According to hereditarians, the reason for the situation is that there is virtually one-party state in control of discussions of race in the United States. Even Flynn, who supports the scientific legitimacy and values of hereditarian claims while maintaining that environmental factors may account for test score differences, claimed the environmentalist position dogma is a dogma in the sense that no wider discussion is allowed. In 1961, Henry Girard, a passionately committed hereditarian, named the environmentalist position the equalitarian dogma, and the name has persisted for 6 decades compared to the dogma to living under communist regime where citizens are forced to repeat state-sanctioned lies to protect the regime. Americans, she concluded, may not speak certain truths about racial matters today. The silencing of the scientific truth about innate racial differences in intelligence has been declared the greatest scientific collective fraud of the 20th century. This extreme claim of a broad and highly effective taboo lasting 60 years deserves careful examination of the evidence and a thorough scientific and historical contextualization. These ideas have been invoked across a wide range of journals in psychology and discussions of intelligence, behavioral genetics, philosophical foundations, political psychology, personality education, and in social behavior and health psychology. This article will evaluate the specific assertions about the alleged taboo and its consequences, to locate the concept of taboo in the history of research on racial differences, and to ask what this history means for psychology as a scientific discipline. We do not approach this problem from a neutral stance. Both of us have examined the history of scientific racism and its use by racial extremists, racial separatists, and neo-Nazi activists. In American psychology, the empirical literature on racial differences began with Bataille's 1895 comparison of reaction times used as a measure of evolutionary advancement. The study of racial differences in intelligence test scores underwent substantial ebb and flow over the past 100 years, repeatedly revived in new social contexts and concerns over Black education, immigration, civil rights, school desegregation, welfare, and affirmative action. For the past century, careful critiques have repeatedly examined the myriad conceptual and methodological issues and deficiencies of these studies, including the persistent use of biologically meaningless racial categories, inappropriate sampling, ignoring contradictory findings, ignoring secular intelligence quotients, gains, misrepresentation of data, neglect of the role of culture, language, social economical status, and differences in school funding, unjustified speculation, and consistent minimalization of the history of racial oppression. Black scholars were early contributors to the growing body of criticism from psychologists, educators, anthropologists, biologists, and geneticists. After Jensen's 1969 and again after Herrnstein and Murray 1994, the criticism often focused on the claim that high heritability of intelligence bolstered the hereditarian argument. First, a high heritability index computed from twins, adoption, and pedigree studies had no bearing on the source of any black-white differences in intelligence and test scores, as the sources of within-group variation could not be used to explain between-group variation. Second, high heritability has no bearing on malleability, that is, the possibility of producing change by environmental intervention. Third, the heritability index applied only to a specific sample with a specific range of environments, and the heritability of intelligence varies greatly depending on factors such as social economic status. Fourth, using the heritability index to partition additive genetic and environmental effects was useful for specific experimental breeding projects, but misconceived for understanding the continuous gene-environmental interactions in human development. These limitations were generally acknowledged by hereditarians, but were often ignored or rejected as false. In conjunction with the serious problems of racial categories, these fundamental issues that led many critics to conclude that attempts to show a hereditary basis for group differences were both scientifically futile and constituted epistemological violence. This long history of scholarly critique implies that there was indeed a published literature to be countered, and there was important scientific reasons why claims of Black inferiority might be rejected. Hereditarians often ignore that human variation is clinal because traits change gradually and continuously across geographic spaces. In a cline, one cannot objectively divide a cline into discrete categories. This placement of any dividing line will be arbitrary. Physical anthropologists achieved consensus that human variation was clinal, not categorical. After World War II, population genetics revolutionized how scientists conceive of human variation, offered little novelty to claims of Black racial inferiority of intelligence, except his use of the language of population genetics. Throughout his career, Jensen argued that folk races could be understood as genetic population, borrowed the measure of heritability directly from geneticists. Herrnstein and Murray completely abandoned this approach, using racial self-identification alone. More recently, some hereditarians have argued that they can define race arbitrarily. Hereditarian equivocation about defining race dodges the crucial point. At no time have hereditarians shown that those Black Americans who have taken the IQ test they report are members of the same breeding population. Geneticists have known for nearly 70 years that they are not, and no hereditarian has ever argued that white Americans are a breeding population without genetic information of the individuals tested by IQ tests. It should be impossible to draw genetic conclusions from those tests. This may be a major factor why geneticists largely reject the conclusions of hereditarian psychology, as we discuss below. Meanings and functions of the taboo argument. The taboo argument supplies a ready explanation for the failure of the Hereditarian research program to convince the larger scientific community to accept their research findings on innate racial differences. It allows their research programs to continue in the face of widespread doubt about their findings. The taboo argument has four primary components. Experts in the topic broadly agree that there is good scientific support for the idea that there is important genetic contribution to the enduring differences in intelligence and other socially important traits between the biologically real white and black races. The ideas expressed are strictly scientific and must be evaluated as non-political ideas. The scientific fact is opposed for political, not scientific reasons. Those reasons include a blind adherence to unscientific doctrines of human equality and liberal bias. The opposition to hereditarian scientists take the form of character assassination, unfair prohibitions on publishing and funding over the research, employment insecurity, physical threats, and physical attacks. Hereditarians and scientific consensus. In order to prove their position on race and IQ is widely accepted, hereditarians often cite Snyderman and Rothman's 1988, now 3-decade-old survey of psychologists on the subject of the 1994 Mainstream Science on Intelligence statement, first published in the Wall Street Journal, establishing their research as mainstream is important for hereditarians. There are two rival explanations for why hereditarian research is not widely accepted outside the small circle of researchers. The first is the banal explanation is that they are not, in fact, producing reliable, empirically robust, scientifically meaningful conclusions, an explanation fairly unaccepted to hereditarians. Thus, they offer their rival explanation that there is an unacceptable political dogma preventing discussing the scientific truth of racial differences. Hereditarians offer two argumentative tactics to show that their work enjoys widespread acceptance in the scientific community, neither of which is convincing. First, they use ambiguous nature of their support by claiming there's widespread acceptance of their position. Second, they claim a consensus of experts by severely narrowing who counts as an expert to include only a small group of researchers. Hereditarians and the ambiguity of support. Hereditarians impute to their critics an environmentalist theory of race differences, which holds that race differences are entirely environmental. Herrnstein wrote of intellectual climate dominated by extreme, unrestrained environmentalism, which reigns not only supreme but virtually alone in almost every sphere of human affairs. They rail against environmental determinism. These environmentalists believe that any racial differences that are found owe entirely to the environment and not to genetics. Hereditarians claim for themselves, which is much more reasonable position than racial differences owe to both genes and environment. One large problem is that while these environmentalists are invoked, they are seldom cited. Just who holds this position? Pinker's claim of a widespread belief in a blank slate is based on a tendentious misreading of the relationship between evolutionary biology and social sciences. No contemporary psychologist supports the idea of a blank state, nor have psychology textbooks promoted a blank state. Even B.F. Skinner's radical behaviorism cannot be characterized in this way. The consensus among psychologists is that variation in behavioral traits are the product of both genes and environment. What is disputed is how we might answer such a question for such non-human traits such as intelligence, whether the folk categories such as black and white race are actual biological categories, whether or not partitioning trait differences into genes and environment makes any sense, given the continuous interaction of the two, and how certain we need to be of such knowledge as a basis for social policy. Despite hereditarians' claims that they are simply searching for scientific truth, race and IQ research is inseparable from social policy. The study of race and IQ has always been embedded in American social, especially educational policies, is never driven by purely scientific objective. 5 decades ago, Jensen was so confident in his findings that he pronounced compensatory education a failure just 3 years after the full year Head Start program had begun, a conclusion reaffirmed by hereditarians today. Nathan Kaufness, 2020. We had followed Jensen's recommendation in 1969 to devote money to programs that were tailored to the strengths of different groups rather than to Head Start. About $200 billion would have gone to improving lives instead of accomplishing nothing that can be detected. We now know that Jensen's conclusions were based in part by the fraudulent studies of Burt, and cognitive benefits of the Head Start program can indeed be detected. Hereditarian research still called for establishing two-tiered educational systems for white and black people. More ominously, Jensen, while always denying he had political aims, warned of unintelligent blacks outbreeding the more intelligent, which he claimed would have severe dysgenic consequences. When hereditarians called for input into social policies, we are justified in demanding rigorous standards of evidence for them, before accepting this conclusion, which places the stamp of eternal inferiority upon whole races of man. Boas argued over a century ago, we may well pause and subject the basis of our opinions regarding the aptitude of different peoples and races to a searching analysis. Hereditarians, geneticists, and the ambiguity of support. Despite their self-professed distaste for ad hominem attacks, hereditarians often label their critics as Lysenkoists, thus associating their critics with the mistaken genetic theories of Trofim Lysenko, who won over Stalin in the 1940s. Hereditarians thus associate their critics with Stalin's murderous regime. Herrnstein claimed the rhetoric of Lysenko and his associates makes the affinity to my radical critics undeniable. Jensen approvingly quoted a letter from Herrnstein's Harvard colleague Stevens, who held that the environmentalists have had the microphone in recent years, and they have taken up an American brand of Lysenkoism, which holds that brain power can be taught. Other hereditarians have followed their example. In a milder form of the same argument, hereditarians accuse their critics of consciously or unconsciously letting their liberal political sensibilities guide their research. Surely, if their critics were so deeply misinformed about genetics, geneticists themselves would ally themselves with hereditarians, but the opposite is the case. For 50 years, geneticists have been among the sharpest scientific critics of the hereditarian position. Jensen's work drove geneticists away from behavior genetics, a claim further supported by Rinderman's 2020 survey. Experts discussed in the next section, in which only 4 of their respondents were geneticists. According to hereditarians, this must have been because geneticists were closet Lysenkoists or somehow did not understand their own subject matter. It is certainly true that some of Jensen's most vocal critics, for example, geneticist Richard Lewontin, held Marxist political views of one sort or another, but certainly was no believer in Lysenkoism. It is hardly the case that many geneticists shared that political outlook. As far more likely reason is that geneticists found the extraordinarily strong claims made by hereditarians insufficiently supported by the hereditarians' evidence. For example, statistician Oscar Kempelthorne worked closely with geneticist J. Lush, who first coined the term heritability, and with R.A. Fisher, one of the founders of statistical genetics. Even before Jensen, Kempthorne warned of the immense difficulties of moving the concept of heritability from the tightly controlled situation of agricultural breeding to the completely uncontrolled world of human beings. After Jensen, Kempthorne criticized hereditarians on the grounds that Jensen's evidence and methods were too weak to support his claims and urged geneticists to ignore the writings of Bert Jensen and particularly Shockley. The Kempthorne case illustrates how geneticists generally think of a hereditarian position. Further evidence is supplied by resolutions from professional societies of geneticists, which overwhelmingly reject hereditarian psychology. Positions reflected in extensive surveys of geneticists and content analysis of their works. When the New York Times science writer Nicholas Wade published the Hereditarian book, A Troublesome Inheritance, it met with a point-by-point rebuttal in a book co-authored by a geneticist and a letter signed by 100 geneticists objecting to the book's poor science. Other fields mirrored genetics with resolutions condemning hereditarian research and polls indicating that their ideas, such as the biology of reality of folk races, were not widely accepted. Despite claims of the equalitarian dogma, these statements and surveys testify to a widespread discussion of race in a variety of sciences. Even with the narrow field of behavioral genetics, the hereditarians only enjoy begrudging support. After the tumultuous events following Jensen's work in the 1970s, behavior geneticists refused to renounce hereditarians, not necessarily because they believed that genetically causal racial differences in intelligence, but because allowing space for hereditarians gave the field social capital. Panofsky names 3 authority-building factors that tolerance of hereditarians brings to behavioral genetics. First, reasonableness. The presence of hereditarians research shows that behavioral geneticists have the scientific virtue of being moderate, pragmatic, balanced, open-minded, cautious, and so on. Second, independence. In endorsing the genetic hypothesis of racial differences, behavioral geneticists also signal the field's independence, autonomy, and courage. Third importance, keeping the genetic explanation for race differences with its purview makes behavior genetics the beneficiary of the intense, somewhat illicit social interest in the topic among audiences beyond science, thus endowing the field with a sense of importance. Thus, behavior geneticists' refusal to condemn hereditarian research is better understood as an attempt to reflect scientific virtue without necessarily endorsing hereditarian research itself. Panofsky concludes that although this position set the field apart from its neighbors, it did not lead to a mainstream of race differences as a research topic in behavioral genetics. That hereditarians are more ignored than supported is the topic to which we turn now, narrowing the field of experts. In the face of scientific rejections, hereditarians narrow the field of relevant experts to only include themselves, as is shown by Gottfried's 1997 account of the drafting of the Mainstream Science of Intelligence Statement, published in 1995. The statement had 52 signatories, but 131 handpicked experts were asked to sign. Of the 100 received responses, 48 refused to sign, and only 4 did so because of possible political repercussions to them signing it, such as loss of funding or other support. Upon release, one expert who had refused to sign found only 10 signatories whom I would regard as measurement experts. A reasonable conclusion is that even when allowed to handpick their supporters, hereditarians cannot muster even half of those invited to support them. A more systematic attempt to show that the hereditarian position is mainstream is a dated expert survey conducted by Snyderman and Rothman and Rinderman recently attempted to update Snyderman and Rothman's survey, and their attempt is a good illustration of how hereditarians construct an appearance of widespread support. Rinderman, Becker, and Coyle surveyed only authors who had published papers in 5 select journals in the membership of the International Society for Intelligence Research. As of this writing, they have published 3 papers. Out of these data, very few responses are reported in each paper. 71 respondents, 2016, 75 in 2017, and 72 in 2020, meaning the response rate in each paper hovered around 5%. To put these results in perspective, Rinderman, Becker, and Coyle reported that only 20 or more people responding to the reported questions that Gottfried managed for the mainstream statement, despite asking 10 times the number of people. Again, the data provided by hereditarians of expert support are better evidence that mainstream psychologists would prefer to ignore the agenda. Rinderman's response to the overwhelming apathy among their chosen experts was to narrow the field even further. We suggest that future surveys more carefully pre-select who was invited to participate. Our recruitment procedure was probably too broad, yielding many invitations but few responses, which lowered the response rates. It is doubtful that such a survey could come any closer to showing the hereditarian position is widely accepted. After narrowing the field of expertise to exclude most psychologists as well as those cognate scientists, Rinderman abruptly reversed the position to allow non-expert evidence. After all, perhaps more convincing, that estimates of ideological impact by experts in the field are analysis of people from outside the field, which may be less influenced by interdisciplinary viewpoints, and suggested studies by researchers from outside the field of intelligence research. In the following sections, hereditarians repeat this pattern. Those who agree with them are recruited regardless of expertise, and critics of the field are ignored or demeaned regardless of expertise. Hereditarians thus create an illusion of mainstream research while remaining a minor outlier in psychology. Claim 1. There is a taboo on publishing hereditarian research. Hereditarians claim that while research supporting both hereditarian and environmentalist explanations of race differences is routinely published in major psychology journals, work supporting hereditarianism can be much more difficult to publish. Nathan Goffness. Often the only evidence cited is an anecdote or two from hereditarians complaining about publishing difficulties. Any publishing scholar undoubtedly has comparable stories. To prove the comparative claim about the relative difficulty, hereditarians would have to show comparative statistics from various journals listing submissions, acceptance, rejections, and the like. The study would also have to show the specific reason a paper or book was rejected owes to the equalitarian dogma rather than intellectual inadequacy. Absent such a study, hereditarians cannot document that hereditarian research is more difficult to publish than any other research. Claims the difficulties of publication cannot be squared with the long publication records of hereditarian scholars. The SciNet database yields 221 entries for Arthur Jensen. A memorial site, arthurjensen.net, lists 449 publications and 8 books, 195 entries for J. Felipe Rushton, and 278 entries for Richard Lynn. Web of Science indicates citations for Jensen, Rushton, and Lynn of 7,000. Google scholars list 5,440 citations for Jensen 1969 alone. Their H indices range from 40 to 44 compared to a mean of 23 for full professor psychologists at top-ranked universities. In addition, it's difficult to reconcile the notion of hereditary persecution with the oft-repeated claim by hereditarians that the position on race differences in intelligence is strongly and widely supported by others. Hereditarians are thus left with the improbable position that their work is stifled and difficult to publish while simultaneously claiming they have established firm conclusions and achieved wide acceptance. Further evidence against publication taboo is that hereditarian books accepted by mainstream publishers. A few examples are as follows. Prager published Kittel's Beyondism, Lind's Eugenics, and Lind and Van Hassen's IQ and the Wealth of Nation. Rutledge, Harper, and Row and the Free Press published various books by Jensen. Oxford University Press published Rinderman's Cognitive Capitalism. The publication of Rushton's Race, Evolution, and Behavior by Transaction suggests that controversy, far from being an obstacle to publication, played a causal role in its appearance. Transaction founder and editor, sociologist Irvis Lewis and Horowitz disagreed with Rushton science, but also knew the book would draw immense media coverage. Indeed, Transaction used the controversy the book generated in its advertising. The ad read, "Our initial printing, twice the size of our usual number, sold out in 4 weeks, and an even larger second printing is due November 18th. Given the volume of back orders and building interest, we expect this printing to go as quickly as the first printing. Please order now." Rushton was delighted at the publication of a book of criticism, some of which hereditarians would later decry as smears, because it ensures an even wider debate on the issues. The psychologist Nathaniel Malone wrote to Horowitz, "Controversy sells books, and that's that." The case of Chris Brand's The G Factor, withdrawn from publication by Wiley as distribution had just begun. The book was then published privately, appears to be an exception to this general pattern. As we note later, the complexities of this case involving Brand's self-description as a scientific racist and his endorsement of sex between adults and children over 12 of normal intelligence, as well as other charges that led to the dismissal from the University of Edinburgh, makes it difficult to sort out the potential censorship from an appropriate decision by a private publisher. In short, we do not know why publishers rejected hereditarian books, but this outcome is so common in publishing, with rejection rates that may be as high as 96%, that much additional information would be needed to conclude that there is a taboo against publishing such books. And there is at least some evidence that the fact that the hereditarian books are controversial makes them easier to publish, not more difficult. Evidence that is in line with Panofsky's conclusion that hereditarian research, while not respected scientifically, is tolerated because it draws attention to the field, or as Rushton himself wrote to Horowitz, "Any discussion is better than no discussion." Regarding journal publication, evidence that hereditarian work has been fairly treated by journals is provided by the frequency with which these authors could respond to their critics. When Rushton's work was critiqued, he was afforded a reply in more than a dozen instances. From the late 1980s to his death in 2012, Rushton repeatedly and explicitly asserted that compared to whites, Negroids, later referred to as blacks, had an average smaller brains, fewer cortical neurons, lower IQ, lower cultural achievements, higher aggressiveness, less cautiousness, higher impulsivity, lower law-abidingness, lower mental health, lower administrative capacity, higher hormone levels, specifically testosterone, larger genitals, greater frequency of intercourse, more permissive sexual attitudes, and higher rates of sexually transmitted disease. These assertions appeared in mainstream journals in psychology, behavioral genetics, criminology, sociology, social biology, medicine, and other fields in over 150 articles, replies, and comments. Like other hereditarians, he served on the editorial boards of journals such as Elsevier's Personality and Individual Differences, founded by Rushton's postdoctoral supervisor, Ed mentor Hans Eysenck, and Elvisier's Intelligence, two journals hereditarians know to be sympathetic to them. Claim 2. The equalitarian dogma distorts media coverage of hereditarian research. According to many hereditarians, mainstream media coverage on the race and IQ controversy almost always falsely claims there is consensus among the relevant experts that hereditarianism has been refuted. Rushton and Jensen claimed an enormous gulf separates the politically correct gatekeepers and enforcers from true experts in the behavioral sciences. Claims about media coverage requires empirical evidence, but hereditarians seldom provide any. In the well-established field of scientific communication, judging the accuracy of media coverage of science requires longitudinal and comparative studies based on a wide range of resources. Even If media reports only one side of the question, it is not at all clear how such socially desirable messaging affects people's racial beliefs. Instead of citing such studies, hereditarians simply report how they feel about media coverage accuracy. The idea that journalistic coverage of science is inaccurate is quite common among scientists who often associate media coverage of their work with distortions and inaccuracy. Hereditarians' own view of media coverage therefore cannot serve as evidence of a taboo against their work. Rinderman's survey of expert opinion found that experts viewed the media's treatment of intelligence-related topics quite critically. The survey is beset with the methodological problems we previously discussed. Here we will note this disturbing aspects. Only 2 media outlets received positive ratings, the blogs of Stephen Saylor and Anthony Carlin. Unfortunately, the surveys did not consider James Thompson's blog, Psychological Comment, which was just beginning when the survey was administered. All 3 blogs are currently hosted on the Unz Review. The Unz Review is a white nationalist website which regularly publishes anti-Semitic writers who deny the Holocaust, extreme anti-immigration screeds based on racial stereotypes, and other forms of hate speech. Saylor is a political writer who uses the language, IQ, and genetics to further a white nationalist political agenda. Carlin is a similar figure who promotes anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and associates with alt-right political activist Richard Spencer. Rinderman, Baker, and Coyle expressed no concern regarding their subjects' approval of white nationalist activists, but simply recommends yet a third blog at an anti-Semitic website. Readers who follow their recommendation and visit the Unz Review will be greeted by headlines like, "Don't compare the George Floyd riots to Charlottesville," "Oh, on second thought, Antifa was guilty there too," and find stories like 9/11 was an Israeli job. Claim 3. Compared to social justice advocates, hereditarian researchers currently face frequent threats to their physical safety. Scholars working in the field or those merely interested in its findings have found themselves denounced, defamed, protested, petitioned, punched, kicked, stalked, spat on, censored, fired from their jobs, and stripped of their honorary titles. There is no doubt that Arthur Jensen faced an enormous backlash after his 1969 article that included threats to his physical safety, and such threats can never be justified in open society. Felipe Rushton's experience in a similar wave of threats 20 years later followed the publication of his book, Race, Evolution, and Behavior. These threats to physical safety are rightly condemned as affronts to open inquiry and democratic governance. However, there's no evidence that physical threats to hereditarian researchers have been common since the publication of the bell curve, or that they currently face more physical threats than their critics do. Once again, hereditarians are making a comparative claim that requires comparative evidence, which they do not provide. Carl Woodley of Meany, 2019, attempted to document controversies in intelligence research. Woodley is listed as an Unz Foundation Junior Fellow, meaning that this study was partially funded by the right-wing anti-Semitic organization. A spreadsheet accompanying their article lists 111 controversies since 1950, but the data shows that the study is not what it claims to be. First, they did not report on the field of intelligence research, but only a much smaller field of research that focuses on race and gender differences in intelligence. Second, they decided not to exclude incidences just because the person concerned was not an intelligence researcher per se. Thus, they include people who have never researched intelligence. Third, they only include people who advocate the hereditary position on race, IQ, and gender. Anyone opposing that position is not listed, even if they were involved in a controversy. Thus, Jensen is listed as being involved in controversies, but none of his intellectual opponents are listed, although logically they must have been as involved as Jensen was. Of the incidents reported by Carl Woodley of Meany, there are 6 physical threats listed since 1995, some of which are poorly documented. A supposed threat to Jonte Ninjalhoos is listed, but is only documented by a personal communication in a newspaper article that makes no mention of any physical threat. Another is a self-report of a threat made to Helmuth Nyberg, supported only by an article authored by Nyberg himself that provides no further documentation of the incident. In fact, Nyberg's article, published in Mankind Quarterly, is the source of 11 of the incidents reported by Carl Woodley. Mankind Quarterly is a journal devoted to promoting racial explanations of history and civilization. In a 1992 interview, Jensen noted that the demonstrations and threats against him had ceased long ago, which shows that the 1999 incident was not typical of his experiences since the 1970s. The 1992 interview was conducted by the white nationalist Jared Taylor. Jensen was only one of several hereditarian psychologists to cooperate with Taylor, who had been led to his political positions on white identity by the work of Richard Lynn, Felipe Rushton, and Helmuth Nyberg. In at least One case that is often discussed by hereditarians, the 1997 American Psychological Foundation Award for Raymond Cattell. The threat of disruption was entirely invented. Psychologist Andrew Winston and William Tucker and historian Barry Melder wrote to the APF, outlined Cattell's writings on race and eugenics, including work in the 1990s, and politely asked the APF to consider the matter more carefully before making the award. All three were present at the APA convention when the award was to be presented. No plans or threats of demonstration or disruption existed, but Woodley and Meany reported that the award was postponed due to pressure from political activists, one of whom threatened to disrupt the proceedings. A false claim made earlier by Whitney, Drieger, and Berg asserted without evidence that there were threats of rioting. Two of the post-1995 disruptions listed by Carl and Woodley were controversy surrounding lectures by Charles Murray, the co-author of The Bell Curve. Murray is not a hereditarian researcher, but a conservative writer employed by a conservative think tank. He is not an impartial scientist, but an advocate for conservative libertarian policy proposals who retrofitted race IQ research to justify policies he has long advocated. The objections to his presence on college campuses are better interpreted as protest against his policy positions rather than any scientific research he does not, in fact, conduct. The first of Murray's disruption was the well-publicized disturbance caused by protesters at Middlebury College in 2017. Condemnation of Middlebury students was widespread, hardly evidence of a party line preventing discussions of racial matters on campuses. Middlebury sanctioned more than 50 students for shouting down Murray's lecture, and he has been invited back to their campus. A second physical threat to Murray, reported by Carl and Woodley, was a disinvitation from Assumption College. As press coverage made clear, the specter of Charlottesville figured in this, a factor confirmed by Michael Giafoli, Assumption's executive director of communication. Charlottesville, of course, was the site of the infamous Unite the Light rally, in which a racist demonstrator killed a counter-protester, Heather Heyer. The rally was organized by alt-right white nationalist Richard Spencer and presents an intellectual face for white nationalism. To that end, Spencer runs his own publishing house, and among his premier authors is hereditarian psychologist Richard Lynn. Despite being published by explicitly white nationalist publisher, Lynn's work continues to be cited as authoritative by hereditarian psychologists. If it were true that hereditarians face physical threats because of their stance on racial equality, it would follow that those advocating for racial justice would seldom face such threats. But the opposite is the case. The student activism of the 1970s, which threatened Jensen's, is long gone. Since the election of the nation's first black president, racist right-wing violence has greatly increased, and the anti-racist and feminist professors are among their targets. Around 100 received threats in a single year, over 4 times the number reported by Carl and Woodley over a 70-year time span. One professor chose to leave the United States because of concerns for his safety. Others have faced similar threats, serious threats to their safety. One right-wing organization publicizes a professor's watch list, naming academics who they claim are too concerned with social justice or race or gender issues, and some listed professors then face serious threats to their safety.
Okay, I found this on the web for...
Most disturbing is that their online journal, Quillette, published a list of journalists compiled by right-wing activist Aeon, who claimed that the named journalists had links to the Antifa movement. The list was quickly picked up by conservative media and neo-Nazi discussion forums, and some of the listed journalists subsequently received death threats. This event is a case study of the unreliable information circulating rapidly through the ecosystem of fringe outlets without even the appearance of due diligence. Rinderman recommends Quillette as a reliable alternative to mainstream media, and hereditarians often publish there. Carl Woodley of Meany do not note these threats of violence, some of which are linked to venue-friendly to hereditarians, in which Carl has himself published. Threats to racial egalitarians fit into their description of controversies that involve those interested in racial differences and intelligence, but also take the opposite side of the issue of every reported case in Carl and Woodley's database. The point is not to engage in some sort of scorekeeping about which side the issue has suffered the most, but rather to point out that hereditarians who may face harassment do not do so because only one side of racial issues is allowed to be discussed publicly. Indeed, in recent years, those publicly proclaiming racial equality seem to face more threats to their safety. Okay, Oswald, God bless, good to see you. Here's the link again. Claim 4. Hereditarian researchers disproportionately face unfair denouncements. Hunt 1999 wrote that since reputation is of paramount importance in the sciences, damage to one's good name is far more devastating and long-lasting injury than the physical traumas inflicted on researchers by protesters at public appearances, and more seriously, even than the emotional harm of physical assaults. It would be possible to compile a long list of researchers who have been defamed in order to negate their findings and dishearten them to the point of giving up their research. Hereditarian researchers often assert that, as Hunt did, that there is a lengthy list of their fellows who have been defamed and honored by character assassination and hounded by character assassination. Seldom do they ever actually list them. Karen Woodley claimed to cover every year since 1950. However, they do not mention many well-known controversies from the 1950s. The social scientists who worked with the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People in Brownberg's Board of Education were denounced as communists on the floor of the U.S. Senate. Indeed, Henry Garrett, the very man who named the equalitarian dogma for hereditarian researchers, reported to the FBI that his colleague Otto Kleinberg, the well-known critic of race and IQ research, believes in and advocates many communist theories because Kleinberg was an environmentalist psychologist who believes and teaches that there are no basic differences intellectually in the races of mankind. Nor do they report how pioneering African-American scholars like Horace Mann Bond, who debunked the use of IQ tests, was persecuted, and the historically black colleges and universities at which many of them worked were constantly threatened by Southern legislators. Nor do they sift through the enormous body of literature that documents how many conservatives denounce and attack anyone influenced by Gunnar Myrdal's work, which denied the existence of racial differences in intelligence. Carl and Woodley report none of these controversies. The only controversy they note from the civil rights era is the one surrounding psychologist Frank McGurk, who published a defense of continued racial segregation in 1956 in U.S. News and World Report. He claimed his research proved that the gap between white and black children was immune to eradication, and therefore racial segregation should continue, and later testified in court to that effect. Carl and Woodley list a well-known segregationist, but ignore all those experts who oppose segregation. Only by such a selective and misleading process can they show the taboo against hereditarian. Carl and Woodley's sense selectivity is at least partially explained by their source material. The 51 controversies occurring before 1990, 27 have the same source material. Roger Pearson's 1991 Race, Intelligence, and Bias in Academia. Pearson was a far-right political activist and advocate of pre-World War II eugenics, and was long active in the post-World War II neo-Nazi underground. In the 1950s and 60s, Pearson published extreme anti-Semitic literature, along with arguments for the saving of the Nordic race from annihilation by mongrelization, a book that was very short on citations but very long on invective. Pearson warned that the fears of the early eugenicists have become a reality as third world peoples were outbreeding the Western world. The population forecast of early race-minded eugenicists have in fact proved to be directly on target. Pearson dismissed anti-racist scholars as communist or worse. Noted geneticist J.B.S. Haldane was indoctrinated with Marxist propaganda. He bemoaned that Ronald Fisher was under the influence of the growing number of liberal activists who considered the idea of super race to be repugnant. Pearson described Franz Boas, as the founder of American anthropology, as an anti-evolutionist radical who was born into a politically radical, strongly left activist family in Germany who brought socialist and egalitarian ideals with him when he migrated to America, and thus the thrust of American anthropology was turned around, as it were, by one leftist activist from a revolutionary family in Europe. Pearson dismissed critics of hereditarian psychology as scientific Luddites and neo-Desenkists. He leveled extensive ad hominem attacks on behavioral geneticist Jerry Hurst and historian Barry Miller, who had strongly criticized Jensen, Rushton, and the Pioneer Fund. Pearson was not alone in his strong personal attacks on the academic critics of hereditarian work. In defending Jensen, behavioral geneticist Sandra Scar described Jensen's critics as slugs with pens, politically driven liars who distort scientific facts in a misguided and condescending effort to protect an impossible myth about human equality. This sort of language was common in behavior genetics, as Panofsky noted. The swaggering, aggressive disposition was more than a way to weather protest. It animated an approach to the building the symbolic and material resources for securing scientific credibility and recognition on scientific capital. For these behavior geneticists, the task was to engage in polemic scientific attack, declaring themselves as crusaders who would rout the anti-genetic heresy gripping behavioral science. Pearson's character assassination suited this crusade perfectly. Despite their objections, that they are often subject to the ad hominem attacks and unjustified social character assassinations. Hereditarians often cite Pearson as an authority on the taboo, including in the official history of the behavior of genetics appearing in the Handbook of Behavior Genetics. Race, Intelligence, and Bias in the Academy contain a long introduction by noted psychologist Han Eysenck, and when the book was published, Jensen sent a letter to Roger praising the thoroughness and accuracy of its factual coverage of the incidents experienced by the hereditarians at the hands of the radical egalitarians. To make the case for a taboo against hereditarian research, Carl and Woodley do not discriminate between the objective scientific research they claim to stand for and simple racist statements. If we narrow the field to controversies occurring after the publication of the bell curve, they offer as hereditarian research demonstrated to be false statements, statements made without any supporting scientific evidence, statements made by unqualified individuals, and statements explicitly offered in support of authoritarian and racist political agendas. In reading the same sources, they use to document their claims. We find that in case after case, hereditarian thoughtless and ill-advised statements were met with completely justified objections. For example, when James Flynn proposed thought experiment where a chemical would be added to water to reduce fertility among the lower classes, leading Waikato University professor and demographer Ian Poole to describe Flynn's views as totally repugnant. This is hardly evidence of a taboo on objective scientific research, rather than evidence of an appropriate response to a careless policy proposal, even one meant to be only a thought experiment. Carl and Woodley reported controversy following statements about aptitude of black students in 2018 by University of Pennsylvania law professor Amy Wax. Carl and Woodley cited source shows that Wax claimed that she had rarely seen a black student finish in the top half of their graduating class. The article then goes on to quote the law school dean and saying Wax statements were simply false. Philosophy professor Dan Dimitru, we are told, was involved in a scientific controversy because of the denouncements following comments about IQ and immigrants. Reading the article they cite shows that Dimitru's comments were not based on any scientific research, but were claims he made on Facebook, and that he believed most refugees adhere to religious political cult with repulsive values at war with the West from its inception. The article reported that while students were outraged, the administration stood by Dimitru's right of free expression and noted that similar incidences involving leftist or liberal professors had occurred across the country, but these go unmentioned by Carl and Woodley despite being noted in the very article they cited. Just as hereditarians draw upon the far-right political activist Roger Pearson to document their claims of a taboo, Carl and Woodley list denouncements of far-right political activity as denouncements of scientific research. The most recent example is that of Jante Nijenhuis, who Carl and Woodley merely note was involved in denouncements following the lecturate for Democracy. The source they cite explains that this is the Forum for Democracy is a neo-fascist organization in the Netherlands, and Nijenhuis spoke there to use hereditarian research to bring back pre-World War II race-based eugenics. Carl Woodley noted that the hereditarian Glade Whitney sparked a controversy following statements about group differences in IQ in 1999, but they did not reveal that he made those statements in the foreword to an autobiography in America's Most Notorious Racist, David Duke, who dedicated the book to my friend William Shockley. Nor did they reveal that Whitley's statements were overtly anti-Semitic. Organized Jewry dogmatically attempts to keep the general population from awareness of the findings of modern science. The Anti-Defamation League and B'nai B'rith were founded in 1913 from its father organization, the B'nai B'rith. B'nai B'rith promotes socialist and egalitarian revolution. It was founded in the decade of the Communist Manifesto amid widespread unrest throughout Europe. From that time, Jewish chauvinism, communism, and Zionism were all intertwined. Duke's book was filled with citations to hereditarian psychologists, perhaps because one of his friends, Philippe Rushton, lent me a great deal of his time in helping do some final edits and proofreading of the scientific parts of my book. In a controversy unlisted by Carl and Woodley, Whitney reiterated how Jewish control of thought was at the root of the dogma against race science and Notorious Institute for Historical Research, the anti-Semitic pseudo-research organization dedicated to Holocaust denial. Whitney's use of his title and his scientific statement in service of whitewashing anti-Semitism and racism did not prevent hereditarians from working with him, nor does it prevent Carl Woodley offering his case as an example of somehow unjustified denunciation. Hereditarians cannot reasonably claim that there is a taboo on objective, value-free scientific research and simultaneously make alliances with cite as authorities and publish under the auspices of the most extreme right-wing, right racist figures in the political landscape. nor can they justify attacking their critics as issuing fallacious ad hominem arguments by pointing out these connections. The question of what is meant by denouncement needs careful consideration. Carl Woodley of Mini referred to the pejorative epithets in scurrilous allegations, but identifying psychologists who have explicitly assisted the efforts of David Duke and Philip Rushdie did, or the work of Holocaust deniers as Gladys Whitney did, cannot be considered a denouncement of psychologists is shown to explicitly provide scientific respectability and assistance to those clearly involved in neo-Nazi publications and organizations, while asserting that there is purely scientific and intellectual inquiry into racial differences has no policy implications. Exploration and public discussion of these activities cannot be considered scurrilous allegations, but are instead necessary scholarly inquiry, as has been carried out and published since the 1960s. Claim 4. Hereditarians have frequently lost their jobs because of their research. Perhaps the strongest possible claim about the taboo is engaging in research on race and IQ can endanger a researcher's job. Like many claims about the taboo, this one is often asserted with no documentation, like Nathan Kaufman's. In their analysis, Carl and Woodley of Meany claim that 8 individuals lost full-time jobs or temporary positions: Noah Clark, Frank Ellis, Gerhard Meisenberg, Brian Pesta, Jason Rickwine, Alessandro Sturmia, Larry Summers, and James Watson. In addition, 3 other individuals lost work, at least in part because of a communication related to psychometric intelligence. Christopher Brand, Toby Young, and Thilo Sarrazin. This short list of individuals cannot be prima facie evidence of a taboo because they claim to survey 7 decades of controversy. About 27% of all the controversy they reported were from only 3 now deceased individuals: Hans Eysenck, William Shockley, and Arthur Jensen, with Jensen accounting for a full 13% of the controversies. Both Eysenck and Jensen enjoyed long, productive careers as promoters of racial hereditary research. There is no sign that Shockley's status at Stanford was ever threatened by his promotion of eugenics. In short, the most controversial figures reported by Carl and Woodley never experienced any threat to their employment. Neuroscience is reported by Carl and Woodley of Meany. 3 of the 8 cases are of people with no known scientific training. Journalist Toby Young lost work because of a controversy following attendance of a London conference on intelligence, but the citation they supplied does not support this. Young explains his decade of ill-judged comments on Twitter, which he admits were awful. He reported that the proximate events for aspiring was the discovery of a tasteless, off-color remark I made while tweeting about a BBC telethon to raise money for starving Africans in 2009. A long newspaper article on his resignation makes no mention of his attendance at the London Conference of Intelligence, but notes that his past behavior made him unsuitable for working with the government's Office of Students, an organization designed to help students' success at university. Young's firing cannot be construed as evidence for the taboo on scientific research, as Carl and Woodley claim. The second fiery reported by Carl and Woodley was of Thilo Sarrazin, who they claim faced denouncements following statements about group differences in IQ. According to the source they cite, Sarrazin was fired from his banking job when he wrote an anti-immigration book that worried about Muslim immigration to Germany that would swamp native-born Germans. I don't want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren, he is quoted as saying, to live in a mostly Muslim country. He backed up his views with pseudo-scientific statements such as all Jews share a particular gene, Basques have a certain gene that sets them apart. Again, Sarrazin was no scientific researcher, but someone who wrote a racist book and was fired by his employer for doing so. One place Sarrazin's book was positively reviewed was Jerry Taylor's white nationalist website, American Renaissance, which noted that any salvation for Germany comes from the populist right-wing parties all across Europe. The reviewer is Frank Ellis, the third non-scientist who Carl and Woodley claimed lost his employment for his interest in intelligence research, and who also published in Roger Pearson's journals. The source is Carl and Woodley's site, noted that Ellis was a self-proclaimed fascist and unrepentant Powellite who thought that the British Nationalist Party was a bit too socialist for his liking. No psychologist, Ellis was a lecturer in Russian and Slavic studies at the University of Leeds, and apart from reading the bell curve, had no psychological expertise. He retired a year before he was planning to with a year's pay. Sarrazin and Ellis were not scientists, but political activists pushing extreme authoritarian ideas, as the sources cited by Carl and Woodley make clear. Hereditarian research thus allied themselves to far-right political figures while simultaneously claiming any mention of those alliances by their critics is an unfair ad hominem attack. The critics are not the ones associating hereditarian psychologists with authoritarian activists. Hereditarian psychologists are doing that themselves. The critics are merely calling attention to the fact. scientists who are non-hereditarian scientists. These figures listed by Carl and Woodley have some scientific training, but were not psychologists. Alessandro Strumia was a CERN physicist who gave a talk deriding women's contributions to physics, which violated CERN's code of conduct for inclusive environment. As a result of its own investigation, CERN decided not to extend Professor Strumia's status of guest professor. Another well-publicized case is that economist Larry Summer, who, according to Carl and Woodley, faced announcements and resignation following statements about sex differences in IQ. One cited sources says that nothing about his resignation, and the second is Nyberg, in which we have noted does not document his claim. In reality, Summers was an embattled president since his first day on the job. His resignation a full year after his remark was not simply because of his remarks about women in science, but because of his management style was hated by the powerful faculty. Summers, forcing out the Dean of Arts and Sciences, had completely lost him their support. Summers is still the Charles Eliot Professor at Harvard, kept a position at the Kennedy School, and is the Frank and Denis Weil Director of the Mosavar Rahmani Center for Business and Government. Carl Woodley's third claim is the most well-known, the forced resignation of James Watson from the chancellorship of the Cold Spring Harbor Biological Laboratory. They cite Rushton and Jensen, who wrote that Watson's treatment was especially egregious, given that, in point of scientific fact, more than a century and a half of evidence corroborates his statement. Rushton and Jensen considerably soften and thus distort what Watson said is an infamous interview. He says that he is inherently gloomy about the prospects of Africa because all our social policies are based on the fact that their intelligence is the same as ours, whereas all the testing says not really. And I know that this hot potato is going to be difficult to address. He hopes that everyone is equal, but counters that people who have to deal with black employees find this not true. He says that you should not discriminate on the basis of color because there are many people of color who are very talented, but don't promote them when they haven't succeeded at the lower level. He writes that there is no firm reason to anticipate that the intellectual capacities of peoples geographically separated in their evolution should prove to have evolved identically, are wanting to reserve equal powers of reason as some universal heritage of humanity will not be enough to make it so. We can speculate if Rushton and Jensen thought that people who have to deal with black employees know that black people are intellectually inferior because of a century and a half of evidence. However, this ceremonial position of chancellor of public face for a scientific laboratory should not be filled by someone who openly questions whether black people are suitable employees there. Once again, details of actual events do not support a taboo in racial research, but a proper response to racist comments. Hereditarian psychologists who lost employment. Having excised the far-right political activists and those who do not research race and IQ, we're left with only 4 hereditarian psychologists and 1 PhD in public policy over the past 7 decades who lost employment owing to their research, according to Carl and Woodley. Christopher Brand, Brian Pesta, Jason Rickwine, Gerhard Meisenberg, and Noah Carroll. The Rickwine case, because he was not an academic, is simple to sort out. Rickwine was employed by a conservative think tank and dismissed after he produced a report they found unsatisfactory. Like Richard Lynn, Rickwine was associated with white nationalist Richard Spencer and has since gone on to work for the Center for Immigration Studies, a designated hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Heritage Foundation kept Rickwine's report that asserted trillion-dollar cost of illegal immigrants on their website, where it's still available. His work was not suppressed. He was not fired for his dissertation on the hereditary inferiority of Hispanic immigrants, nor did Harvard repudiate Rickwine's dissertation, which we would have expected based on Carl Woodley's assertion. For the academics, reliable information is almost impossible to come by. To Carl Woodley's list, we could add Bo Weingart, whose dismissal from his assistant professorship at Marietta College came after the publication of Carl Woodley's study. Weingart's failure to get reappointment illustrates the difficulty of assessing these dismissals. Institutions are often bound by confidentiality not to discuss personal matters, and the only information available about Weingart's situation is on the account. It is not uncommon for assistant professors to fail reappointment at the end of their probationary period, but without knowing what the criteria were for the reappointment and or the record of the candidate, we cannot judge what happened. There are circumstances where such a failure to reappoint would violate academic freedom, but there's no evidence that Weingart's situation met these circumstances. The same lack of information applies to other cases. Both the Pesta case and the Meisenberg case are only documented through personal communication, and for Meisenberg, a newspaper article that does not mention his firing. Pesta is still listed as on the faculty of his home institution, so it is not clear what happened there. Neither Carl Woodley nor their cited sources mention that Christopher Brand was a self-proclaimed scientific racist who faced disciplinary action for his universally university after publicly endorsing pedophilia. God forbid. A more complete account of the Brand affair makes clear the tremendously complex issues of the case of how carefully one must make changes of violations of academic freedom. In Karl's case, it was only after his appointment that St. Edmund College of Cambridge found that Dr. Karl had put a body of work into the public domain that did not comply with established criteria for research ethics and integrity, and that Dr. Karl had collaborated with a number of individuals who were known to hold extremist views. There was a serious risk that Dr. Karl's appointment could lead to the college being used as a platform to promote views that could incite racial and religious hatred and bring to the college into disrepute. In retrospect, given that Karl and Woodley of Meany enrolled racist extremists as examples of persecuted hereditarians, it seems Cambridge's concerns were justified. As before, Karl and Woodley of Meany ignored documented cases of racial egalitarian professors who lost their jobs owing to their benefits. In 1971, Roger Pearson was appointed head of the combined departments of comparative religion, anthropology, and philosophy at the University of Southern Mississippi. He quickly fired every non-tenure professor he could and hired Donald Swan, an ex-convict who never completed his doctorate and was unemployable elsewhere, as Robert Kuttner, a biochemist who taught anthropology at USM, despite having no relevant training or qualification in the discipline. Like Pearson, Swan and Kuttner had deep roots in the American neo-Nazi underground. This well-documented controversy is unmentioned by Karl and Woodley in their list of offenses. Importantly, every tenured psychologist actively involved in hereditary and racial differences, research and publication kept their academic position. This list would include at minimum Eisen, Jensen, Rushton, Lynn, and Gottfredson. Although student protests were a common response to their work, and as student groups frequently called for their dismissal, these psychologists generally enjoyed the support of their colleagues in the name of academic freedom and the support of their administration, even while administrators disavow endorsement of their views on race. A. Tinkle, God bless. Evidence against taboo on race, textbook analysis. The claim that there is a long-standing taboo on discussions of hereditary race and intelligence, as we have noted, is not new. In the 1950s and 60s, Henry Garrett and his associates at the International Association for the Advancement of Ethnology and Eugenics began to describe environmental explanations of racial differences as a hoax and an equalitarian fiction perpetrated by Ashley Montague, Otto Kleinberg, and other students of anthropologist Francis Bose. These ideas were tied to earlier conceptions of Bo's work as part of a larger Jewish conspiracy to undermine Western civilization by taking over the social sciences, delegitimizing race as a biological concept, and discrediting the role of hereditary in race differences. If, as alleged, the Bosians were effective in these aims, we would expect that discussion of race and racial differences in intelligence would have disappeared in psychology, especially after World War II. If a taboo did exist starting in the 1940s, the effect should be readily seen in textbooks, given that introductory psychology textbooks aim to present a discipline in a positive light to a broad audience. They would supply important evidence for the taboo. Winston, 2004, examined 100 introductory psychology textbooks with 25 each from the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. In each decade, more than 80% of the text treated hereditary as an important determinant of individual differences in intelligence. The proportion of text containing material on race and intelligence increased slightly from 60% in the 1930s to 72% in the 1960s, and the proportion reporting a black-white IQ test difference also increased slightly to 60% in the 1960s. The tendency to explain the differences as hereditary decreased as possible environmental explanations increased, yet by the 1960s, most texts still left the possibility of hereditary as the source of the black-white differences open as a question to be settled by more data. These textbooks show no indication of taboo, only a shift in the interpretations of the finding. These results clearly contradict Jensen's 1969 claim that the possible importance of genetic factors and racial behavioral differences has been greatly ignored, almost to the point of being a tabooed subject. Miller, 1980, found that a sample of 21 introductory psychology textbooks published between 1976 and 79, 66% explicitly discussed Jensen's work. The findings that discussions of race, hereditary, and intelligence in robust in textbooks have been confirmed for anthropology textbooks, and high school textbooks in biology, psychology, and other social sciences have increased their coverages of the topic. Warner, Astle, and Hill, 2018, analyzed the content of 29 recent 2012 to 17 introduction to psychology textbooks for their material intelligence. Their contention was that many textbooks present an inaccurate or fallacious material intelligent. For example, they judge Lewontin's famous seed analogy showing that within group hereditability is irrelevant for the source of between group differences to be questionably accuracy, while claiming that the topic of race is taboo. They know that the topic was indeed discussed in nearly half the textbooks, but they objected that the textbooks emphasized possible environmental causes of racial differences. They approach a warning to the issue of race and intelligence is best illustrated by their statement that the possibility of unique influences that impact intelligence scores of one demographic group uniquely, like the legacy of slavery among African Americans or the influence of societal racism that only affects minority groups, and has been empirically ruled out. The first source cited for this conclusion, Girard, writing in one of the 3 open source journals that focuses on intelligence, race, and behavioral genetics, journals created by Emil Kierkegaard, a regular contributor to Mankind Quarterly. Girard stated boldly that the evidence for pervasive racism in America is ambiguous at best, and the fact that Black offenders are disproportionately portrayed in crime news can be regarded simply as a reflection of the great overrepresentation of Black individuals in the rank of criminals. The Warren argument for bias in textbooks rests on a chain of unsubstantiated claims that deny the reality of effects of racism. The assertion of biases towards non-hereditary interpretations of race differences is evidence that the topic was discussed and not evidence of a taboo on the history of race science. Although we found no evidence for the taboo of the publication of racial differences research, there appears to be a clear taboo within the hereditarian community itself. This is in all the articles that outline the equalitarian hoax, the taboo on race. There's a substantial scholarly literature that is almost never discussed or cited. We refer to 5 decades of careful archival investigations documenting the involvement of psychologists in the Pioneer Fund with the campaign to overturn the Brown decision and preserve segregation, anti-immigration activism, and active involvement with neo-Nazi groups. Hereditarians dismiss charges that racial research might be connected to racism and neo-Nazi activity as a smear or as a derogatory accusations by politically motivated detractors. Hereditarians simply ignore clear evidence. For example, the explicit assistance given to David Duke by Philip Rushton and Glady Whitney. Some members of the hereditarian community have gone further than silence. Philip Rushton threatened a lawsuit against the University of Illinois Press to stop the publication of William Tucker's The Funding of Scientific Racism. Only their lawyers informing them that a defamation suit was hopeless stopped hereditarians from suing their critics in the 50s and 60s. Shockley brought a defamation suit against a newspaper for declaring him a Nazi and won $1, that being what the jury thought Shockley's reputation was worth. It may be true that Shockley was not a Nazi, but he did employ neo-Nazi activist Robert Kuttner for a year, who then used his position to circulate neo-Nazi race propaganda that Rushton and other members of the racial hereditarian community simultaneously invade against the alleged censorship of their work and promoted themselves as champions of academic freedom while trying to silence their critics, tells us a great deal about the mythologized taboo on race. Conclusions. The belief that psychologists experience a decades-long taboo and extensive censorship regarding race differences is a claim with important implications for the discipline. If true, such a claim means that psychologists fell under an ideological spell and a collective rejection of open inquiry that threatened the discipline's scientific status and academic legitimacy. The alleged extensive censorship suggests that extraordinary strong forces, which hereditarians sometimes explicitly name as Marxists or communists, took control of the discipline to the detriment of scientific progress. The hereditarians charge that the institutions of peer review and academic freedom have failed. The alleged taboo was thought to have prevented the implication of social policies viewed by hereditarians as scientifically informed and humane, such as policies to prevent the birth of illegitimate slum babies designed to antagonize frustration by suffering from intelligence genetically limited to below 75 IQ. Failure to accept the hereditarian claims were thought to doom Western civilization to intellectual and cultural decline, from dysgenic overbreeding by the less intelligent, overbreeding by the more intelligent, underbreeding by the more intelligent, despite the contrary evidence of steadily rising intelligence. According to hereditarians, recognition of ineluctable racial differences in intelligence and morality would lead to new understanding and acceptance of average differential outcomes in wealth, education, criminal conviction, and social position. With such acceptance, racism said to be caused by Black frustration and white resentment over affirmative action would be greatly reduced in their view. We did not find evidence to support claims of a taboo of hereditarian publishing, which we would characterize as a myth. Hereditarians have published on racial differences across many subdisciplines of psychology in a broad range of journals and are well cited. They have published books with mainstream reputable publishers, and the books were reviewed in mainstream journals. The topic of race differences is discussed in most introductory psychology textbooks and has been for decades. Hereditarian work is widely discussed in the media, and claims that the presentation are inaccurate indicate visibility, not taboo. Their work has been promoted in books for the public, such as Herrnstein Murray and Wade, with advertisements and cover blurbs announcing that the topic was taboo. Both made bestseller lists and received extensive media attention. We find the claim that the equalitarian dogma distorts media coverage to be unsupported. If hereditarians have had journal articles and book proposals rejected, a reasonable alternative explanation to taboo is that scholars chosen by the editors or publishers have judged the work to be scientifically deficient in its use of biologically meaningless racial categories and the conflation of heritability with malleability, in the use of within-group heritability to infer sources of between-group heritability, or any of the other scientific issues raised regarding the hereditarian comparison of races over the past 100 years. If editors and reviewers judge the question that is asked is not meaningful scientific question, or judge the program of race differences researchers have produced no scientific progress, rejection is not taboo. The hereditarians believe that these judgments are incorrect does not make the process one of censorship. If there is little or no evidence for a taboo, how should we account for the persistent narrative of suppression presented in the psychological literature for over 60 years? Perhaps the cry of taboo and the implication that academic freedom is at stake encourage some journal editors and publishers to accept work that might otherwise be viewed as a repeat of old findings and claim. For some books, particularly Rushton's invocation at taboo and controversy was expected to boost attention and sales. Perhaps the cry of taboo, along with several public criticisms of race science and the history of possible threats, provides a sense of victimhood and bravery for those who carry on the project. Certainly, this is how major participants have been described by their admirers. The most reasonable explanation is that the belief in the taboo helps the hereditarian community to explain why they've been unsuccessful after 100 years of convincing most psychologists of the average genetic deficiency of Black people. What hereditarians claim are unfair denouncements by other academics are generally careful critiques of their work and the uses made of their work by racial separatists and neo-Nazi activists such as David Duke. The language of these critiques has sometimes been strong, but arguably matched by the hereditarian attacks on the critics. The claim of widespread job loss by hereditarians is exaggerated, obfuscated by conflating cases of very different sorts and by including non-scientists, non-psychologists, and non-hereditarians. Tenured psychologists have not been dismissed from their faculty positions for their research on race difference, and they have often enjoyed the support of their university colleagues and administrators despite disagreement with their views. Hereditarian research have been physically threatened on occasion, almost exclusively in the 1970s and 80s, and these threats are to be unequivocally condemned. The evidence does not support claims of current physical threats to hereditarians or other groups that academics may currently be at greater risk. The discussion of a taboo by hereditarians have often conflated the threats with protest and demonstration, usually by students, although the direct disruption of speaking engagement does not necessarily involve physical threats. Such disruptions are antithetical to academic practice, but if after 100 years of race science and psychology, Black students must still read in journals or hear from a visiting lecturer that on average they have smaller brains, lower intelligence, lower cultural achievements, more sexually transmitted diseases, more aggression, and are less law-abiding than white counterparts, some departure from calm and polite response might be expected. The evidence offered for the sweeping claim of taboo on race IQ was extraordinarily weak. Anecdotes for a quarter century ago are repeated as if they describe conditions today. Bold assertions about stifling research often are left completely undocumented. All too often, as in Carl Woodley of Meany, the evidence provided does not support the claim made. Of additional serious concern are the sources used for these claims. The psychology community should be alarmed when hereditarians rely heavily on Roger Pearson's work for the evidence of harassment, given Pearson's documented history of leadership within the neo-Nazi groups and publication. The frequent citing of material from the Mankind Quarterly should be of equal concern given 60-year history as a pseudo-scholarly outlet for promoting racial inequality. Finally, we should be alarmed when the claim of taboo in a peer-reviewed psychology journal is made by an author who lists his affiliation as a Unz Foundation Junior Fellow. Given that the UNS Foundation is an anti-Semitic and racist website that promotes Holocaust denial, these issues cannot be dismissed as irrelevant ideological concerns or guilt by association when psychologists claiming Taboo have actively assisted David Duke, Richard Spencer, and other racial extremists around the world. Editors and reviewers of claim of a race IQ taboo will need to exercise special care and vigilance if we wish to bring the shameful history of scientific racism in psychology to an end. Okay, yeah, so that article had its bias, but covered quite a bit of interesting history that I wanted, I thought was interesting. The issue, Nathan Kaufness is listed multiple times in it as one of the people making these claims more recently. So, God bless, Tinkle, Oswald, good to see you. Molly in the chat earlier, appreciate that. So, I got a minion here, 10 people watching, but I think I'm going to wrap it up. So, it's possible, let's say Elon Pape is coming to Detroit. I don't think I'm going to stream those events, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get a selfie if I can. And Wednesday, I'm all prepared. I've done the research, but it's possible on Wednesday I will do my stream on Indian and Chinese metaphysics. So I'm looking forward to that. I did a lot of research on that. I think they're pretty interesting. So I guess with that, we'll wish everybody a good week and God bless, and hope everybody is blessed. So signing off. Have a great week.